Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, Happy New Year and welcome back to the ESFL because the ESFL is live in 2025 with our brand new exhibition card for Undisputed, our first of 3 cards featured in this year's month in January. I am your host and commentator Kingsley. Alongside me is Ruthless Omni, who are back in the booth once again. How are you feeling today, man?
I'm doing really well, man. I'm doing really, really well. I'm excited to be back doing commentary. Had a daughter when I was away. Life has really been changing for me, so I'm happy that I finally have a moment to like calm down and get to experience what I really love. It's like, gaming, man. Like just like you, like I love professional sports and I love to see how it translates to games. This is gonna be a good night.
Absolutely. A good night's feature with 11 fights as we take a look at the fight card right now. We have a co-main in the main event. Easy Work GG versus EK Warrior in the main event. 12 rounds with versatile in striking. That is sure to be an amazing. And a bunch of stuff in the prelims who are featured some new blood along with some vets in the earlier Undisputed cards. What are you looking forward to the most, Omni, when you look at this card in general? What are you expecting to see?
I mean, it's gonna sound cliche, right? But that like main event, EK Warrior, him and I sparred so many damn times on UFC, and truth be told, he beat me up a lot. But he taught me a lot about striking, right? And I know for a fact that he loved fight night. So for him to come over into Undisputed, this is like his bread and butter. I'm excited to see my friend do well. And in addition to that, the start, right? Word Life, him and I back and forth in UFC as well. The guy's a vet in this game, and for him to come in and start the entire card, it just kind of speaks volumes that ESFL likes to treat their fighters well, and then get to see him start off the fights tonight is really going to be a good kickoff to this entire exhibition card for the next 3.
Absolutely. You set the table perfectly for us for our first fight of the evening. It's going to be our vet, Warlife, going against H, who is formerly known as ZR, as you see in the fighter selection lobby right here. Going into the lightweight division with Amir Khan going in the favor of H, and Warlife going with that tried and true Terrence Crawford, who we've seen in many of the tournaments in the ESFL, had some good performances, but also, defensively, if you're not up to snuff, you could get easily knocked out here.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just speaks volumes with any fighter, right? Like I've seen people play as the worst fighters, but their defense is up, so they're able to get through anything. So you could be one of the best top picks like Bud Terrence Crawford here, but if you're trash at defense, you're going to get popped up all night. So it doesn't matter who you pick, you better be able to box.
Right, and this game has gone through many changes now. Officially on console a couple of months ago. Now we had some patches coming in, and with new arenas and new fighters coming in, it'll be interesting to see what people are going to be doing, especially in this first fight, which we are excited to have all of you guys here on Twitch and on YouTube. And we're playing a new aquarium arena, so this will be a nice addition to the ESFL as we get our first fight ready to go for the exhibition card, the first one in 2025. We're live in the blue corner using Terrence Crawford on the right side, and we also have ZR, aka H, on the left side using Amir Khan. Hopefully they can turn off their mics, but we're gonna get ready for this fight. But so far, just a little bit of a fill out process here, Omni.
Yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed that he came out swinging. ZR, he landed that jab perfectly at a very well distance. And now what we saw from there from Word Life is he's trying to establish that body jab, but it's like he keeps walking in on ZR, and I think it's so early to tell, but he's walking into jabs, and so he might want to readjust and like that. See, that was pretty good.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if he could do even more. Part of the Knockout Kings, H is formerly known as ZR, working the jabs a little bit, working a little bit more to the center. Nice avoidance of the left hook. And it seems like Warlife wants to dip in a little bit much, but not really getting the full connection as he wants. Clear striking.
Yeah, good power punch there. Nice uppercut to the body there from Word Life.
Yeah, doing a nice job. Good counter shot from ZR. H doing a nice job, but gets hit with a 3-piece combination from Word Life. Word Life still working his way, not really going inside and landing the combinations. It seems like he's staying in, taking a pregnant pause right there, and waiting to see if he can open up his opponent with 25 seconds left to go in the first round.
Yeah, and like I was saying before, he's trying to land that body jab, but he's walking into a jab when he does so. Very nice lead hook and rear hook there. Landed flush from Word Life. Nice 1-2 there coming from ZR, and that's a good first round.
Yeah, at the end of the first round, and already we're seeing that stamina coming to factor 93% in favor of Amir Khan, as H still taking the center of the ring. Once he established that presence inside the center, while Word Life still trying to find that jab, trying to find that distance and range. It seems like he was missing a lot of his punches, but having some good connections towards the body.
He is. I mean, right now it looks like they are fighting for the center. It's nice power right there came from ZR, but as you saw with the stamina, ooh. Yeah, that's one thing. I do wish Undisputed would allow for there to be game modes where like it would be like spectator, right? And we can spectate it and watch the stamina on both sides rather than just seeing like a host. If they had their own dedicated service, that'd be pretty cool. But from what we can see right now, they even provide you with information about the perks now, which that's a really cool upgrade. I don't know when they added that. I guess when the game went official. But we're seeing 2 perks are currently active for ZR, and I would love to see from Word Life side what those are. I definitely think there's a good opportunity there. Nice. Oh my God, that combination was sick, Kingsley. Yeah. My goodness.
Definitely need to watch out, but a nice counter body shot coming from H, but using a lot of that stamina to come back in, but he's getting some good combinations for landing onto the head of Word Life. Word Life still trying to find his defensive prowess, but right now not really find the connection that he needs. So far, we've seen more of the connection power punches going in favor of Age. What does Word Life need to do to kind of counter that power punches that he's seen so far?
He needs to create some openings, right? He's allowing for ZR to throw very nice, just like that. You saw how he just countered there, and he landed his own body hook when ZR missed on his shot. He needs to start doing that more, just like ZR did back to him with that jab. He's in a loose footwork stance right now, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or is that just the way his hands are? I forget if is it that the models light up when he's
the models
in a loose
light up,
footwork?
so Amir Khan is definitely in loose foot mode. And another key part, I think we saw a little bit of blood on Terrence Crawford's chest. So right now we know that there's definitely a cut somewhere on the person of Word Life. So Word Life needs to be very careful. Can't take too many punches as he's going against his opponent. But as we approach the third round, next round we will get the CompuBox computer scores coming in to see who is winning this fight. But again, H using a lot of that stamina when he's approaching his opponent, and he's connecting. He's landing with the jab, and then also leading forward with like a left hook, combining with all the other strikes he's having so far.
Wow, that combination was sick. Started with a lead hook. Started with a jab, lead hook, and then straight. I think that's honestly one of his favorite combinations of the fight so far, is that he lands the jab and then he follows up with some kind of rounded strike. If Word Life can kind of pick up on that, he may be able to avoid the extra damage coming from the multiple strikes coming out. Also, Word Life has not switched stances even once to kind of throw off his opponent, and that's something that Terrence Crawford can do. That was wild. He just burned a lot of stamina doing that.
Yeah, and it was a while when we saw Word Life go for those 2 body shots. He got pieced up by 4 hits coming out of his way. So it's not only that he's trying to land these body shots, it seems like every time he's going in, but now that's a good exchange for Word Life. I was going to say, every time he's going in for those trades, he's losing those trades, but that was the one time where he was able to accept it, but now it's going a little bit back and forth, and right now, with the stamina that Zed has, he needs to be very careful of the body shots and how much he uses that stamina, because Terrence Crawford has defense for days.
He definitely does. He definitely does, but he's got to watch out for the cut. It's very clear that he's got a cut, I believe, over his left eye right now. Could be his right. I mean, there's a cut somewhere on this guy's face, right? So he's got to be careful and make sure that he's covering up well and not walking into strikes like that. That was a pretty good power right. Another uppercut attempt lands, but on the block. And here you go for the CompuBox score box. CompuBox? Yeah, that's what it is. CompuBox.
Yeah, CompuBox prediction scores, but right now we saw at the end of that round, we saw a lot of body punches
Hmm.
landing onto ZR, aka H, from the Knockout Kings. And right now, ZR 30-27. The one of the judges, not all three judges are going to score it, but 3 rounds to in favor of ZR against Warlife. What do you think goes into the mental prowess of looking at that copy box score, knowing that you need to pick up the pace?
Well, I mean, that's exactly what it is. If I'm on Word Life's side, I see that and I say, oh, okay, so I'm clearly not ahead. I need to start playing a little bit more defensively, or at least change up something, right? We haven't seen him change his footwork yet. We haven't seen him switch stances. Very nice body hook that he lands. And one of the things that you can do just to throw your opponent off is throw something that's like a little wild, something that's out of character, or even do this, right? Back up like he's doing now and just circle. Let your opponent punch and let your opponent try to find you. And once they do, and there you go, look at him. He's now starting to do that. Just start dancing around them. Don't always set your feet right in front of them if that's where you're getting hit. You know, start finding a different area to fight and make it so that they engage you when you want to. And that will change the fight.
Definitely. And right
Or
now,
could.
ZR, aka H, he's living up to his reputation from other leagues. He's new to the ESFL, but he has this pretty strong reputation in other undisputed leagues. So right now, the way he's punching, the way he's connecting, cutting up his opponent, landing that uppercut onto the chin of Warlife is working really well. It's just those body shots are gonna mount up as much as possible. With counter shots, that's a pretty good reversal of fortune for ZR.
Yeah, I would say so. Zedard has been performing spectacularly right now. His stamina is a little bit concerning, especially because it's the 4th round. But if he can kind of like relax and coast for the next 2, avoid getting hit in the body after missing and such, and continue to land his counter shots like that, he should be fine by the the last few rounds and be able to do stuff. But as of right now, 65%, and you're at 50% of the fight. At least he's not at 50%, right? And we can only wonder what the other corner's stamina looks like. So hopefully, you've done enough to wear down your opponent here. Now, one of the things I'd love to ask the chat is just because, like I said, I'm getting back into this, is stamina an issue right now, right? Like, is stamina an issue, or is it just like power punching? Is there enough of a kind of a way there? I'd be really curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, be sure to let the chat and Omni know what your thoughts are about this game as we're going into the midway point of this first fight here in the Undisputed. And we're like swinging for the fences, but not fully connecting. I feel like that last end of the round in round 4, where we saw we're like swinging for those power punches and then gets hit like that. Exactly when he swings for it, gets counter shot, gets hit up with 3 hits, and now he can't answer back because now the body shots, now everything is landing, especially on that right side of the cut for Terrence Crawford. Another
right
swing
there.
and a miss.
Yeah, but you see, this is where you need to start mixing it up, right? If your opponent is able to, like, they're already pre-backing up like that, then okay, body shot, start just throwing something. Throw a jab, wait a second, see what they do. Start throwing things to get reactions. Right now, they're literally, call me crazy, but it looks like a little bit of button mashing, right? Like, oh, you're in front of me, bum, bum, bum. No, man, like, you gotta, throw that jab, see what they do, and then react, like, or counter, be proactive. There's a lot that you can do here that's a little bit different, but you can tell by ZR burning his stamina like this that he's just looking to try and land something. And Word Life's allowing him to do so a lot, actually.
Well, consider in other previous times that we saw Word Life in the card, he's usually a stamina zombie. He will keep going forward, swinging for the fences as much as he can to get some type of damage. He keeps going forward no matter what obstacle he's going against. He's going to swing every single time, and we know that he's just trying to be a home run hitter. But for H, I think the main issue right now is, can you sustain the pressure? Can you sustain your mental ability to stay in this fight and get your shots, but also stay far away where you're not like leaning into Word Life's game?
Yeah, and so far, after this round, you'll kind of see that was we gotta talk about that. That was really sick. He hit him with a lead hook up top, lead uppercut to the body, lead hook up top, and all 3 landed. That was awesome. That was really good. And anyway, like after this round, you're gonna see what CompuBox thinks, and if you trust CompuBox, you're expecting to have some kind of reaction out of both of the fighters. But if ZR has been able to maintain his performance, it's going to result in Word Life saying, I need to do something critically and get like a knockdown or a knockout in order to get back into this. So we'll see if that's how he's fighting. Good power shot. 2 of them land flush.
Yeah, those 2 power shots, trying to go for a third one, not able to land successfully. But we're like going to the well way too many times. Gets landed with a counter shot from ZR, aka H. H going, landed with a jab. I feel like this is his move. He loves the rhythm that he's in. He loves this kind of pace where if you're going to keep going for body shots and swinging that crazy, might as well go for the hit. But now he can't stay too long into the phone move because he will get hit constantly. Warlight will not stop those punches. And now that body's blinking right now, Omni.
Yeah, and yeah, if somebody came over and was able to land 3 body hooks to you, that was an awesome power shot. Good uppercuts. Oh man, the countering in this game is really improved since the beta. Chat, you think so? What I'll say is this: if somebody's able to land 3 solid body hooks like that, I would be crumbling. That would suck so bad. So I mean, it makes a lot of sense that he would read, but unfortunately Word Life was not able to capitalize on that, or at least he didn't realize that he was doing that to him. Look at the head health now of ZR. That's intriguing. It's flashing red now. He could be in a little trouble here.
I mean, that's what's like in boxing, right? Every time you take a body shot, it may not do anything in the beginning, but they just mount up. They keep building brick by brick, just laying the foundation of possibly getting a body knockout. And then it leaves the head open where we saw the head kind of blinking a little bit. So right now, ZR, he's been really good so far, but the stamina is low, and now it could be danger zone for H going to the 7th round. And we saw that Warlife, he won that last round too.
Yeah, but fortunately, he's looking a little sluggish there. Look, I just started Muay Thai about 3 months ago. I looked like that after the first 10 minutes. So I can only imagine after you get to 7 rounds of getting punched in the face and punched in the body. And I'm telling you right now, that's not good when you see ZR is still in a loose stance mode. And now this could be like, how do I put it, like a predator finding their prey right now. He's able to really dance around him and just start throwing shots that he wants. But he still needs to be defensively careful, though. He got his head hit a few times there. Nice lead hook there, finishing off that combination from TC Bud.
Yeah, we'll have to see who could be the lion in the jungle to be the top dog in the center of the circle. And so far, Warlife, he is doing so much damage, and all that resources that H had in the beginning, they're all being depleted. Amir Khan, not really known for having long stamina, especially going to 6th round. And now he doesn't have loose movement. So now he could be even more of a sitting duck. So if he's in the corner, this could be damaging because now Warlife is still throwing those power punches. He doesn't have a motor that puts on the brakes. He keeps going 100 miles per hour, but gets hit 100 miles per hour with those body shots from H.
Nice. Look, again, he's hitting him in the body. And you know what? I'm really with it. At this point right now, you know that your stamina is a little bit lower, so you needed to make sure your opponents matched yours, and he did well on landing those hooks to the body and making sure that Amir Khan mimicked his own movement. Now, damage-wise, we know Terrence Crawford is cut, and it seems like he's been protecting it well enough. We haven't seen the ref step in, and they're both moving slow right off the gate. Not enough stamina regeneration there to get the fight moving differently. But obviously, Word Life at a disadvantage at this point, needs to make something big happen and not allow himself to get countered just like that.
Well, that was a good start that he had. ZR had a good shot against Terrence Crawford, but Word Life still moving forward, still working his way. And I think we see a little bit of a loose movement from Word Life, but Word Life's still charging forward, still biding by his patience. Zed still also a little bit taken aback. I think he's trying to go into the counter shot, but barely missed right with 2 minutes to go in the 8th round.
See, I'm curious, is fainting still a thing in this game? Right?
I mean,
like
it's boxing, it has to be, right?
Right. So like for me, I'm not seeing a single feint. Everything is just being let go. Right. So like what if you feint that hook up top and you crack them right in the body when they're leaning back? You know, like I haven't seen that. I don't know if the feinting in this game is there, like it is in like UFC. That was nice. That was a very nice counter shot. But that's
Clean
what I'm
body shot.
expecting. And another one.
And we'll have to see how he stays in it. But right now, we see H. He's still working the jab. He's still, backing up. He's still trying to pepper in shots, and he gets a nice counter uppercut, which will work really nicely against Warlife. But Warlife is still not stopping. 45 seconds left in the same round, but he's just swinging far away from his opponent, and it's just not working right there.
No, I mean, I say he needs to keep going, right? But that was just because he ended up landing, but he didn't have the stamina to do so. And that was a good power right coming from Terrence Crawford, Word Life there. And that's the thing. It seems like this game is like in like an alpha beta. It seems like there's still a little bit of work that needs to be done.
Oh, vicious right hook, landing, another uppercut, a right. Oh, but time just ended, saved by the bell. But that is what H needed. He was able to get the right shot. The stamina was perfect for what he needed. And now going to the 9th round, can H seal the deal with a knockout? Because Warlife is probably on his last legs right now, Omni.
Definitely. And now you know that his head is hurt. So we're in the 9th round and another one. And that's
he got it! It's our first temper of 2025 as H knocks down Warlife. Can Warlife get back up from the count? We hit the half part mark as he gets back out at the 5 count, and Warlife is back in this fight. But man, that has to be a huge confidence booster for H.
Yeah, good to be back, man. That was a good knockdown and really wake me up, man. That overhand right that he landed was so flush, and look at that. That's the point. You see, like, because you're just throwing, and it's something like that. You just
another one.
Hooks. Now
he gets another rock. The body shots will connect, and H knocks his opponent down for the 2nd time. He was able to get up at the 5 count. Can he get up once again? Warlife trying to stay in this fight, and exactly at the 5 count, he gets back up, and now he has to watch out for that 3 knockout roll because he has 113 to stay alive here, Omni.
Is that an effect in this? That's really interesting. So yeah, it's get on the bicycle, right? That's what they said in Fight Night Champion. Get on the bicycle, go away. You better start riding that bike and get away from your opponent, because the thing is where he's getting open and what's happening is that he's throwing the power hooks up top just to try to get something going for him, and he's getting countered. So right now, it would be best if he just keep it simple, start hitting him in the body, jab, straights. Don't throw nothing with power. You don't really have it yet, and just try to land. And look at that, another right overhand.
Left. A little bit 10. We'll see if H has another counter shot in his pocket. He has his opponent in the corner. He could get something of a shot, but he's able to leave it to the 10th and final round here. And so far, it has been the H show. The Knockout Kings is looking for his first knockout for his group, as it's 88-81 and 1 in the scorecards or the copy box prediction score. And right now, Warlife has to throw the kitchen sink if he wants to get back in this.
Yeah, and it looked like he was starting to turn things around there, coming around the 6th and the 7th, and I'd agreed. I would say I'd agree with that as well. But unfortunately, at the end of the 8th, he got rocked, and then immediately in the 9th, he got ZR. He took advantage, and we'll see now. Can he finish it out, or can Warlife pull something out of the hat? Maybe he can get that three knockdown rule to get a knockout. You know what I mean?
We've seen it before. We've seen crazier things happen. We saw someone who got up 6 times in a fight and still got knocked out in the 10th. Can we see Ace finally get the knockout? He gets a counter shot into a left hook, piecing up the body of Terrence Crawford, as Warlife still staying in the phone booth, saying the closest I can get, the closer I can land my power shots, but the distance might be too great to reach, as H is still playing with his food, working the body, let his opponent swing for the fences, as there's 120 left in the final round.
Yeah, here's another thing to ask: is stepping on your opponent's lead foot still a thing? Is that still possible in this game?
Very nice. Body shots are, as Amir Khan is landing some power shots, as Warlife pushing his opponent away, landing an uppercut, landing a body shot, not close, power shot, barely misses with the counter blow. That could have been it there.
Yeah, definitely could have been it. And it was the same setup that happened in the 9th that got him knocked down in the first place. But at this point, what do you got to lose? You better throw everything you got at your opponent. And he keeps landing.
Oh, but the body! 20 seconds, War Life, signs of life. Oh, but the counter shot back! And that one knocked him down for a timber! For the third time of the fight, War Life went for everything, but was not able to get it. Can he get back up? The bell is answered, and he will get back up. But what a statement from H.
That was really cool. That was a great exchange, and quite honestly, that I don't think there's any question about that. What a very good back and forth battle that was. Did they act? Oh, unanimous decision, but they didn't score the 10th round.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I never seen that before, where they just had no scorecards. I guess like that third knockout. Does that consider as a knockout?
No, it was a unanimous decision. All right. Anyway, like I don't think there's any question. Maybe the judges was like, we don't need to score this round. We already know who got it, and there you go. Yeah. Still, excellent showing there from Zedar, and Ward Life did a great job. He was to open up the show for us. Thank you very much. Unfortunate, but this kind of stuff happens. You don't win them all, but Zedar really did a great performance and almost walked out of there with a knockout, and was able to stay calm and composed under pressure when he was getting pressured. So great opening exhibition to this card, man. I enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I hope you guys enjoyed live on Twitch and on YouTube. This is our first Undisputed exhibition card, our first of 3 cards this month, in the month of January, to start out 2025 with a bang. And as you saw, 3 knockdowns from H. The rumors were proven to be true. He has been strong in other Undisputed leagues. Now he's bringing it to the ESFL, and possibly whenever we get our new season going, maybe he could be another guy that can contend with some harder challengers in the future. But we still have so many fights to go as we are getting ready for our second fight of the evening. It is going to be, I want to say, Lucky versus Abdul Aziz, as we're getting ready into the bantamweight division of our ESFL card. And it's Carl Frampton going against Sonny Edwards. As we take a look at the fight selection screen, and when we look at these two guys, both guys making their debut, but very new challenges that we usually don't see in the ESFL Undisputed scene.
So then, to that point, right, like, you have a lot to prove here. But when I look at both of their records, it looks like they're kind of like a 50-50, right? Like, I could win, I could lose kind of guys. So that really can hurt you, or that can help you, because that might mean that you're going to throw like something wild just to see if it lands, and that makes for exciting fights. So I'm looking forward to it, especially the Sonny Edwards pick. I'm pretty sure that guy streams as well, if I'm not mistaken. So if that is true, Sonny Edwards, you stream, make sure you come and watch the ESFL and participate with it, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is gonna be a good one.
Before sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but just to let you guys know, Lucky is going to be closed case, and then Abdul Aziz is double champ on your screen. So double champions is on the left side, that's Abdul Aziz, and Lucky is on the right side, aka closed case. So Lucky is using Sonny Edwards, and on your left, Carl Frampton is being used by Abdul Aziz, which is sure to be a fun fight. I don't know really much about these fighters, but when you're going to the WBC arena in Undisputed, it has a big fight feel. And if any indication of our first fight, hopefully we get to see a lot more knockouts in the earlier rounds, as both guys are going to go for the fences.
Yeah. Yeah, simply put, man. Simply put, let's get this underway.
Yeah, and here we go again. Our second fight of 11 fights, our co-main and main event, are still coming up again, as it's going to be Easy Work GG versus EK Warrior versus South versus Striking. That's going to be an amazing 2 fights to see in our co-main and main event. But right now, these guys are trying to put on the show in their first time in the ESFL Spotlight, which we both know that whenever there's someone new going to this fight, it's easy fighting like in your couch or on your seat, just playing regular ranked games. But when you're in ESFL, when there's a spotlight on you, it creates a whole different type of pressure here.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially if this is your debut matchup. My first debut matchup was against Suave Jamie, and I mean that was, and if you guys know the history of UFC, that was crazy. That was crazy. Needless to say, it didn't go well for me. But at the same time, you know, that pressure after you get through the first fight, it kind of becomes a little bit easier, right? Yeah, you know, you're putting on a show for people, but at the same time, again, you're just playing a video game. Just keep that in mind. And that was a really nice lead body uppercut counter that landed flush from Abdulaziz. I'm gonna call him Double Champ because like that's
all good. I'll be here to like make sure everyone knows so we're all on the same page. But that's absolutely like assume what you said. Like you went against Swap Jamie. I in my old head when I had to face against C Unit and it was Proof of Ground 3 to start off in the ESFL. It's always important to start out with a big, powerful punch to just at least feel comfortable in there. Because I remember when I first debuted, going in there, first 2 rounds, I felt great. And then I just slip up, make a mistake, and I get knocked out, and I lose a fight. So that's what you want to do in this debut. You want to have at least these couple last seconds, work the body, make sure you don't make a mistake, and just save a kill. Remember to breathe in these type of situations. I feel like both these guys with that first round know how to breathe and did like such an excellent job with their stamina, as we see 95 to possibly in a similar way, because I don't think both guys had like any crazy punches in that first fight.
Nah, not at all. But you make a good point about breathing, and if you don't have any jitters, whether or not you've been doing this for years or this is your first one, then I'm a little worried for you, because you should definitely have some kind of nerve. This is a pretty big stage for you to go and join, and if you are serious about gaming, then this is where you are. Right? Like this is where you show up. So, I mean, that's definitely something that hopefully they're taking deep breaths, man. I like Wim Hof method. That's me. And shout out to me in the chat if you know who that is and that breathing method. I love it, man. So maybe they're doing that. Shout out to me.
Shout out to me, but hopefully Lucky is trying to do his chance as he gets a knots counter, says counters for me in the box ring. And so far, as he's using this Sonny Edwards pick, liking what he's doing. Going in, just trickling in, just like dripping his punches, trying to go for a power shot with a right hook, not able to land as we are approaching the 130 mark of this second round. And up to Abdulaziz, he needs to answer back with a body shots, but those jabs are working nicely for Lucky on the right side.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job, and he's also keeping distance very well. And I like that he's double jabbed. Look at that. He's not really concerned with just trying to do damage. He's more concerned with just trying to land his shots. So I appreciate watching boxing like that. That was an awesome power hook that landed flush there from Lucky.
Yeah, and hopefully he can answer more and continue on the momentum that he has so far. That's a nice left hook landing for Lucky. Lucky doing such a nice job. And just like that, knowing where to go as he is landing, that is precision personified with 20 seconds left in the second round.
That was awesome. That was so cool.
With 10 seconds left. Can he continue on? But a good counter shot from Abdul. Abdul doing a nice job landing back, saying he's not going to pause away from the action, but so far, Lucky getting the highlight shot so far, and just that sidestep. The sidestep under into the body, into the left hook. I feel like that's been his money move so far in this fight.
Yeah, man, keep yourself off the center line, right? That's what they always say, and he's doing it very well. And whether it's in real life that you're doing that or you're doing it virtually, you can really kind of, especially if you actually train, like you could definitely take techniques that you learn in real life and apply it here. Is it going to be 1-on-1? No. You act different than an actual fighter will versus an actual fighter in the game. But at the same time, I mean, yeah, do it. Don't stand still in front of your opponent. I promise you, you'll do really well.
Definitely.
Do pretty well.
But also, it goes to the point. This is another question I want to ask you. When you know that sidestep is working and you see it land with succession, do you keep going to the well, or do you like tease it out a little bit more and go to like a different kind of game plan? Like, how far do you stick with that money shot?
I mean, so like in chess, I love to sacrifice my leftmost pawn and create an opening when my opponent castles that will line up my rook and my queen in a diagonal that cannot be stopped. And granted, I'm only like a 1100 emo. But at the same, I destroy people. But at the same time, you know, it's one of those things that if I do that, and I know that you're not going to react to it, I'm just going to do it in the middle of the chess match, right? So like, you know what I mean? So if you know your opponent's not changing it up and it works in other fights, it could probably work in this fight. So I wouldn't change it. If my opponent adjusts, then I got to adjust. So at this point, it's working. I'm going to keep with it.
Yeah, and we see Abdul Aziz did a nice job of adapting right there. He saw the side step, but was able to block, not really overly striking, because now he's working with the straights, he's working with the body, he sees his opponent moving back, and I feel like he's able to download some information. He knows that whenever he sees his opponent go to the ropes, he has a nice shot, but again, Lucky landing some great combinations as well as we approach the 42nd, and just like those little jabs, even when Abdul is trying to land those shots, he is missing because he's getting hit with those jabs so much in succession.
Yeah, and you see that, like, you want to maybe match that energy too. Your opponent's inside of loose footwork. Maybe you kind of stand your ground and you make him pay for walking into you, because he's using it rather aggressively to step in onto his opponent. And I mean, there could be openings there. You can counter, you can preemptively throw a strike so they walk into it. We saw that in the last fight with H and Zedard when he won. And there's a lot of different methods that you can utilize in order to keep your opponent from stepping into range, right? Like, if I'm able to step in range and get out without any kind of, return to sender, any kind of like wall there, then I'm just going to keep doing it, because I know, hey, float like a butterfly, sting like a bumblebee, keep popping you in the face and leave without any kind of punishment. CompuBox showing 2 rounds up to Lucky, and that makes sense to me.
Yeah, it does make sense. He's been able to piece out his distance, able to land the bite shots when you need to, and when he gets on a groove, he's impossible to stop. But now it's up to Abdul Aziz looking at that score box. What can he do better? What can he land? But with shots like that, the head held will go low, but he answers back. Both guys have some really good moments in the early start of this 4th round with 2 minutes to go, and so far, straights, jabs, everything working for Abdul, and good for Sonny, good for him for just staying back as much as possible.
Very nice. I mean, he's not intimidated. He might be now, but he's not intimidated prior. He now has his hands up, and he's starting to block his face a little bit more, so you can only assume that maybe, other than him just like, destroying his opponent there, but he might be getting hurt, virtually. He might be getting hurt there, so now he's starting to be a little bit more protective, not so freelance going through and just doing whatever he wants.
Yeah, and right now, what he's trying to do is he's trying to land that body shot and work into a straight, but it's not working. And that right hook, he used to have success with that in the earlier rounds, but now it's not working as much. He's able to get a nice counter shot, but I think Abdul Aziz, he's turning up the heat a little bit more. I like what he's doing in these past couple of sequences, because right now with the straight, he's landing and he's avoiding that right hook. That's been a money move for Lucky so far.
Right, and that's the point of adjusting. That was a great combination. 2 jabs land flush along with a power straight there, and now you got a duel, and he really needs to make an adjustment, because he just got popped up, and you saw when he's going back to his corner, he's hurt. He's hurt. His head health was in the red. You can see that a percentage of it is taken away, and come like the 5th or 6th round, and that keeps happening, he will get knocked down.
Yeah, and let's talk about what started that whole sequence in the last moments of that round. It was the straight from the left, and then he went towards the body. So when you usually get hit with the straight, you probably think like, oh, I'm going to counter that and at least try to get a shot of my own. But he leaves his body and his face wide open when he's trying to react. So I feel like the reactions from Abdul needs to be a little bit better in this 5th round as we reach the halfway mark. And that's a good shot. Good straight in. Don't wait for your opponent to start the action. Be the action. Make him react to everything. But again, those shots from Lucky have been working really well. But body shots able to counter. It's been back and forth.
Right, and maybe that's all you do, right? Maybe you just keep your hands up, let them hit your block. Don't always just try to swing, because like the way it is right now, it's like they're just trading. They're taking turns of who's going to punch who. So like, right now, here goes Lucky, he punches, and then, oh, you're here, I'm going to punch you. And then like, make it interesting. Don't always punch when your opponent thinks you're going to punch, and that will allow you to make openings. But it seems so far, this is that experience level. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Under 2 minutes in the 5th round, and we can look at Abdul's head health. It's already in the orange, so every little shot that he takes, he needs to be very, very careful. And you can see I'm circling around, trying to gauge the distance, trying to make sure his opponent is swinging, and then maybe trying to answer back. But so far, we saw 4 shots from Lucky that really wasn't answered back. He just stayed back and not really do you think this is like more of the patience? Like the further this round goes, he's trying to be a little bit more patient, trying to drain that stamina from Lucky?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's a strategy, right? Like, hey, I know that. Oh, I don't know who got the worst of that one, but both of them just landed excellent power shots, Kingsley.
Yeah, and with 47 seconds, this is where you could change the momentum. You could find your way to get some good shots, as Abdul is doing. He got 5 great shots, maybe 6, 7, but he needs to watch out for the trades. The trades are not going to be his best friend because he knows that head health can't withstand the trade. He's trying to go for a power straight, not able to answer back, and now that head health is taking the punishment for it as it's 15 seconds. Sunny trying to go for some, trying to work the body, but I feel like he's comfortable of taking it to the last round, trying to go for a power shot and able to land. Abdul is going to survive, and a little bit of a top there, Omni. I think this is getting a little bit personal here.
Yeah, or it could just be I'm trying to get into your head, right? Who was the best at doing it? Conor McGregor, you know, that pre-show just shenanigans, and even during the fight, putting his hands behind his back against Eddie Alvarez, you can really psych your opponent out just by showing, hey, I'm brash and I don't care what you're doing. I'm gonna make this work. But you can visually see it looking back and forth and who's wearing the damage more. And it's very clear that Abdul is taking a lot of punishment from Lucky right now.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of punishment, but there's also another aspect of like momentum or that kind of like mental warfare. We saw the side of Conor McGregor, but also Alex Pereira, he just walks in there, throws like a bow and arrow, and then you're automatically just like, all right, well, this guy is built different. When does he ever smile? Like, it's just that kind of intimidation is if you don't react to the mental warfare your opponent's doing all the taunts, maybe that gives you some momentum as well. So both guys can still be in it, but so far Lucky has been doing such a nice job with his combinations. Let's see what he does in the 6th round as we're in the bottom half of this fight right here.
Yeah, and at this point, you can get a feeling that Lucky is starting to get a lot more confident with throwing that jab freely. Now we're seeing Abdul is inside of a loose footwork as well. And that was a really good combination from Abdul. And another one, and if he can continue to do that and find that timing, he might be able to turn this around. Very good. Again, that's 4 combinations that Abdul has landed successfully in a row because he's caught Lucky walking into it. Very good.
Yeah, but right now he needs to not get overzealous. Lucky is doing such a nice job of like knowing that he can just step back, take that center of the ring. He sees an outside fighter. He can take that and just easily gauge the distance and land it straight against Abdul Aziz. Needs to find a way to find his access point. Because right now, I want to say it's the body, but Lando straight, it's not going to do much damage. It looks good, but I think with 130 left, I want to see a little bit more action from Abdul.
Say yes because you saw a CompuBox, right? But what he's doing right now, I'm kind of a fan of. Slowing go ahead, taunt me. I don't care. This is the thing. That's the point. And look at that. He did try to throw a power straight there as his opponent walked in, and he just got cracked like really hard. But like the point of it is, I don't care what you do. This is my fight. I'm gonna fight my fight. And if this is getting him the result of I'm gonna land when I throw, then absolutely keep walking backwards. It's a full ring for a reason. And if your opponent doesn't like it, then they need to start cutting it off and not chasing you. But as you see, Lucky's chasing, and that's why he keeps getting caught.
Yeah, it seems like he's just not cutting the ring. It seems like everywhere that Abdul wants to go, he's going. He has like full access of the ring, but he has full access to these hands as we are winding down the 6th round right here. And that was just a good landing shot. When he has his chances, he's able to land very successfully against the chin of his opponent. And right now the CompuBox prediction score for one of the judges is 59-55 in favor of Lucky in the Sunny Edwards pick. And again, you like his style, you like what Abdul Aziz is doing. Do you pay attention more to the CompuBox because he's landing, but does he want to fight more of his fight or change his game plan right now?
I mean, the thing is that just because like that, right? You didn't get the CompuBox, at least the visualization that it was working, but you were landing. And now, as you can see, he's trying to return back to it, but he's now pushing up again, and that's where he was getting caught. And so it looks like he abandoned that routine in the last round because he doesn't think it worked for him because CompuBox. But that's what that thinks. It could be other judges that thought that he landed more, and maybe that's what they went on. And so whatever's going to make me land and you not land, I want to do. And so that's where I would be if I'm Abdul right now. I also want to make sure that at this point, because Comfy Box is pretty accurate, I also want to put more power shots on you. I want to make something happen. I'm going to have to, because if I don't, I'm probably going to lose by decision.
Yeah, we'll have to see as another power shot lands for Lucky. We've seen before that Comfy Box could be a liar at times, but right now he knows that one judge is not going to be in his favor. But Abdul, every time it seems like he's moving forward, like he stays in that pocket and he just gets hit every single time. It seems like Lucky wants this kind of action because right now dips out, able to get back in with a nice right hook. It lands perfectly for Lucky, but now how much of his stamina is he using? How many of these strikes, these power shots that he's landing is working to a benefit to a cause? Because right now the head health is blinking as we go towards the end, and we're approaching the 8th round with a bit of a banger, but back and forth we go as Aziz gets a hit and also Lucky gets a hit to end that round.
That was good. That was really good. If you saw at the end there, that power hook that landed from Lucky caused Abdul's head health to go completely to 0. So if that had gone just a little bit longer, we might have seen a health state event go on.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what's the state of both of these opponents' mental. Again, these guys are making their debut, so they have to be pins on needles when it comes to situations like this. Because now you know the situation. You could be down. You could be continuing on your momentum. Who knows what's going to be happening? It has to be decided inside that ring between these two competitors. And right now the jabs are working so well for Lucky, able to open up his opponent, and you can see the red swelling of the face of Abdul Aziz.
Yeah, it's very clear, as I said before, who's really wearing the damage here, and right there it shows it. Oh, man.
Landing. Body shots trying to get close. Uppercut! And he goes down with another timber. The first one of this fight as Lucky finds the perfect shot he needs. And he will get back up at the 5 count. But Abdul Aziz, now you were down before. You're even down to the second place even further before. And now it's up to him. What can he do to enter back?
I mean, right now, stay alive and don't walk into your opponent's shots, and keep your hand up when it needs to be up and attack when you need them to be attacked. Look at this. Lucky doesn't even care at this point. He's not keeping his hands up. Now he is, but he's walking forward and he's just trying to, and he's going to probably taunt at this point. Or he actually doesn't have to do anything. So he's playing smart. That's the point. Oh, actually, he's out of stamina.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, he's able to land these punches. We'll have to see if he's really going to show that, because it's also a mind game, right? Like, you're not going to see your opponent's stamina, so they're seeing the same thing that we're seeing, so it's all a guessing game. Like, you have to dictate and play the mind games, like, pretend that you have stamina. Just keep peppering shots as much as you can as we're approaching the later seconds of this round. Try to go for a power right hook. Again, he knows he's been having success, but I would love to see if he could go for a side step, maybe answer back, because he hasn't done that in these middle rounds. Can he go back to again and finally get that second knockout blow?
Quite possibly, but the way that he was just walking looked almost exactly like Terrence Crawford did in the last fight. So I think that's that low stamina step. The entire time also, when we were seeing, he was in loose footwork for the majority of this fight.
Right.
So I think he might be gassed, at least the way his character model looked. I think he might be gassed, and if you are, that's really going to limit the power punches that you can throw. And if you throw one that's a little too short and you get countered, the fight could turn in the next 2 rounds is what I'm saying.
Absolutely. It could definitely turn, and especially with 62% stamina and you're going to these later rounds, you kind of want to be on the side. Even though your health and you got knocked down, you still have an opportunity. You have a chance. It's round, I want to say 7? It's 9. It's round 9. We move forward, but Lucky on the right corner, using Sunny Outwards, is landing. He is striking, and that head health is just permanently in the orange for Abdul Aziz. Aziz needs to find a way. He needs to be on his bicycle, but how many times can you be on a bicycle before you land a power punch like that? But again, the mind games, does it affect him? Will it show on his plays out? It seems like he's still moving forward. He's still staying in that pocket.
Yeah, I would say that he would benefit right now from, you can stay in the pocket, but you're throw. I mean, I don't know if you noticed, it seems like he's headhunting quite a bit. They both are a little bit. Now I like that. Go to the body and start mixing it up, especially with your opponent, and start throwing the power straight to the body. Throw a little bit of the jabs to the body. Wear him down even more.
And you know what's different? What we're seeing is that Abdulaziz, he's moving forward a lot more. He's not on his bicycle, but that could be a danger as he hits a pothole while riding his bicycle as he gets landed with a right hook from Lucky. Lucky able to pick his opportunities and use it to his benefit 100%. But for Aziz, he knows he can't be an outside fighter anymore. He needs to charge forward as much as possible and maybe take some of these shots that he hasn't used before.
Yeah, I mean, he might even benefit from going into loose footwork and allowing himself to step in and out of range quickly. He has the stamina to do so, and I don't know if he just doesn't realize, like right there, you just missed out on a counter opportunity. I don't know if he's picking I don't know if he's taking opportunities that are being presented to him accurately. Chat, do you guys think he's taking those opportunities? Very nice. I mean, that right there, that's a hell of a right hand. And a left one to follow. Very nice. Let's see if he can keep doing that.
He's doing it. It seems like they're going to go to the bell swinging, and that's what Lucky does as he's able to land another powerful shot. But right now, it's the 10th and final round. That eye looks swollen on the right side, barely able to see, but we'll have to see if Lucky can dictate the pace, because right now, it has been mostly a clean sweep, except that first round that was in favor of Aziz and one of the judges' scorecards. It seems like he needs to go for everything. Like, it doesn't even matter if it's a knockout or a knockdown. He needs to find a way to open up the body and maybe go for the head for Abdulaziz.
Yeah, if you want to, don't let this slip away when you see that you have a little bit more stamina. Does it matter in this game? I'm not so sure, especially when you're ahead and you just knock your opponent like that.
Another knockdown for Lucky. Could this be the one? Could it get knocked out? Oh, he kind of slipped up. He's not getting a full mark. It's already up to a 7. This could be our first knockdown. He gets up at 9, and there's plenty of time left in the 10th round. This is going to be very close. How much time does he have? 140, and that head health is blinking red. It is staying red. Just call him a vision of Carrie, because right now he has a Crimson Mask ready on his face for Abdulaziz.
That is a ridiculous reference. That is amazing. Wow. Yeah, call him.
Okay, are we going to talk about my commentary, or are we going to talk about the fight? Okay, because it's 105 left. It's 105 left, 1 minute to go in the 10th and final round. Body shot landing from Abdulaziz. He needs to do a little bit more. Goes for his side, gets a left hook for his shoulder. That landed had a good, nice sound to it, but Lucky being very patient, not going fully crazy. Trying to land a power shot right there as both guys swinging for the fences, not able to land. Good body shot once again, but 30 seconds left. He needs to do a lot more.
He definitely doesn't. And at this point now, he's swinging a lot toward the body here. And I don't think you peppered him up enough to really make anything happen, especially with this low amount of time left. But it clearly is affecting him. But look at him. He's countering back. He's doing what he can. He's just throwing. And okay, I stand corrected.
Oh, and he gets a chance. 2 seconds left. He will not able to answer, but he comes out swinging to the very last second. But your winner will be Lucky with the Sunday at Witchburg to win his ESFL debut.
That was a great fight. That was a good fight, Kingsley. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, a really great fight. And, the scorecards won't dictate it, but it was a different contrasted styles, right? You had one guy being very patient, taking the center of the ring, using his hooks, using his power shots, being very patient, while an outside fighter tried to be aggressive, but kind of was on his bike a little bit too much for your liking to imply more action. It'd be interesting to see the percentage of total strikes, but you have to assume that Lucky had probably the best percentage of these two fighters.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if for nothing else, his right hand should probably have a pretty high percentage because it kept landing whenever he wanted it to. That power right was money for him, and that's really what won him the fight here. Did a good job.
Yeah, did an amazing job. And again, we still have plenty of more fights to go. So if you love the action, please subscribe, follow, join our Discord if you want to be part of future ESFL, UFC, and Undisputed cards in the future. We are always looking for the next top tier talent, because this is where the best fight, and we love to see every single one of these fights, and we love commentating. It's been an honor doing it so far. I am your commentator, Kingsley, alongside me, Ruthless Omni, as we're getting ready for our next fight, which is going to be a little bit of a different weight class, as we are going to the tippity top and the heavyweights, as our next fight is ready to go. It's going to be Hensla versus Eagle MMA. And when we take a look at this fight selection lobby, James Douglas versus Tyson Fury, this is sure to be a bit of a banger here, Ruthless Omni.
James is Buster, right? That's Buster Douglas. And I don't know if they
assume so, but I know some boxing purists is gonna yell at me if I say no or yes. So I'm gonna leave it to the chat. Let us know.
Yeah, tell me if that's Buster Douglas or not, or if there's another heavyweight boxer that was with the last name Douglas. Anyway, this is a really cool and interesting fight to see. I've not played this game, like I said, in almost a year and a half, and nor have I even touched it within its actual like released on the official console. So it's really cool to see someone new other than like what I'm used to. And James Douglas, that's a fighter I've not seen fight yet. And if it is Buster Douglas, that's really cool. I mean, that's the guy that beat. It is? All right, cool. I'm right. I got confirmation. Nice.
So Buster we got confirmation back. Shout out to our production group in the back, but let me also fill in some little information. So Reverse S-Plex is going to be Eagle MMA. He is a UFC 5 roster member. He's one of late replacements to this card, but he wants to take Undisputed seriously. So this would be a good audition for him, along with another new talent that we have in Hensla. As he's making his debut, he is going by the gamer tag Naja, I want to say. He's on the left side using Buster Douglas, while Eagle MMA is using Tyson Fury on the right. So both guys come into Undisputed fairly new in the ESFL side, but looking to make their mark, just like we saw Lucky do in that last fight.
Is end no contest? I've never seen that before, and it shows a fourth thing. Anyway,
impossibly yes. I want
because I see 6 ends, so 6 no contest, 1 no contest. Anyway, back to this. With a name like Eagle MMA, and if he wants to take Undisputed seriously, perhaps we see him change that to Eagle Boxing. Love that. I don't know if that's a reference to Khabib and his camp or not. But honestly, I'm really excited. Let's see if he can take the former heavyweight champ, Tyson Fury, you know, the Gypsy King, and use him to his advantages, right? That range, that power.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he can use that range and power, because right now, getting counter shots, we know that Buster Douglas has known to create upsets before, and he's looking to make another one in the virtual ring right here, as Hensla doing a nice job with the Buster Douglas, able to get 2 counter shots as he wants. But Eagle MMA, if he wants to take it seriously, he needs to make sure that he's not getting hit with those counter shots very early. Closer to the 2-minute mark, as we see Eagle MMA trying to land the left hook, gets a little bit, gets like the skim of it, and working the body, but gets a nice power right shot for his troubles as he gets hit with the trade. And so far, I want to say Hensla, it seems like he's more prepared in this situation.
It's, you know, it's early to tell, but he's using the footwork well. I like that he's doing that side dip right there. It's very Tyson-esque. Ooh, yeah, that was nice.
Good body. Amazing body shot from Eagle MMA. But I go to the sense of, like, we saw the tools all be used, right? The side steps, the body shots, into the power counter shots. It seems like in the beginning of this fight, he knows what he can use, and he just did it right there. A nice side step into a body uppercut, landed very nicely against Eagle MMA. Well, Eagle MMA getting that loose footwork, using the distance, but using the jabs to open up his opponent, but not really getting the full connection as he needs compared to his opponent.
Yeah, and I'm sure that he's, you know, as he's just warming up right now, trying to figure out what the range is and where Buster is trying to throw, you know, where Hensla is trying to throw his shots, and as soon as he can finally figure that out, that would be really good for him. But as of now, you know, pretty even first round there.
Yeah, fairly even indeed, and we'll have to see how much of their adaptability is going to come into play, because right now you can have that good first round, you got a good second round, But once it gets into those later rounds, when you finally see your situation, what can you do? And a very mean cut on Tyson Fury. Buster Douglas opened up his opponent early, and it was only the first round. So that is a huge tell, especially in that quarter count, because you could have exited out and skipped that entirely, and he probably couldn't even see it. But now he sees the blood on the face of Tyson Fury, even though the clap man has cleared up pretty nicely. But the left side of Tyson Fury has to be very troubling.
Absolutely. He's definitely going to want to make sure he protects that from that rear hook. And that was an awesome rear hook to the body. You know, it's a good mix up right there. And he was able to land it flush. Now we're seeing the jabs come across there from Hensla over to Eagle MMA. And, you know, it's still a filling out process, it feels like, from Eagle MMA. But a very good jab lands from Eagle MMA over to Hensla. Ooh.
Yeah, and it seems like they're not making like mistakes, right? Like usually in the beginning prelims of Undisputed cards, we see a lot of fighters make mistakes. It seems like they're taking their time to make sure they find the right opportunity for these punches. Because the left hook into the body, perfect. That's what you need if you're Hensla and you're trying to go against the range of Tyson Fury. Just enter in and make him miss. Meanwhile, Eagle MMA getting nice shots using his range perfectly.
Yeah, he's doing well at the moment. Hensla right now is really just trying to, you know, get in there just like he was before. He landed earlier in this round 3 body shots, power body shots, and I know he wants to do that again and not get caught with 2 counter shots, a jab and a body street successful earlier from Eagle MMA.
Yeah. And this is also another question I had for you as we're approaching the 20-second mark of the second round. Do you want to start your fight with like body shots and keep doing it, or do you wait till like the middle rounds to land your body shots? Like what's your strategy when it comes to body shots?
Me personally, if I'm playing like UFC or when I was playing Undisputed, I'm gonna try to throw everywhere and see where I can land the most. If I notice that I'm landing up top more, then I might start throwing up. But if throwing up, but I might throw it into the head. But for the most part, you want to establish that body shots are coming, and you don't want to be one-dimensional. So the earlier, the better, I'd say.
Yeah, and we see Eagle MMA. You try to do that in that second round as we're in the third round right now. Again, Eagle MMA using Tyson Fury, Hensla using Buster Douglas. He was able to open up a cut of Tyson Fury on the left side, able to make his opponent miss. But those body shots are working, leading open up to the head, while the distance in range of Eagle MMA needs to come to effect as he's able to counter it. Look at that. That range led into a 3-piece combination into the body, and now he's feeling the rhythm. That is what perfectly he wanted to have.
Yeah, and he really got that range down well. And he landed 3 consecutive combinations. Again, he lands successfully against Hensla. So Eagle MMA is starting to really feel out. He's starting to feel where Hensla is landing his feet, and he's throwing at a really good time right now. Very nice rear uppercut. Rear hook to lead uppercut coming from Buster Douglas, Hensla.
Yeah, that was a good combination. He's looking for it again, and he's able to get it on the opposite side, but those body shots have been the foundation that we've been seeing so far for both competitors. But it seems like we know the game plan of Hensla. Get inside as much as you can, and then when it's your chance, just play a little bit outside. Try to go with that in and out game, probably be like a tennis match of where you're just hitting the ball defensively and trying to find a way to get your right opportunity. While Eagle MMA, he wants to play a little bit outside, but he needs to find that perfect range, and that wasn't it as he's getting hit with another hook again.
That was really nice. It was very well timed, and you saw him dip forward too afterwards to avoid any kind of counter shot. And again, I love that Tyson-like movement coming from Hensla. He's really using that sidestep well. I don't know how much of the stamina drain that does though to a heavyweight fighter. Good counter jab coming from Eagle MMA to end the round.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it does a lot, but we know that Buster Douglas is probably not going to have the same tank as Tyson Fury. But the way he's been fighting, it's been very successful, and we'll see it in the Comedy Box prediction score. Tyson Fury with a distance in range game. Eagle MMA is up 2 rounds to 1. Are you surprised about that little scorecard that we saw?
You know, it's sometimes appearances. You know, we're seeing a lot of the power shots coming from Hensla, and he's doing okay with it. But you saw a lot more counter shots coming from from Eagle MMA, which is what you really want to see from a Tyson Fury player. You want to use that range and hit your opponent when they are just at the end of your punches.
Yeah, it's like you
Right.
want to get them into a dance, right? You want to have that perfect
Nice.
dancing range where you're able to use the full impact of your powerful punches. Because I feel like too inside, he misses his opponent. If it goes way outside, he leaves himself open where he's just draining a lot of his stamina. Because right now, those body shots from Hensa are paying dividends. It may not look it onto the face, but like he has a cut. He's able to land on the left side. Hensa's doing so well for what his game plan is. And he's getting the counter shots too.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well right now, and I would say that it's fairly even very nice power straight land successfully from Hensla to Eagle MMA. So I would say right now that it does feel a little bit more even than what CompuBox showed. But then again, right, like somebody had to win the rounds. So it makes sense as to what we're seeing. We see a cut early on Eagle MMA, but I'm pretty sure there might even be a cut on Hensla. We'll have to see when he gets to the corner. But
yeah, that'll be very telling if he does with 30 seconds left to go. But if he does have a cut, that is not going to be helpful at any case. I'm surprised that we're not seeing more of like the left shots from Douglas. I love the body shots, but I would love to see him do a little bit more on that left side because that's where the damage point is going to be. He was able to land a nice right hook for his troubles in the earlier part of the round, but going to the 5th round and the halfway mark, I want to see him do a little bit more with the stamina that he has. And as you said, you were right. He has that cut, but it's on the left side. So I think it might be on the bridge of the nose. I don't know if you can really tell right there.
It might be just blood splatter from Tyson. It could be the bridge, but it's a little tough to tell. No, it's just splatter. He's literally just covered in his opponent's blood. I think that's all you want to be covered in when you're bloody in a fight, right? Like don't let it be yours. So he's doing pretty well. And to your point, he would benefit if he was able to attack that eye a little bit more. Very nice jab and straight to the body there from Hensla. And what I would think Tyson would benefit from is doing just more of that, right? Like I'm just out of range and I'm going to jab you, hit you to the body and come back up top. Mix up your combinations. And again, look at that. Very nice counter.
Yeah, his answer backs punches have been very nice so far in this early part of the 5th round right here. And I just want to see if Hensla can be a little bit more proactive. Like if you know what punches you're going to land, just don't think like, oh, maybe I'll just land a 3rd one and get hit up, because you will land to results like that if you just be too careless with your punches.
And again, the counter,
again,
see?
another.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
It works perfectly. It works what he wants to do. And it's just that little motion, like right there, that's where he needs to be. He just missed a little bit, but that's the perfect range for him to get at his opponent.
It seems like it's about 2 steps away from Buster Douglas, and instead of just a 1, right? Like it or more like a step and a half. And that's where if he was just a little closer like that, he could counter. He could have countered the power street before, which would have been a little bit more deadly. But Eagle MMA now, it does seem like he's doing a really good job at avoiding these. First of all, avoiding damage to the cut, and second of all, countering well where he can. Very nice counter jab there. That was definitely a little bit of a ghost jab, but it landed.
I was gonna say with 20 seconds left, we saw 2 shots. I don't want to say he panicked, but he went for 2 powerful shots and they just missed. As both guys are trading into the pocket, Eagle MMA, for what I said in the 1st round, he's adapted very nicely to his game plan in these later couple of rounds. This has been such a great class. Even though he has that cut, the distance, the range he's had, that step and a half that you said, Omni, I feel like he's now fitting into his game plan. And with this round, I feel like that might dignify that he might go for more power punches later.
And if you have the stamina, go for it, right? I think that if I'm not mistaken, at least from one of Cryoxis's last videos, power punching still seems to be something that needs to be a little bit worked on. So I'm not sure how you even do that. I'm not a developer, but at this point, I just understand laws of like stamina. So if I have the stamina later on, and you don't, I want to hit you as hard as I can. Then it's really hard for you to retaliate. Very nice power straight, as we talked about, power coming from Hensla, and you did good there.
Yeah, with 2 minutes remaining into this round right now, in the next round, we're going to see the Comedy Box prediction cards, which we know that one judge had it in favor of Eagle MMA, but with the strikes that we're seeing from Hensla, we know that one judge could have it a very different way. It could be different kind of rounds that we're seeing so far. But Hensla, taking more of the center of the ring, wants to get a little bit more closer, trying to land that body shot, but able to get countered by Eagle MMA.
It was a very, very nice counter lead hook to a straight coming from Eagle MMA. And again, almost landing flush there, but that one does. Another counter straight land successfully from Eagle MMA.
Yeah, and even more swelling coming onto the head of Buster Douglas, as he needs to be very careful. And
I like it.
I don't want to see the movement, because if you're doing the movement like so far back, are you just worried about the distance? Because right now you're missing a lot, and that power shot just rocked the bells of Buster Douglas. Hensla is very precautious, has 20 seconds left. He doesn't want to risk a knockdown, but he's going too close to the well, and that well is fighting back as Eagle MMA could smell blood in the water with 7 seconds left. Will he try to go for a shot? It seems like he's comfortable just staying in this mode as he takes a very convincing round away from Hensla.
That was such a nasty counter right hook coming from Eagle MMA. It was really, really bad. And look at that. But they, you know, it kind of makes sense at this point. And I guess the same question back to you, right? Like, you see this, do you change your game plan? Like, I don't know.
For me, I know that there's only one judge that's scoring that. Like, I feel like confidently, I can say second round might be up for grabs, third round it's up for grabs, but you definitely need to change something up. Like, what you've been doing has not been working well. Power shots like that, that's why I don't like to see. He got him on the ropes, which is nice, but get a little body shot. Just jab. Just find a way to open up that block gauge to make it go lower, then go for the power shots. Just to open up there and go for a power shot and say, screw it. Let's just see if it lands. I feel like Hensla is just relying too much on that strategy, and it's not working out, while Eagle MMA is playing like a full boxing game plan.
I like that you put that. So another point to be made, right? You see, very nice counter jab there. You see how Hensla, he goes forward like this, and look at that space that is generated between the two of them. And you'll see it again. And that what's happening is Eagle MMA is planting his feet, and then when he thinks that Hensla is going to throw, because Hensla is planting a lot, which makes sense, he then backs up, which is causing Hensla to miss, just as you saw there. So if I'm Hensla, I'm just going to keep my block up, and I don't want you to be able to move. So I'm just going to stay right as close to you as possible. And when you strike, I want to strike with you.
Yeah, and that also plays into another key aspect that we don't usually see in UFC, but you see in Undisputed. It's the footwork. The footwork is so paramount in the game of boxing, where you need to be like aware of your surroundings. You need to be aware of the ropes. You need to be aware of the corner. You need to be aware of how to cut off the ring against your opponent. And what Hensla, he was able to do a little bit of that, but as soon as you said it, when Eagle MMA sees that he's about to throw, he's able to get out there. What would you do to try to keep him towards the ropes, in the corner, to make sure you're moving alongside with him? Do you just like not try to punch him, or do you just keep on going along with his movement?
I got two big gloves, right, that can really protect me from going forward, right? So like I want you to punch that. I want you to punch those big gloves that I have, and I'm going to do my very best to see what shots you're throwing, get a pattern together, and see what openings exist. And then I want to throw the right shot during those openings. Not necessarily just, oh, you're in range, throw. You don't need to do that. You need to establish where you're going to throw. You need to establish what you're going to throw. Slow down, and as you put plainly before in the last fight, take a deep breath. It's very simple. You're just playing a game.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes when you go into that mental aspect, and you've been going through these long rounds, these long arduous moments, you sometimes like lose that. In fact, when you don't, like, usually take that corner break to like consideration. Usually you just hit the A button. It's like, all right, go next. I'm automatically gonna go straight into the fight. But when you're in these situations, it's very key to take those moments to like take a breather. But right now, I like what Eagle MMA is doing, because he lands a nice counter shot, able to step back, hits that fadeaway jab, and right now it just seems been his whole fight game plan so far.
Yeah, I mean, and at the end of the last round, he switched stances. So now, you know, your opposite stances, that means that the person that has their lead leg to the outside is going to win in the punch exchanges. And I don't know if they know that, but that's like a common like rule of thumb. Does it always mean that? No, but it means that for the most part. And like that, like right there, he was able to punch from the distance that was generated from there. And I think it's just frustrating. If I was Hensler, I'd be very frustrated at this point because my opponent is not where I want him to be, but that was a really good right hand. And if he could figure out why he landed that, maybe he can replicate the success.
And we see Hensler, he's going for loose movement as 5 seconds are about to dissipate for this round right here, but able to land 2 shots, but took way too many shots for my liking, especially with the counters, along with that side step. When he had his opponent on the ropes, it just landed nice, clean, straight from Eagle MMA. I want to see if Hensler, as we get more into these later rounds, and you can see that cut is, it's open up, but you can barely see it in the blood. I just want to see him do a little bit more on the inside. Just damn it all, work the jabs, work the body uppercuts if he can, because it seems like if it keeps on going this pace, Eagle MMA is going to have his pick of the litter of what punches he wants to use, what distance he wants to be in. It just seems like he has the game on lock.
He's doing a really good job at executing his game plan, and he's protected the cut that was opened up in the first round very well. He's playing, he's boxing well. He's boxing well, he's jabbing, he's countering, just like that, and he's throwing great combinations and they're landing. And now he's taunting his opponent, just very Tyson Fury-esque, and you know, he's just gonna dance around him, and as he should, because he can.
He can and he will, because right now, with the shots and body upcuts like that from Hensler, you're kind of making it easy for him, because like right there, he's looking like Tyson Fury, a little bit of Muhammad Ali, just like floating everywhere he wants to go. And when he's in the inside, this is where I'm saying shot! Oh my God! Hensler with the uppercut, the amazing precision knocks down Tyson Fury, and Eagle MMA needs to wake up right now. He's able to get up with a 5 count on his docket, but that changed everything. Hensler is still in this fight. He might be down on the scorecards, but now he has momentum on his side right now, Omni.
Yeah, and I mean, if you trust CompuBox and he got hit with the uppercut again. You trust the CompuBox, right? And you're at Eagle MMA, then you need to stop letting your opponent hit you.
But the answer back! The run back! Saying if I'm going to the canvas, you're taking a nap too. As Eagle MMA able to answer back with a knockdown of his own. And Hensler will get back up, but all that momentum that Hensler had just goes down the drain as it's an even kill again.
Wow. He is cut on his nose. Buster Douglas is cut. And with that being said, now you just lost your advantage, right? Like, and that's so defeating. It's so defeating when you just got that knockdown and you could have won the round and you could have had, you know, like a 10-8 rounds that could have helped you potentially if there were other judges that were scoring it in your favor. But now it's a 9-9, or it could even be back to a 9-10, right? You both just guaranteed lost a point. And look at that. Now we're back to a 9-10, and you lost your advantage. You had it.
It went from a 10-8 round in favor of him to a 9-10 in favor of his opponent. That is a 3-point swing if I ever saw one. You see a little bit of taunting from Eagle MMA saying like, all right, you got me that one time, but now I'm going to put it on you in the final 10th round in possibly our contender of fight tonight, as both guys are going for the gusto, going for that finishing shot as a nice combination, a counter from Eagle MMA lands.
Yeah, and right now, Hensler needs to protect himself because his head health was just flashing red. And if he gets hit by probably like 2 more power shots, that was disgusting. That was such an excellent lead body hook counter that lands successfully from Eagle MMA. He's really doing a very good job with adjusting and coming to the boxing scene. He's doing very well. Oh my God.
And he's inviting the contact from Hensler, right? He's inviting all this action just to counter it and just get those punishing shots as well. Because now he's moving forward, going for the side up, gets a punch, but now no more loose movement for Buster Douglas. Hensler on his last legs with 1:05 left in the 10th and final round. He was able to get a knockdown last round, able to land a power shot there, but not able to connect fully. Power shots landing from Eagle MMA as he's approaching forward.
Yeah, and we're getting down to the wire here. The last 30 seconds about to be upon us. And as I look at this, Eagle MMA is really having fun out there at this point. He's playing well. He doesn't have those jitters.
Oh!
He does his opponent.
Night goes Hensler. The second knockdown for Eagle MMA. Can this be our first knockout of the ESFL card on 2025? It will not be, but man, oh man, that was a punishing shot from Eagle MMA.
And now there's probably what, like 10 seconds? Not even.
Not even. But congratulations to our winner. I'm not gonna make any decisions. He got a little bit. He had like a little bit of a pause.
What language
but
is
the
that?
right
Is that
decision.
German?
Yeah, I think so. But Eagle MMA, congratulations on the Tyson Fury win. He wanted to take Undisputed seriously. I feel like that was very taken seriously with a win like that.
Yeah, the power shots that he was throwing were ridiculous, and the counters that he was doing were excellent. He was able to protect himself after he got cut. He didn't let the cut do anything for the fight. He's like, yeah, you know what, I'm bleeding, but whatever. And he protected himself very well, whereas that could have turned really bad and went south quickly had he not defended himself well. He used the footwork efficiently. As you see here, he was able to maintain his stamina. He kept the damage minimal. Awesome showing and a very expertise usage of Tyson Fury. And
yeah, we'll have to see if what he's done could be enough to maybe get a nice chance in the Undisputed season that we might have in the ESFL later, because again, so far we've seen a lot of debutants and we'll see vets also making their ways. We still have Easy Work GG versus EK Warrior in our main event. The co-main is versus Sal versus Striken, who is a new up-and-comer going against someone who's been in the Undisputed terms, who has been in the ESFL spotlight for many times before. So a lot of people, even though this is an exhibition card, our first of 3 in this month of January in the new year of 2025, this could be a big telling point of where everyone is with the game, with many stuff later to come out. I mean, we still haven't seen Jake Paul yet. We still haven't seen other fighters. We saw the new Aquarium Marina, but there could be many other unknowns that we have yet to see on this fight card so far.
yeah, I mean, that Aquarium, I would pay tickets to go to the Sphere, and I would definitely go to an underwater aquarium boxing match. That, I don't care who's fighting at that point. They could be bums on the street. That'd actually be pretty entertaining.
Like you just see a dolphin do like a cartwheel or just like do like a backflip.
I don't doubt that they could.
I mean, that'd be sick. I would love it. I'll pay like $5 to see that show. That'd be amazing. Put some bums in the ring. It'd be amazing.
Bums in the ring. Let bums fight.
let the fight. I'm here for the Penguins and Dolphins. Damn it, give me a show. But so far, what has been a show has been this Undisputed card that we have here. Our first one of the ESFL 2025 season so far. We still have an official season coming up soon to be announced. But if you ever want to get that later information, be sure to join our Discord, join our YouTube, subscribe, and also follow in our Twitch so you can subscribe and see all the latest news and get all the archives of the ESFL season as we are getting ready for our next fight, which is sure to be a good one as we're going to our 4th fight. It's going to be Elkin Muir going against pound for pound Nap, making this ESFL debut, which is interesting that we're seeing on our far selection screen Josh Taylor, but not the other one. I think we're in the... They're in the fire selection screen. We confirmed it with our guy in the back. But Terrence Crawford versus Josh Taylor in the lightweight division. This should be a very good fight, as we saw in Terrence Crawford in the second fight.
Yeah, as long as he's able to utilize the switch stances and actually, this is just for everybody, right? Like, utilize the perks. Well, if you play a video game, right? Like I like Tekken 8. When I use Law, I slide a lot, and I will sneakily use that, right? Because I understand that that's the advantage of the character that I am using. And the same goes to fighting games as well. If you understand that they have some sort of advantage or perk that could allow them to get ahead, then use it. So as long as you can do that, you can make the 40-0, 31, like you can make Terrence Crawford a beast. If you switch stances, jab, use those power when necessary. It can be a great boxer as well and just pick up anybody like Prioxis would or EK Warrior. These are the things that you want to think about. So we're underway.
Yeah, absolutely. As we get ready again for everyone who has just put their predictions in, pound for pound Nap is on the left side using Terrence Crawford in the red corner. In the blue corner, you have Josh Taylor being used by Elkin Muir, who is by the Gamertag Tony. So if you guys have any questions about that, there you go. But again, into the heat of our Undisputed card, our first one of the exhibition season, the first of 3. So far, we've seen so many great counter shots, so many good knockdowns, but not a knockout yet. Do you feel like this potential fight, we know we have someone from the UFC 5 Xbox rider go against someone who's making their debut. Could we possibly see our knockout in our first fight right here?
Well, somebody making their debut, right? But in other leagues, they have an 80% win rate, which is insane. I mean, like, you're making a debut, but it's just, I wouldn't say it's like the guy that just got destroyed by our flyweight champion UFC, but you're definitely coming here with some prowess, right? You have a very good win rate, and not only that, but your experience could lead you to getting into like top of the next season. So this might be your debut, but you've been here before. You just got to remember that. Remember that when you lost the 20% of the time, it was for some reason, and don't do those reasons. Don't do those things.
Just have a simple whiteboard. It's like, don't do that thing and make sure you get a win. But we've seen before, like in the first fight of our card, we saw H, who had a high reputation, who did really well, who was making his debut, had a lot of success against someone who was a proven vet in Word Life in the Undisputed card. Can pound for pound Nap do the same thing? We'll have to find out, as he's landed some good shots, as he's using Terrence Crawford really nicely as we get to the end of the first round. But it's going to be up to Elkin Muir. Can he find his way to stay even killed? To know that even though there's a guy trying to make a name off of his name, can he put on a performance in loose movement against someone who's using Terrence Crawford?
Well, this is not Elkin Muir's debut for the Undisputed Boxing as well? I know he's in UFC.
I want to say no, but someone will have to check out the archives. But with a shot like that, we see a little bit of a, I want to say a cut, or that could be his goatee. I could be wrong, but Terrence Crawford able to land a nice, clean counter shot against Elkin Muir. He needs to find a way to land body shots. Oh, but a power shot coming out from Nap, but not really executing the way he wanted.
No, but very nice counter jab there that landed from Elkin Muir. I'm still, every Terrence Crawford that we've seen so far, it's only been 2. They've not used a switch stance. I want to see it. Very nice straight to a lead hook. You know, that's all I got to say about it. But so far, this has been a good round.
Yeah, good round so far with 1:30 left in the second round. And a little bit of a ghost body punch right there, but Elkin Muir can take what he can, because right now the power shots are landing. It will lead open as they both trade, but you have to see that Elkin Muir had the better of that trade. As we see Nap trying to move a little bit forward, has his opponent towards the ropes a little bit, but I feel like these phone booth trades are going to the favor of Elkin Muir so far.
Yeah, and Chad, you can let me know. I'm pretty sure Josh Taylor is a counter fighter. I'm pretty sure his parts are aligned to that. So this makes a lot of sense to me as to why he's fighting in this way, and the successes that he's had so far are because he's landing good counter shots. But make no mistake, pound for pound, Nap, he's doing pretty good so far. Very nice counter shot again.
Yeah, Nap is doing good, but he needs to be careful of those counter jabs. He will get hit as much as possible. But right now, we see Nap. He's pushing the pace. He's pushing the pressure. Ooh. And a little bit of a taunt. I don't know if we want to start taunting right now, because last time we saw Eagle MMA taunt, he got knocked the hell out. And he kind of stopped a little bit, but doing it this early in loose movement, I mean, there's still plenty of fight to go.
Yeah, well, before we put the screen selection live, I'm pretty sure Elkin Muir was customizing his taunts. Really wanted to make sure he picked the right ones.
No. He had a whole game plan.
He got a game plan for taunting. He's going to be dancing. And if he does really well, I'm expecting to see all 4 of the D-pad taunts to come out. You know, now, this could be a spectacular performance.
But here's the thing. Does Nap know? Does Nap know that he has, like, he went into the fire selection screen saying the taunt? Because right now, he's put some body shots all together, and that is scoring points in the judges' scorecards. Like, what he's doing right now, this is a true boxer, but counter shots like that will kind of disrupt his momentum.
Yeah, and the counter shots, as you can see, the only ones that are landing are coming from Elkin New York. And again, another taunt, which would be hilarious if he just got cracked there. But another taunt landed, another taunt landed successfully. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. But another shot landed. Oh, a taunt from his. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I like it.
Battle of the taunts that we have here is we love to see it in the third round, but so far, even though they're doing what right hook, left hook, no blocking at all. That would help you out a lot for that.
Yeah, I mean that would suck if. Look,
that would suck if I got hit with that and I just did nothing. You're just gonna take there and just said, "Get up and fight for yourself."
Yeah, absolutely. I've been in Muay Thai. Like I said, I started doing that, and I got accidentally kicked right in the ass, and it hurt. So I mean, I don't want to get punched in the face twice and with no protection. Yeah, that's just truth.
I feel like they would have gave you head guards, right? Like they gave you head guards to make sure you don't get like desecrated in there, right?
Well, no, I don't spar. But the point is that like you got pads, and I had like this one big pad on my leg, and the person kicked around the pad because I wasn't holding it right, and then sitting down kind of hurt, and like stuff like that. Anyway, that's a little personal. The point being, I would not want to be punched in the face twice unanswered without any kind of protection. And
well, that's what I was going to say.
That is interesting.
That is very interesting. They love the counter shots that are coming from Elkin Muir. While Nap needs to get on his horse and make sure that he's doing a better job of landing against his opponent. But what I was going to say to that is that you just don't want to stand there and take those hits because you're going to be sore on the later on coming rounds. Because so far, he's winning 3 rounds, but that could just be one judge's scorecard. You need to make sure that you keep that consistently happening where you're not leaving yourself open.
Yeah. What I would also like to see, like a little bit more of that, right? It seems like pound for pound Nap feels like they have to constantly walk forward and are fighting Elkin Muir where he wants him to. Like Elkin Muir is making just like that. Just a comment. He's making openings because of his footwork. So if that's the case, step in, step out, stand still. Dance around and literally do just like a circular movement in front of yourself, but don't actually push into them to see how do they respond. You know what I mean?
You hit the nail on the head because I was just going to that because that sequence where he had his opponent on the ropes in the corner, Nap did. We saw Elkin Muir find his way out of it and just able to flip the reversal position against his opponent. And I feel like that's very key for what he's been doing because they land shots like that. When he has his opponent, like right here, when he has him in the corner, this is where Nap should execute and be a little bit aggressive. But when Elkin Muir just does a nice job to flip it around, that's where he's getting his openings and that's where he's getting those counter shots.
Yeah, I think one of the bigger issues, if I'm not mistaken, was mentioned by chat before, was hit detection. And I'm wondering is if I'm blocking my head, right, and someone swings at my body, does it hit the block still? Because I'm wondering if that's the reason why we're not seeing people like right there. I would throw it to the body, right? Like my opponent's moving away from me. That means that they're moving a lot. I want to lower down their stamina, but it could be because of that. Let us know, chat. Maybe that's why people are headhunting.
We'll have to find out, but like right now, this has been the story of the fight. Nap has his opponent in the corner, but just flip it around every single time. And then that's when Elkin Muir does his most damage. Because in the center of the ring, I feel like Nap has the better shots, but it's just the movement, the footwork for Elkin Muir is just putting the biggest advantage that he has so far in this fight.
Yeah, another question that I have, does the heart monitor matter anymore? Is that actually a thing like it was advertised it would be? Or is it just there for sure?
I feel like the adrenaline, like you get like better punches. Like when we were talking about the random power modifier that we saw in the patch, maybe that's the point. When you have like the right amount of adrenaline and you get that right perfect punch, then maybe that leads to a knockout that we've seen before. That could possibly be the case. I don't know that for sure, but with 140 left into this 5th round, the halfway mark, Nap needs to do a little bit more to get his opponent into his level, into his playground where he's able to land. Because right now, these hooks from Elkin Muir are landing and they're working really well.
Okay.
So apparently, what we got from the bag is that adrenaline is a real thing, but the heart rate isn't. So I think that's the case. But so far, it seems like both guys staying at an even kill with 40 seconds left to go. Nap is still trying to go forward, but needs to be very careful because those power shots will land from Elkin Muir.
Nice jab to the body there. See, I like that. I like that a lot. I'm a big fan of that. And another one lands successfully. Those were two successful body hooks that landed from pound for pound. And because of that, he was able to go up top and land a power shot successfully, a power hook right to the head. This is why early and often start throwing to the body and mixing it up, because your opponent will think, oh, they're going to throw to the body again. And then you punch them right in the face. And they're thinking of their grandmother, and they don't know why. They're in the middle of a fight. Don't do that. Don't think of your grandma when you're not the grandma while you're fighting. That's really the bad. That's a bad time.
Well, it could be a source of motivation, right? Like you're doing this for your grandmother. You're doing it for a better opportunity to get into the ESFL season, to get into better places in your life. So maybe a little bit of motivation like that is not a bad thing. But for Nap right now, keep it to the center ring. Let's see if he goes for more body punches when he has his opponent like in this situation right here. Walk him down a little bit more. You see Taylor, but just I want a body shot. If he's gonna escape, use that body shot, because he used it twice and it landed perfectly as he wanted.
Yeah, and as we go along, when we get higher up into this card, especially in the main event, I want you guys to like take note of the footwork. What you're seeing here is that they're like about like this. There's a perfect distance to be from your opponent, and I do think, even though you have an 80% win rate, I'd be impressed to see how often. Like that. See, that's the kind of thing, is that you gotta find the right place to strike, because both of them just missed. And that's, as you put earlier, is a big part of this game, is footwork. So once you learn like the perfect spots to be, and you learn how to follow your opponent at a great distance, that, oh, you just swung, well, now I can take a step in and hit you back. That's really going to change the way that you play, and that's going to set you apart and make you highly ranked if you can do it well. I mean, that's just what it is.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what it is with 35 seconds left in the 6th round. It's another body shot landing from Elkin Muir, doing a nice job. And, the loose footwork that he's implementing has been paying so many dividends for what he wanted. And now it just seems like he's not even going for that. It's just all body work, making his opponent come to him. And Nap, for what he's doing, he's getting the strays, but a body shot like that, I think it was a power one at it as most.
Nice.
He's going to need to do a lot more work if he wants to get back in these scorecards.
Yeah, and that was
we even heard the corner say, "What are you doing?" I think that was a 6th round, so we're going to get the cover much. But the fact the corner said, "What are you doing?" is crazy to me. So even the corner man is not happy about how this fight's going.
Yeah, it could go better, I feel, but I'm not seeing a really like a. It doesn't feel like there's any sort of switch up within the striking. And again, I'll mention it, and we saw it in the last fight, but we're not seeing it often. And I don't know if it has anything to do with just the way things work online or what meta is, but like switching stances, it really can open up a world of opportunities. Right now, you guys are in opposite stances, meaning that if whomever steps to the outside, they're going to get an advantage, as you saw with counter shots. Very nice fleet power. But if you switch your stance, you make gaps, you make openings that allow you to do more, and it all depends on how you're boxing. It changes the way your opponent can fight, and that's why it's important to utilize all of those. And I wish that we were seeing that from pound for pound now.
Yeah, he's trying to land those hooks as he gets close to his opponent, but I feel like he was working well with the body shots. I feel like he was landing that very nicely, and he's just taking the opportune moment to land it, because right now the body shots are landing crisply by Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor, Elkin Muir doing such a nice, swell job of playing this outside style of boxing and being very patient. This is something that could prove to be a lot of damage as that power hook lands, as he lands again, but now it's back and forth. But Elkin Muir doing such a nice job in this round with 50 seconds left.
I couldn't say it better myself. He really is doing what a Josh Taylor fighter should do, which is, I'm going to look for counter shots, and I'm going to step into the outside and try to make you miss and make you pay. And it does look like Terrence Crawford's stamina is low. I think that those body shots have finally paid dividends, And that's crazy because it is the 7th round. I could be wrong, though. We'll see what happens when he drops his hands. We'll see if that's that stamina walk, low stam walk.
And with 5 seconds approaching to the order to end of this round, we're going to be in the 8th round. It has to be something for pound nap where you select a defensive fighter, but the more defensive fighter is on the opposite side. Like, you're being out-defensed by your opponent. The footwork, the movement, the body shots, the distance and range has been all in favor of El Muir, and that has to be troubling. Like, how do you even go against a game plan like that if you're, like, been a clean sweep in the scorecard so far?
I don't know, man, but you got to change something because you're getting beat up right now. And I'm not so sure if this is we're even gonna experience a knockdown. And I say that, but then we've seen all knockdowns happen within the 8th to the 10th round in this card. But it doesn't really need to be there because at this point, it's a point game. El Muir is really doing well at making his opponent miss and making him pay. And as to your point before, Nab probably would benefit from going to the body again, but just like that, he misses.
Yeah, but he was going for the home run shot, right? He was going for the left hook. He sees his opponent taunting, and he gets hit again after a taunt. It seems like he's just trying to throw something out there to see if it'll just stick to the wall and it will land some damage on his opponent. Well, he had a good game plan in the beginning, but I feel like the scorecards really changed his mental aspect of this whole fight, right? Because it's not even the body shots that he's throwing. He's getting hit to the body, and he gets knocked down by El Muir. And you saw it leading up the whole time, as now pound for pound Nap needs to get off the campus and wake up from the slumber.
At 7, oh, that's a late get up. To your point, and to the commentator's curse of what I said before, I didn't think we were going to see a knockdown. That right there, what El Muir is doing, I think as we get up in the higher within this exhibition, what I'm noticing is that he recognized, okay, you have low stamina, I'm going to go to your body. And he does it again, and I think we're going to see that go on for the rest of this fight, which could lead to a knockout.
Yeah, and you can see pound for pound, he's just blocking everywhere, but missing every single one of his opponent's decisions, because Nab, I want to say now he has to worry about the body shots, but at the end of this round and like the hit detection of it, he's just not getting any favors as he's just getting pieced up from head to toe so far.
Yeah, 100% he is. And there's a lot that can be said about this. You do really good in other leagues. You come to ESFL knowing this is like the UFC of gaming within this community for the Undisputed Boxing and for UFC. And you get really nervous. And maybe that's what we're seeing here. Maybe we're seeing what we would call ring rust or something around those lines, or just pre-fight jitters, adrenaline rushing, whatever. And maybe that's why he's not fighting to the top caliber that he's been advertised to.
Well, could be. Well, you know, it could also be a detriment when you see 80% plus win rate, right? Like, you're so used to winning. You're not used to being through hard times like this, especially when there's someone at similar levels as you. When you go to the ESFL, now you're facing the top of the top. All the people that you see on the leaderboards, you're probably facing them in the ESFL. So for El Muir, he's used to this mental ability. He's used to this type of action. He customized his songs because he knows, like, I want to be as comfortable as possible. I want to get used to my type of rhythm. I feel like for Nap, he's moving in and he's getting hit into his body. It just seems like the nerves, the shakiness when he realized things are not going his way and he doesn't know how to react to it.
I couldn't say it better myself. There was game plans that you could have executed, and I think you stuck to one the entire fight. And as a result, it led to you getting knocked down, and it's leading to the result you're seeing now. You got to be versatile. You need to be able to switch up to what your opponent is doing in order to execute and in order to win fights.
Yeah, and you just see, like, Terrence Crawford, he had his opponent on the ropes like 3 times. Not a single punch was thrown because he was worried about the counter shot from El Muir. That says something, like, right there. And he goes for a sidestep and does nothing. And I feel like he's just in his head way too much that he's not keeping it simplified. Is it easier to change your game plan or just keep it simplified for what you need to do when you're in a situation like this?
I don't even know at this point because if I'm already in the mindset that like my way is best, the whatever way I'm doing right now, then how hard is it going to be for me to change my mind? You have to have that ability to change your mind. You say I need to do something different than the normal pattern that I'm used to doing. What got me here may not be what gets me to the next level, and if you're not willing to recognize that, then you're going to stay where you are. Not to say that that is the case for this person. I don't want to rag on pound for pound Nap, but point being is that there are many opportunities that were available within this fight to change it up, and it seems as though the entire fight he has circled around the center and has kept his hands up trying to land big power shots that are not working, and he's getting countered by Josh Taylor numerous times.
Oh,
right there
that
commentary
was
curse.
the perfect shot. He was doing so well, but we saw Nap trying to put his opponent to sleep. And oh my goodness, I feel like he saw the right punch. He saw that punch land. He tried to swing as much, but he wasn't thinking about needing to be as close because the footwork was still there for Josh Taylor and Elkin Muir. Even though he taunted, he still needs to be on his P's and Q's. It's the final round, but again, shots like that, he knows he has a pretty handle, but that one shot out of nowhere could be the end of it. It could shut your lights out entirely. So for Nap, what does he do to complement what he just did a moment ago?
Run away. Don't risk anything. I mean, why? You already know that you likely won. That's a really good power straight. And you could totally give that up just by a flash knockout, right? Like, if you're not careful enough in this game, just keep shot. I mean, we might see a taunt off now.
And yeah, and I'm like, there's some people who like to taunt in this situation, but like, if I'm a losing fighter and you're taunting, I feel like you mentally checked out. That's just in my opinion, but like,
yeah,
you could do so much better. You could just like land a punch, keep showing that you can fight, not that you're just gonna check out with 30 seconds left to go and you're just gonna dissipate. I feel like if this is ever an audition for the ESFL season, you don't want to show a performance like that while your opponent's just silent on you, as it would go to the ending seconds of the round. And pretty much, Elkin Muir, congratulations on your win. He got a little bit scared in that last couple of rounds as he got rocked, but a clean sweep in the judges' scorecards. A perfect 100 from the judges to 89 in the score.
Yeah, and you know what? Welcome, pound for pound Nap, to the big time. Look forward to seeing you again. Highly recommend switching your stances, and great win to Elkin Muir. He executed a game plan, 62% accuracy, 76 in the third. That's amazing. 62% striking accuracy is impressive, and that is all I'll say about that wonderful fight, gentlemen.
Yeah, if we had a performance of the night, Elkin Muir, the way he was playing against his opponent, footwork, the way he was on the ropes and able to flip
He'd be in contention for sure.
He'd be in contention for sure. And the body shots, along with his striking, he sure got a little bit careless in a couple of rounds where he taunted, but he was able to adapt. He was able to work through it and able to get that stuff. And hopefully for Nap, I hope he learns from this, and I hope he comes back with a better way, because I would love to see him like do really well with that Terrence Crawford pick. I feel like he had the right ingredients, it just in the final product it wasn't there to snap. So hopefully we get to see him in the future, maybe in the future exhibition card, no doubt. But let's get ready for our next fight, as this one is also another great one, as it's going to be Double J TRNR going against the Knockout Kings, Allman, making his ESFL debut in the welterweight division. George Davey going against the ESFL meta back in the day, Sugar Ray Robinson.
This is a bold pick to pick George Davey against Sugar Ray Robinson. If I'm not mistaken, George Davey is like one of the lowest ranked fighters you can pick in this weight class. Chat, let me know if anyone else has been added that makes that different. And the confidence that okay, he's not doing that.
Oh, I was like, it would have been cool. It would have been a big brain move to do that, and like he would have had all the style points. But Terrence Crawford versus Sugar Ray Robinson, just to give a little bit of context, as you were saying, if he would have gone with that, Double J TRNR fought in the exhibition in late 2024. So he's been recently around the block. He has several wins in other undisputed leagues, and he's been a ranked contender. So he is no joke to the game of undisputed. Well, the Knockout Kings Allman, he's making his debut. He is the camp leader. He is the leader of the Knockout Kings, and he's ranked the 125, the top 125 on the PS5 ranked leaderboard. So this is heavy competition that we have at the midpoint of our undisputed card.
Yeah, this is what I expect to see is footwork expertise, a lot of switch stances, and excellent timing. Now, we are underway, both of them just starting slow with jabs, and it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. And let's set down the stage here. Terrence Crawford is being used by Double J TRNR on the left side, and on the right side is the Allman from the Knockout Kings. On the right side uses Sugar Ray Robinson. Already a counter shot going from Double J. Double J doing a nice job playing differently with the Terrence Crawford, looking for his opportunities and playing a little bit more of the outside.
And I think that's excellent, right? Sugar Ray Robinson can play, you can play Sugar Ray Robinson anywhere. So use your advantages as Terrence Crawford and do what you know Terrence can do. I like the filling out process we're seeing. Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. Make sure you know how to breathe in that ring. Make sure you're not overly exerting yourself with the stamina, because right now, usually in previous fights, it'd be a stamina bout. Now, you have stamina for days if you're Sugar Ray Robinson. While Terrence Crawford, when he gets to those late rounds, it might be a little bit more difficult. So you have to pick and choose your battles and your opponents in those trades. But with 1 minute to go, we saw the body shot almost connected, but good sidestep so far, as the footwork has very much come into play in these early on moments.
Very nice power straight there, but it's countered back with a power jab. Very even round.
30 seconds left. Oh, a good two-piece onto the face of Sugar Ray Robinson, as Double J doing a very nice job against his opponent, working that jab. And that's the patience, right? Just do one or two jabs, just gauge where his opponent is, see where he's going to defend first, but needs to watch out for the power shots in the body.
Yeah, and I will say this game looks really nice on the PlayStation, and now I think I'm going to buy it for the PlayStation.
Wow, they sold you just like that?
Yeah, well, I like the way it looks. I like the graphics, man. That was pretty good. And I know we're watching at a little bit of a different rate, but I can tell just by looking at it, it flows well. Anyway,
wait, hold on. Before you say anything, take that Xbox. I see you in the chat. All you people who play Xbox, you just heard it from Omni. He's a PS5 guy. Haha.
I had both. I actually sold my Xbox. So I mean, I sold it. Well, I sold it because I have a PC and I can play anything on Xbox on PC.
Okay.
So, I mean,
it seems like we're having a little bit of an issue. Hopefully, we can come back. And unfortunately, we have unfortunate DC. Usually, we don't like to see it, but this is what happens when you fight live situations. So unfortunately, I think that DC was on Double J TRNR. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see what was sure to be like a very interesting fight. I know both guys were very hyped to see that contest, so unfortunately that wasn't able to happen. So
we are gonna have them restart, it seems.
Yeah, we have news that we're gonna have them restart, but right now, in the meantime, let's just talk about what we've seen so far in this fight card. This is the ESFL. We're gonna go back to the fight card as we take a look at it. Again, we still have our main event and co-main event still raring to go in the later parts of the hours of this fight card. Versus Cell versus Striking in the co-main event, that will be 12 rounds. And our main event, Easy Work GG versus EK Warrior in the main event as well. As we take a whole synopsis of this fight card, and we still have the co-main and main event ready to go. What have you seen so far that surprised you or like taking you aback in this fight card so far?
It seems like whoever is winning the fight, you can tell early that they're going to win the whole fight. There hasn't been any fight that's been close. And I think that's what I'm looking forward to seeing, is more of like a higher competition and competitive bout. But with that being said, and that is absolutely no knock on the fights that we've seen, I just think that's more of like that's a skill thing. I think that what we're watching right now, and hopefully this next fight, and as we get up higher, we see more of a competitive nature of it, is that people are just they're game for this, and they're really coming in ready to go. They practiced. They spent 5 hours. They made sure that they had good amount of caffeine. Maybe they bought themselves a pre-workout, did some push-ups, and they're good. I mean, I think we're back and up again now, right?
Yeah, we're definitely back. We are
Nice.
we're running that fight back to make sure everything is going good, because this is a fight that we all want to see. Terrence Crawford versus Sugar Ray Robinson, Double J TRNR versus Almond from the Knockout Kings, the camp leader of the Knockout Kings. It seemed like they have a different kind of strategy. We saw JJ, he used his like very nice movement to set up some of the shots that he had, while Almond, he was playing a little bit more closer to his opponent. He was able to land some of the stuff, and from the counter shots that we see, I'm very interested to see if they change up their game plans after getting like a little bit of a taste of what their opponent might do.
This bout is scheduled.
Yeah, that's it. One thing about a disconnect is it may not always be the worst thing, because now you are like, okay, so that's what you're doing. So your filling out process happened in like this fight that doesn't count. So now maybe they go in and their guns blazing. But we're seeing a little bit more action now. Jab, cross coming from both of them. So good start. Good start. Looks the same as last time.
Absolutely. And again, we are live on Twitch and on YouTube. ESFL is live in 2025 with our first exhibition card of the Undisputed season. First of 3 that we have here. I am your commentator, Kingsley. Alongside me, that you hear in the other side of the booth, is Ruthless Omni, here to give you all the action and calls that you need as we are approaching to the 2-minute mark of the first round. And you know what? Not as many strikes have been landed. More of a distance game that we've seen so far. So maybe a little bit of a change of what we've been seeing so far in this fight.
Yeah, both of them traded lead hooks to the head, and a very nice power hook coming from Terrence Crawford to Sugar Ray Robinson earlier there. And another lead hook lands successfully there from TC Bud.
Yeah,
Nice body uppercut.
Yeah, it was a nice uppercut, but he missed out on the left hook, which would have been a nice combination if he had there, but the sidestepping, the moving back, knowing what your opponent's going to do with 1 minute left, that's going to be very key. And there's all 3 of them striking in succession for Almond. Almond doing a nice job with his precision striking.
There's a reason why Sugar Ray Robinson is probably one of the highest picked characters. I'd love if we can get stats on that. I wonder if Undisputed can get us for us. Of like who the top picks are, but I guarantee the Sugar Ray Robinson's one of them. It's the stats and the way he fought in real life is phenomenal, and those combinations are quick and furious, and absolutely that was ridiculous what he just landed there.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if he can continue on that momentum as he's doing the later part of rounds, and Double J is just getting hit with some vicious combinations as he has to reset his mental and go into the second round. But so far, the Knockout Kings are 1-0 on this fight card. We have 4 other fighters fighting. So if Almond can continue on this streak of the Knockout Kings, this will be sure to be a big one, especially with the Undisputed season later to be announced. But for Double J, what does he need to do coming out of the second round, in your opinion?
I think he took a little bit of counter shots, but it's so early, right? Just don't let that continue to happen. Like, don't let that happen.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I'd like to see him, keep his hands up a little bit more. I think that the reason he's getting caught is because as soon as he feels that his opponent's in range, whether or not Almond is or not, he's striking, and because of that, he's getting countered.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if he can continue on finding his openings, because right now, Double J, he's getting the jabs in. He's working a little bit on the outside. But right now, the counter shots are palpable from Almond. Almond doing such a great job of going inside out, floating where he needs to be. And like whenever he sees a jab, he's not using his block ace to like deflect it. He's actually being outside the range of where he needs to be. And he's landing nicely with the straight as well.
Yeah, another thing to make note of is that the counter shots that we saw earlier there from Almond went to the body. And that is exactly what you are going to want to do in a situation like this, right? Drain the stamina. And the counter shots, I'm pretty sure, when they go to the body, are something spectacular. A nice counter hook there up top from Bud, TC Crawford. That was good.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Double J can continue on the double jabs, do everything he could possibly can to answer back, because right now he is executing very nicely with his striking. But right now, what will we see from Allman? Allman needs to answer back, and he does with 5 seconds to go. He tried to go for another power shot, able to land the third one, as we will go into the, I want to say third round, fourth round, if I'm not mistaken. The numbers are very small, but so far, good rounds, both executing like moments for both guys in that round.
Yeah, we're going into the third. Is JJTRNR's name is JJ Turner?
It could be. Someone could let me know in the back if I'm just saying it wrong now.
Yeah,
I'm just screwing his name. I apologize in advance if I do.
Right, I just refused. Yeah, it took me a second. Anyway, to your point, we're now going to the third round. There was a lot of good shots and exchanges that just happened. I think with JJ, I'll go with JJ. I think JJ needs to kind of wake up a little bit and try to get some successes. You know, just land a little combination to the body and step out without taking damage like that. Like he just got hit.
We definitely got confirmation that it's JJ Turner that's used in Terrence conference. So JJ Turner, not JJTNR, just JJ Turner. So we got that clarification. Thank you, chat. We appreciate you as you're watching this amazing fight as long as we are as well. But right now, Allman playing a little bit more of the distance game, trying to find his dance partner and find the right counter, maybe towards the body as he gets another one. 4 of them landing with 130 left in the third round right here on me.
Yeah, that was pretty solid. So I play Marvel Rivals, which I really hope everyone should play this game. It's so good.
If you're a Jet the Shark player, you're dead to me. I'm just letting you know.
No. I play like tanks and support and Wolverine and DPS. But point being is that like if I'm playing as Wolverine or even anyone else, I want to be positive and like if I kill somebody, I don't want to die, right? So same principle comes here because if I go 1-1, then I'm worthless. If I hit you, I don't want you to be able to trade back because then mathematically we're even. So I want to be able to hit you, you miss, and then I'm ahead. Same thing goes in Marvel Rivals, just with I want to get multiple kills before dying. Not that I won't die, just don't want to die right away. So
yeah, with 10 seconds left, with the principal going in as we see a nice counter jab. Oh, but answer back from Allman. Allman doing a nice job to at least not get that trade in or get most of the trade as much as he can. But this is like, I totally agree with that principle because it's a principle throughout all games. You can implement it where you want to take as much as you can without giving as much. And as you see, Allman is just taking all the rounds in one of Judge's CompuBucks prediction scorecards with 30 to 27. So it's all up to JJ Turner. What can he do? That's a good start, but what can he do more to just get into the favor of the Judge's scorecards? So far into the body. That's what his first answer was. But again, a counter with a 1-2 to the face towards the body with the third shot. As both guys taking more of the center, not really backing up as much as we saw before in the other previous rounds. But for Allman, it seems like he's comfortable of taking the center and making his opponent dance around, but he can't dance around like that after taking a couple shots.
Yeah, you know, one thing I haven't seen yet come from this, and chat, you can explain if there's something like wrong within this game, is I'm not seeing a lunge step forward into the opponent and then a lunge step back. I haven't seen that strategy be utilized yet, and I wonder if in this fight that would be a good one from JJ Turner to use, or even Allman. I mean, either one of them. It's a pretty interesting strategy that we see it in UFC, and I'm wondering why I haven't seen it here yet.
Yeah, and you know, it could be different strategies. It could be different gameplays. Like maybe one strategy that we've seen before is not going to be the strategy of these two opponents. As a right vicious hook into the phone booth, JJ is able to execute it profoundly as he gets it again to the body. The body set up the rock, the health situation, trying to go for it. He's staying close. He's working on that body, trying to keep the health event continuing as much as possible. JJ, with 20 seconds, has his opponent's body hurt very badly.
So he was stepping, and then this is something I would.
He did it again.
Again, he is starting to get a really good read of his opponent's strikes, and I think that round goes to JJ Turner easily. But what I just saw there, and I'd love for chat to commentate on this, the rock that you like, he was just circling away from the lead leg and was circling into the rear, but it was like he wasn't getting hit. Is that normal, or is that just that hit detection issue that we were just talking about earlier? Let us know. That's really, I'm really curious about that. That health event got me a little confused. I thought he was going to go down essentially. He was getting thrown out a lot.
We've seen it happen before. It could be like a flash knockdown. It could be a rock situation. But with that, with the way he was playing, we don't know the stamina of Terrence Crawford. So it could be at the tail end of it. But what he did in that rock situation, I feel like is very paramount what he did. Instead of going like crazy and trying to throw all these strikes, he kept in closer. He was creeping, working the body shots to keep that health event as long as happening as possible. And that worked to the detriment of Allman. So Allman right now needs to be very cautious of how he's working to his body and not leave himself out to open.
Ooh, that was good. It's jab to lead hook combination lands flush from Allman.
Under 2 minutes of the 5th round for both of these competitors. JJ got the big moment into the rock in the last round. Meanwhile, the Sugar Ray Robinson and TKK Allman trying to find his way back in, trying to answer back to another big moment. Nice work in the jab. Needs to work the body a little bit more, but still in the loose footwork as both guys trade into the pocket. Back maneuvers happening, but JJ still content of staying in that center ring because he knows he's going to get double the counters into the face of Allman.
Oh, that was excellent. That was a power jab and a power lead hook that landed flush with those counters. And what I'm noticing now is the body work is getting started from Allman, and I think it's about time, right? You're talking about half the fight is going on. You got rocked to the body earlier, and you know what? If you can't beat them, join them, and I like that idea. Ooh, a rear power hook lands flush from JJ Turner.
Well, this is also another thing, right? With 20 seconds left, we're going to the 6th round. I know there was a perk on Terrence Crawford where his stamina, or there's like a massive decrease in his stamina or his health when it goes to the later round. So he needs to be very careful of how he plays with his stamina and his striking, because you can see him backing up, trying to reset himself, knowing that he got the big moments. But right now, the swelling of Sugar Ray Robinson, he knows he needs to put the pedal to the metal if he wants to get more rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going into the 6th round here. After this, we'll see the midway point CompuBox, the second out of the 3rd one that you'll see in these 10-round fights. And I wonder if we're going to see a change from what we saw before, and if the fight has changed into the favor of JJ Turner, or if he only won the 5th with that rock. Oh, that was disgusting. Well,
he's not going to win rounds like that.
No, not at all. He won't.
It's just so tough when you see that 3-hit combination. You're like, I just need to get out of it. I need to get out of it. And you just stay there trying to overthink things. And right now, JJ, for all the good work he's done, it could just be dissipated just like that in a Thanos snap, because he's getting hooks and a good clean body shot. He needs to continue on doing that, especially against the loose movement of a Sugar Ray Robinson with 150 left to go.
The carry reference, the Thanos reference, you're on fire tonight, man.
Hey, we got them all. We got them all. I'm the Mario Ronaldo of the ESFL. I'll take it. I'll kill Mama. I'll put Mama Mia and all that stuff. But right now, in this contest, we see Allman. We see his strategy. It's the body into the hook he wants. Meanwhile, JJ working on the outside, trying to find his way to avoid those counters, because I feel like the counters are going against him every single time, apart from that 2-hit combination he had.
Yeah, and I'm really curious, right? And oh my God, I'm not curious about that. If I'm JJ, I don't want that to happen again. I actually think that may have even busted Terrence Crawford's nose. That was a very strong straight. What I'm curious about is to see these top content creators for Undisputed. I want them to discuss a little bit more about this footwork if they haven't already. And if you guys know of any videos, ESFL with that set, oh wow, that was just a wild swing that landed nowhere. Footwork is one of the most pivotal things, and especially in this matchup, we're seeing it happen so well coming from Allman's side. And I know he got rocked prior, but he's able to, even in the pocket, use footwork to make Crawford miss. And I'm really curious and if that gets covered or not enough, because I've mentioned it so many times tonight. And if I'm correct,
you go. CompuBox prediction score 58-56, still in favor of Allman, but the 2 middle rounds, 4 and 5 for one judge, was able to be the biggest difference. And I think it was because of that one health situation, but the powerful combinations from JJ was able to get those 2 rounds.
My goodness.
And we'll have to see what can Allman do to continue on keeping the lead in one of the judges' scorecards in the company about the prediction score. Because strikes like that, I feel like those beginning shots give him such a big edge, because it doesn't seem like that's JJ's MMO to just go straight and get those powerful shots. He works late into the round, digs his heels in. It just does the dirty work to get his opponent guessing and thinking towards the end of the round.
Yeah, and I mean, that's all you want is your opponent to guess what you're going to do and have them guessing correctly. It's in chess, it's in so many different things in life.
And that's a vicious hit, a vicious rock, a hell of a bit for JJ. He gets the second run. He needs to creep on a little bit close. That blockade is low, but he's not able to creep up forward as he goes for multiple power shots, not able to get the full connection in. But again, he's won rounds when he does stuff like that with 1 round, but he can't take trades like that as he gets another one. Oh, man, answering back with another vicious shot.
Yeah, definitely go to the body, and as he just did right there, that was an excellent counter that led to another rock, and that's disgusting. I would never want to be punched so cleanly in the face like that, with a 1-2 like that, which was spectacular. And a nice counter uppercut. 1 landed, 2 missed, coming from Allman. This is still highly competitive, but the rocks have only come from JJ's side. So you could imagine that even with the power shots landing from Allman, you know, the right timing one seemed to be coming from JJ Turner, and that might have just won him the round.
It could be, and this could be very cautious. It could be down to 1 round, or he's still down maybe 3 rounds or 2 rounds. Who knows how it's going? But we're in the 8th round, so there's only a finite amount of time in this fight. JJ, again, using the Terrence Crawford pick, taking the center of the ring, but a little bit on the outside, while TK Allman doing his nice job with the Sugar Ray Robinson, still keeping the lead, but needs to go a little bit more forward as both guys landing towards the body. I feel like JJ wants to sucker him in. He wants to go for the lunge into maybe a left or a right. He knows he had success with those shots before, but now what can Sugar Ray Robinson do? What can Allman do to enter back?
Yeah, Allman, I think Allman's doing really well right now. Like, just like that, as I just said, I mean, he's doing really well right now. 2 jabs land flush right away. He's using Sugar Ray Robinson very well. He's throwing the jabs. He's working the body well. I just think that Terrence Crawford is landing the cleaner power strikes off of counters, which is what's led to the rocks. But I would say that even in this situation, I wouldn't try to over adjust just because I got rocks, because combinations like that are coming because of the game plan I am employing. So I would say that just keep the course, keep the sails straight, you know, follow the wind, and try not to go way too off course or overextend yourself, which will lead to another rock.
Right. It's like you're saying, the judges may not be in your favor, but the win may be in your sails, because right now he's riding the ship with the combinations. He's able to land towards the body. He's able to get those little intricate moments where he's taking down the stamina of JJ. He's taking the movement away, but powerful shots like that, if you stay too close to the sun, you will get burned. As 10 seconds are left in the 8th round right here, as he's trying to get closer, but gets hit with a double jab. JJ with a right hook, landing at the final moments of the 8th round as he's able to answer back. And now this could be a toss-up. The 9th round is coming up, but there's also 2 more rounds. If he's even, this could be anybody's fight.
Exactly, and I think it is really close. I would give the edge a little bit, maybe by that 1 round to Allman at this point. But this is one of those close fights that it really could go anywhere. It could be anybody's game, so long as JJ can capitalize on counters just like that, land something, get away, don't let your opponent hit you again. You know, try to keep up in the numbers, right? Like, I want to hit you, and I don't want you hitting me, just like that. Make them miss, make them pay. Then JJ can really take away this round, and then it's even more of a closer fight. But, of course, Allman is somebody that can keep up with him, man. I mean, Sugar Ray Robinson's got great footwork.
Great footwork and a lot of stamina. As we're approaching the 2-minute mark of the 9th round, we saw that JJ was able to get 2 rocks, 2 health situations in different kind of rounds. Can he do it again? Because Allman is looking to keep up the distance. He's able to land towards the body. He's able to land towards the head. The movement away from Terrence Crawford punches as he switches his stance. That was a key point that you wanted from other fighters to do with the Terrence Crawford. Finally. But not able to get enough just yet. But what do you say to the switch stance of Terrence Crawford as he's trying to execute his game plan?
I mean, at 28 rounds out of the total rounds that were played with Terrence Crawford, somebody finally switches stance. That's awesome. That's the goal, right? Like, he switches stances so that he can get different looks, give different looks, and get different looks from his opponent. If I switch my stance and notice that, oh, maybe you switch your stance as well, and that's not your normal stance, then potentially that would be the best thing to do, right? Like, there's a lot of different things.
Oh, I thought Terrence Crawford was going to go to the body with his power shot a moment ago, but the fact that Allman did it knows that he's in the right mental state to fight against his opponent. And now the power, I don't know if I like that. And I saw Allman try to capitalize on that opponent, but with 5 seconds left, this is the final round coming up. And the CompuBox prediction scores will tell us a lot of how they think this fight is going. If you were the judges, would you have it tied up in the 10th and final round?
That's a good question. I'd love to ask the chat. I wonder if that's the case. And it's so close, like I was saying, 1 round. So this could end in a draw. I look at this, and remember, this is only that one judge. Whoever gets a knockdown wins, right? So I would try to go for a knockdown. Or if on the other side, whoever does, right? Like, that's the point.
Here we go. This is the 10th and final round of a fight that was DC'd, but we had to run it back because we knew how even and how great it was going to be. What will they give us in this final round as Allman starts the action with a nice powerful shot with a nice jab and just straight in the face of Terrence Crawford, while JJ, using Terrence Crawford, still trying to go for the power punches, trying to find his opening. He's able to get it. He's able to land another counter blow as we see the loose footwork going on to Allman.
Nice. Made a miss. Another miss.
You can cut the tension with a knife. 1:30 left, halfway mark of the 10th and final round. Both guys don't want to commit a mistake. Nice hook from Terrence Crawford. JJ getting a nice execution, but a nice 1-2. Come back from Allman. Very even kill. We know that JJ needs to get this round to make it into a draw or get a split decision. 1 minute left for Allman to seal the deal. Gets hit with a nice 1-2. Trying to move forward, but not able to get the full striking.
Nice jab straight. The jab to the body. I really like what Allman's doing here. He's not throwing caution to the wind. I think he trusts the CompuBox. He just landed a really nice power right hand, power hook. I really like what he's doing. And as we wind down the last 20 seconds here, you know, someone's got to go for something.
Will they go for some? 10 seconds left. He slips away, tries to go into the pocket. He goes for it. He gets a nice right hook. But will that win him the round? Will that seal the deal? As we will go to the judges' scorecards. Will Allman have done enough to get the win? And he does. Unanimous decision. He was able to pull it out. Maybe that 10th round went to him. We will find out in a couple of moments. But Allman, JJ, hell of a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. It was highly competitive and excellent. You saw that every moment of there, people were in danger. And when you look at this, this is, it was a little bit, so even if the other fighter had won, it looks like CompuBox was wrong. And even if the other fighter had won, it wouldn't have mattered. Well, actually, no, it would have. It would have been tied.
No, they had all the same scorecards. It went to that 10th round. And you have to think, if you're JJ, I would love to see the punch stats in that 10th and final round, because I felt like even though he was going forward a little bit, it just seemed like he took his foot off the gas. He was like, he had 2 good moments, and he was like cool with that. I wish he would have done a little bit more, but kudos for the Knockouts Kings camp leader, Allman, for getting that crazy victory. It was a good fight. It was a good, clean, close bout, and I think maybe we'll have to like run it back in the future, because I would love to see how that fight would be differently in different kind of circumstances.
Oh yeah, I think that this was a good fight. I feel like I'm with you with that. I think that JJ Turner needed to pull out all the stops, you know, so he can keep going. I love that saying because I learned it the other day. But learning. So that he can keep going. Yeah, learning's great. So he can keep going, right? Like, but unfortunately, that final round, I think he settled in. I think he thought he did enough. He didn't. I feel like it happens all too much. Is that you don't want to risk getting knocked out, but at that point, you weren't gonna win. If in my eyes, I would have looked at that and been like, I'm not gonna win unless I do something, and he just didn't do it. But great fight to both of them. That was a very highly contested bout. I look forward to seeing them fight again.
Yeah, and hopefully we get to see more of that because we got more action ready to go as we're going to take a look at the fighter selection screen as it's going to be another part of the Knockout Kings roster. Quan Azar going against Optimus Jojo, and I had to shout this out because I didn't think this would be on the Skyrim report, but Optimus Jojo was part of the ESFL, the wrestling league that we had, and he's making his Undisputed debut. So another fellow guy who was a part of that league, I salute him for making his Undisputed debut, going against someone who's part of a camp that's now 2-0 on this Undisputed card against the Sugar Ray Robinson Terrence Crawford matchup, which is sure to be a very interesting one to see if it goes in the similar way that we saw the last time.
I mean, this guy like hounded Boiler. You guys don't know who that is. Get to know him. Boiler's great. Head honcho. Hounded Boiler to get into this league for months. Really wanted to prove himself, and this is one of the opportunities that he has to do so. Another debut here for TKK. And as for WWE Mania guy making his Undisputed debut, I went to WrestleMania this year, or last year, actually. And
wait,
it was
40? You actually went to WrestleMania 40? Lucky.
Yeah, I did. It was so awesome. It was amazing. A childhood dream coming true.
Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about the fights because I'm sick of it because I haven't been to a WrestleMania yet. But Optimus Jojo,
childhood dream.
Optimus Jojo, for what we saw in his ESFLW matches, he was more of a luchador. He was able to rope a dope his opponent and able to land his counters. Will he be able to use that into the Undisputed ring? He has to do a lot of lab work because Kwanzar, he's in the camp where he's going to have all these parts of knowledge to see what he could do against his opponent. And the fact that they're choosing Terrence Crawford and Sugar Ray Robinson, this could be a contrasting of styles, if anything, when we get into this fight.
Oh, absolutely. One of the things, and maybe this is just me and being picky, I would love to see it if there could be like lockdowns on fighter picks, and like if you're lower in the card, you pick lower fighters and such, like so that we wouldn't see like repeat matchups. But at the same time, just because we're seeing a repeat matchup doesn't mean that they're going to fight the same. Also, well, this one's wearing black trunks and the other one wore white trunks, so they're completely different fighters. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's go into this fight, man.
Yeah, let's go into this fight as we see Optimus Jojo is on the right side using Terrence Crawford in the blue corner. Meanwhile, Quan on the left side is using Sugar Ray Robinson, and a little bit of a close-up action, a close-up camera to see all the bits and pieces of the action, and the punches landed very nicely for Quan. Quan able to answer the bell very quickly so far.
Yeah, he's hitting the Quan. I don't know if you guys know that song.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, that's my reference.
You're talking about me and the references. We're taking references back to 2011. Sick. Love it here.
11? Oh my God.
Dude, it's been a while. I remember that back in my college days, dude. That's crazy.
God.
But you know what also is crazy is that Optimus Jojo is getting hit with some vicious bombs so far. And I feel like what you want to do if you're Terrence Crawford, play more of the outside. He's working towards the body, which is a good answer to what you've been dealing with. But do you want him to stay towards the body and just drain that body down as much as he can?
Yes. The camera, that camera shake is wild. It's one of the first times we're seeing it. It really is. I kind of like it. It's pretty cool. And the close-up angle as well makes it feel a little bit more personal. That left hand, it landed. Both of them trading left hands up top into the body. And I wonder if we're going to see Optimus Jojo continue to do that, or if he's going to continue to get jabbed right in the face. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. He was able to hit by like 2 hooks from Quan, but Quan needs to be very careful. You see him blocking the body now. Now, if he sees that block again, I'm liking what Jojo is doing. He's working to the body. He had his opponent leave open the head, and now he's able to execute some damage against his opponent, and it leads to a counter shot. The game plan from JoJo is working very nicely, and Sugar Ray Robinson, if you get him to use a lot of that stamina, you're on the right path.
Oh yeah, for sure. With anybody, right? Like, get them to burn themselves out, and you will find victory, I'm sure. Especially if you can keep yourself with higher stamina.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how this goes out in the second round. What will they learn from everything? Because right now, JoJo being a little bit precautious, taking the center of the ring, knowing that the phone booth is there as he lands a body into the head with his combination shots. But
some combination.
I went southern there. My apologies, everybody.
Hey, country was big last year. It's all good.
Country was big. Beyonce is ruling the whole country music scene, so I'm trying to get in my southern era. But right now, Quan is in his counter era as he's taking more of the center of the ring, trying to force his opponent to commit more to the head, but he's just getting pieced up to the body, and it's just like simple jabs, but it's only that simple jab that could lead open to bigger opportunities for Optimus JoJo.
Yeah, when I was playing the beta, one of my favorite things to do, and I think it was really meta, was like body uppercuts. And the way I would work them was be just like one shot. I would like hit once and then move away, because the more that you have your hands away from your face, the more opportunities your opponent has to counter and hit you in the face. And very nice. Throws a 3-piece, 2 out of the 3 land, and both of them were jabs, so very good. Those jabs can cut your nose and open you up, make it hard to breathe, and slow your stamina down.
Just sly. What started out was just an uppercut that looked like it was going to the body, but went to the chin. And then when he focused on the chin, he went straight to the body. I love what JoJo is doing in the phone booth, but needs to not get careless now, because both guys are trading, and we're just seeing bombs being flown over each other's heads. And so far, I don't know who won that trade, but with 30 seconds left, we're going to get a definite answer on who wants it more.
No, for sure. And this one feels like it's not going to go to distance, just because of the way that they're throwing and how much they're landing consistently against each other. I'm very excited for the next rounds coming up.
I mean, we'll see. We have yet to see our first knockout, even a split decision. It's been all unanimous decisions. So will they buck the trend? We will have to find out as they're approaching the third round. I want to see if JoJo is going to continue on with his game plan, right? Work towards the body and just branch off the tree with like a couple of headshots. Nice. Meanwhile, we see Quan doing a nice job of going in and out and working towards the head and trading well in the phone booth.
Nice. Throws both of those jabs.
Blocking being good. It's just so nice to see that both guys are just taking precautions with their defense. Back and forth with the jabs.
Like that. Yeah. Well, that's the point, right? Like, you throw a jab is there for a feeler shot, and you throw a jab to see how your opponent's going to react to the follow-up. Nice. And
good body.
Trades to the body on both sides.
Now, usually this goes into my UFC brain. Like, usually when you do a trade, you don't want to like be the one who's attacking the body while your opponent's going for the head. I feel like it's the exact opposite when it comes to Undisputed. Like, it's better in the earlier rounds, especially, to attack the body first than rather go into the head, because you can always attack the head first. Body shots is where it's at.
Yeah. And no knock on boxing, they have fluffier gloves. Not talking about like not talking about like 2-ounce gloves that they wear over the UFC, and that's the difference, right? Like I have the ability to hit you more. Not to say that those won't knock you out. Versus in UFC, if I crack you with this glove that's really there to protect my hand from being broken, I'll knock you out. So yeah, it makes perfect sense that in boxing, body shots are significantly more important and easier to be thrown because of the amount of padding and the amount of work that's getting done.
Sorry to cut you off, but we had important information. So there was body shots, as we saw a nice counter shot coming from Quan. Quan is suffering a cut on his left side of his face that's been opened up by Optimus JoJo. But the counter shots, the body shots had been working very nicely for JoJo, but Quan was able to get some answering back in his shots. And so far, with the Country Box prediction score coming on in the 4th round, I'll be very interested to see who is winning the round exactly. I want to say it's JoJo, but it could very easily be Quan with his counter shot.
Yeah, for sure. The thing is, though, we saw one cut earlier, and it ended up leading to nothing. We'll see if that's going to be the case here now, and if Quan can protect his eye from JoJo, that'd be great. If he can, then this is going to be significant.
Yeah, and hopefully, how significant it is. Oh, actually, Quan gets 2 out of the 3 rounds. The first and the 3rd round went in favor of Quan. So even though he got cut, he was still able to score more points than his opponent in JoJo. So JoJo had a good 2nd round, but the body shots, even though it's laying down the foundation, will not look pretty in the judges' scorecards.
Yeah, chat, is there a perk for cuts to generate cuts against someone, or like for healing in cuts? I almost remember that there was. Anyway, back to this, another trade of lead body uppercuts to each other, 1-and-1, trade of jabs. And I like how Quan responds. He gets hit, he hits. And he makes sure that it lands. Another lead body hook lands successfully from Quan. Awesome job.
Yeah, another awesome job as we're under the 150 mark of this 4th round right here. JoJo working the body, but gets hit for his troubles, but able to trade back some of his answers. And it's just that sly uppercut from Sugar Ray Robinson into the pocket that's kind of like changing up the equation a little bit, because you want to be Terrence Crawford and fight more to the inside and do stuff like that. Able to land to the body to the left and right hook. That's what you want to do. That's the execution that you need. But now on the ropes, you need to be very cautious against Quan, especially when he's coming in with a Sugar Ray Robinson.
Absolutely. And I think, though, that was definitely a great... Oh, and he's pressuring Quan a lot, and he's landing successfully. Look at this. Look at this. He's putting pressure down. Maybe we can see a Terrence Crawford win now.
It seems like that's his avenue for success, right?
Another three in a row, 4.
He's getting it. But is it, like, with the block gauge being low, is he getting the full effect of it? Because right now, it could be great, but is he doing enough damage? I think he did enough damage there to the body with the right hook, landing a lot more. He wanted to go from wrestling into Undisputed, and he's putting on a clinic right now.
He's doing a really good job in this round. And that was after the bell. Tisk.
Still counts in the world of Undisputed, but man, good job for Quan, not taking much of the gumption from JoJo, just not sitting there with his controller, just not moving. He's able to answer back, especially with a powerful shot like that. That gives him at least a mental boost going to the next round, because now in the halfway mark, what can he do more to get into his favor?
I think that what he did right now, it was spectacular. It was excellent. What he was able to do there was he landed more, and he landed crazy combinations with the hooks. He would go to the body, then go to the head, and very nice lead hook there coming from Quan. And what we would like to see more of that, right? Like lead body hook, and now another lead body hook. And actually, I think those are uppercuts. And if JoJo wants to win, he's going to continue to do just that. Land your hooks.
Land your hooks, but also lead the body. But right now, 3 of those shots. Oh my God! What was the combination? The right thumb was going crazy on that whole sequence of his striking. As soon as I thought Quan was having a good striking clinic, JoJo just answers back, starting with the body and going straight to the head multiple times. Like right there, that is what Quan needs. He needs the execution of his punches to land very nicely. Oh, again.
Oh, I love it. That's awesome.
And the right hooks had to be landing, but the range game goes in favor of Sugar Ray Robinson. But I love what JoJo's doing. Working to the body on the left and then striking to the right, because he knows that left side is cut. There is bleeding on the left face of Sugar Ray Robinson, and Quan knows it. So with 1 minute to go, how would you approach it? Would you try to lean more to the right to make sure that spot is not open up?
Yeah, I would circle away from it. I definitely would circle away.
Oh, he ducked under. That's a good way to protect that cut on the left side if you're Quan.
Nice
Quan working on the body, sees an opening a little bit, but JoJo still moving forward. As his forearm did a little bit of breaking motion right there, but still able to execute some of his punches. Still charging forward as we're approaching the 10-second mark of this halfway mark of the fight. Clean as we go into the later parts of the round. So far, good round. Who would you give that round to if you had to be a judge in this situation?
Oh, if I had to be a judge, man, I definitely think that one went to Quan. I think Quan did a little bit more there, landed a little bit more just like this. And oh my God, they're swinging for the fences.
Oh my God. You pull him on the ropes and he just becomes a feral animal, swinging hooks left and right, going for it again, but needs to be very careful. But look at that stamina. Halfway mark of it was for Quan, but able to reset it, work at the body, able to step in and hit that little bit of a jab. But those body uppercuts into the right hook, that's been the money combination for JoJo. And how long till we see a half of it with 2 minutes to go? Oh my goodness! 3 of them! Clean, blinking everywhere, sweat just dripping off the face of Quan. Quan needs to do a better job of answering back these counters.
Yeah, so man, JoJo is throwing at the right times, and when he lands combinations, they are vicious, and it is excellent. Very nice counters. That was a great counter. Lead hook to the rear, body hook to a lead hook up top. All 3 landed there from Quan successfully. He's going to want to continue that success going forward.
And you saw when JoJo, oh my God, just constantly, he's not even putting his hands up. He says, I'm going to eat these punches because I need to get one of them. But now the body shot's landing, and I feel like right now, Quan, he's getting a little bit of a download of his opponent's timing. He knows what his opponent likes to do, and I feel like he's making his opponent miss a little bit more now. 30 seconds left, and right now, I'm liking what we're seeing from Quan. He's able to land when he wants to land and avoid those body punches, even though he wasn't able to miss it that time. 10 seconds left. Punches landing. That head health is complete orange.
I think that the camera shakes make it look so much more devastating, and it's so awesome. Really cool. It's really cool to see that you can watch the same fight in a different camera angle, and it's all just catered to how you want to see the fight, which is great. So you want to see camera shakes? Awesome. They removed the camera tilts. They put it a little closer. It feels more intimate, which I guess is the wrong word for this. But anyway,
I mean, you're close up to action. I mean, when you're intimate like that, you're able to decipher like where the body punches are gonna go or how your opponent's moving. And as we see in the Country Boss prediction score, it is very intimate in one of the judges' scorecards. 57 all in the Country Boss prediction. And right now, Quan has to feel really good about what he's been pulling out. But JoJo, seeing that, has to be a little bit this way because now he's getting hit with a bunch of punches and bunches right there.
Very.
Oh, but the vicious rock clean as a whistle from Quan, and Quan is trying to get back. He has his opponent on the ropes, leaning towards the body, leaning with the hooks, doing everything. A long help event, and he's still charging forward. He is not letting JoJo breathe one bit. He has all the momentum with 1:52 left in this round.
That was a wild and very, very clean counter hook up top, landed flush there from Quan.
Jeez, and you have to think all the success of what JoJo had in the earlier rounds are just being dissipated by all the health events, all the rocking, because now Quan is feeling very comfortable with what he's doing. The hooks, the body shots, the movement, everything is coming up to the way he wants it in this type of fight.
Oh, nice.
Body shot.
Very. Another one. I wonder if he notices he has success with that and if he'll continue.
Continuing. A good straight, but a body uppercut will land very nicely. Terrence Crawford working on the body a little bit more, but he's leaving his head open. Closer and closer to the bell rings for the 7th round. And again, it's still fairly close. We know that Sugar Ray probably has like the lead on some of these rounds, but what can he do more as we're approaching the end of the 7th round?
You know, it's an interesting question. So far, so good, right? Stay the course. You ended up getting rocked, unfortunately, or got the rock. Point being is that you want to make sure that you're continuing to do what's making you successful. And when you landed that clean hook, you want to find that again. What led to that? What were the steps that came before it? And can you get that to happen again? Because if you can, most likely you'll land another rock and maybe even a knockdown this time. Oh, I like this pressure now. We're getting a, you know what, screw it. They're getting real intimate with each other and they're fighting in the phone booths.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with it. It's a sweet science and everything is going on. But this is where like a camera action, or like when you're fighting someone who's able to trade along with you, who doesn't really care much about the stamina. This is the type of fight that you get in these situations, because Kwon, he knows he had success before, but those body punches will still do damage if he able to combine some of his striking. Because JoJo, look at that body shot, constantly doing it. And when he feels like he wants to combine it with uppercut, he will. It's just working really well. So both guys are still in this fight, and it's still going to be a close one as we get closer and closer. But counter body shot coming from Kwon.
Nice. Now he's starting to notice it, and he's really putting in a lot of pressure moving forward. JoJo is, and he's starting to land those body uppercuts. And I mean, that's what you need to do.
Oh, he was able to block it at the right time and able to land 3 combinations. Trying to go for a power shot, but not able to be in a close distance. And look at all that stamina. We saw other Sugar Robinsons have enough for these later rounds, but he has thrown a lot and he has landed a lot as they do in the center of the ring. JoJo trying to find his opening, trying to land the hooks, not even able to get the body shots like he did before. Kwon is pulling a defensive clinic as he's trying to land the body, misses the body shot. Will he land something else? He will not, as it's 10 seconds to go.
Right now, yep. And that was very well timed. And he lands that straight there to end the round. Excellent round there. Honestly, I think from Kwon, I think Kwon is starting to pull away with this fight. You've got 2 more rounds left to go. And if I'm JoJo right now, I think going forward and doing what he was doing, keeping your block up and landing to the body, I just think he needs to be a little bit more successful at continuing that pressure. He's allowing his opponent to get away from him, which is making him miss. And if he's able to kind of push up to him and like land, hey, this is a body shot. After a while, it will add up, as we've seen in the past fights, and it will cause the opponent to be at a disadvantage with stamina. Not only that, but it will also, as you can see, add up, compound interest, and he can potentially knock him down. And you need that right now, especially at this point in the fight.
Yeah, and we'll see if it can land. Oh, a hook. Just barely missing on the side for JoJo. But this is where all the foundation you land, this is where you have to use it to destroy your opponent right now. You need to find a way to get a clear decider, because if you go to that 10th round and it's not up to the results you like, you have a chance to change it right here and right now. As Crawford still with the body shots, able to get the right hook. That's been his money move in the early stages of this fight, and now he's landing in succession. Meanwhile, Kwon playing a little bit of a patient, trying to find his way back in this fight with some punches of his own towards the body. And we're approaching the halfway mark of this 9th round.
Nice.
Trying to get closer. Both guys staying in the phone booth as the ropes are not playing into effect. Both guys going for it.
Nice. They keep trading the lead body uppercut, and I'm just wondering when somebody's going to realize why that's open and start throwing a mix-up combination, start up top, end on the body, and then mix it. There you go, other body.
Yeah, but will we see something of like, instead of approaching with a body shot, will they go for like a straight? I feel like the jab is there as he tried to go for it, but a good step away from Kwon. Kwon doing a nice job with 30 seconds left. But that stamina is getting lower and lower as possible. He's doing such a great job using it to his benefit every single time. And now the body shots, knowing that he has 10 seconds left, he's letting the hands hang loose as JoJo still trying to go forward. Body shots coming in close as both sides are taking vicious shots. Back and forth. We go towards the bell as the 10th final round is coming up. And that left cut is doing some crazy damage. But what a good way to end that round.
Wow. There's nothing else to say. That was a high action round, and now we're getting close to the end here, right? Like this is the final round. You get to see CompuBox, and like I was saying before, I felt like Quan was taking it away, and he is. So if you're on the other side of that, Kingsley, I think you need to go for broke, and you need to, you know, you need to gamble on yourself and throw something and make something land and get that fighter out of there.
And he definitely will. If he's anything like the ESFL days, he will put it all on the line as he goes for a left and right hook, able to land some of them, but now he is pressuring forward. He is not taking a step back. He's trying to find his way to cut off the ring from Quan, but Quan doing such a nice job of changing his momentum as a body shot, the power shot. He needs to go forward. He does. Stay in the fumble 2 minutes ago, and I feel like that was JoJo's one chance. He saw the power move miss from Quan, but not able to execute as both guys are going for it.
Yeah, I think one thing that I've noticed in almost every fight that we've seen is that when we get down to this low stamina movement, we're seeing a lot of power shots, and I think that's a little wrong, other than him just like making me look like a fool and landing something crazy. But in short, I think that's a little bit of a wrong mindset. I think all I want to do is touch you, right? I just want to like hit you in the body. I want to, you know, land an uppercut, land it again, right? Because if I miss a power shot, I'm going to burn more stamina than not. I mean, granted, it's awesome that you're landing these to the head, but you can't follow it up because you have no stam. So keep it light.
Oh, and he's not keeping it light at all, as Quan was able to capitalize. 3 strikes in. Will he get the knockdown or maybe the knockout? He's getting close, but he's using only one arm, and he's not getting close to his opponent as it's 25 seconds. JoJo knows he's down on the cards, knows he's down on a health event. Can he find some way to get that right? Perfect punch as he lands 3. Both guys slugging it out towards the end. He needs to keep going. Gets the help event. Can he get a buzzer beater? He will not, as it will go to the judges' scorecards. And I think we will see another Knockout King get the victory. 3-0 for Quan Zar as he gets the win. It was 87. Ooh, very close. The second judge had it 85-86. With that 10th round not going in, but some of the judges had it in favor of JoJo. It was that close of a margin to get the win for Quan Zar.
That was really, I don't know why the 10th round's not loading. It's so strange. But anyway, that was a really good fight. Highly contested. Awesome. They really lived up to the hype. And this TKK camp, the Knockout Kings, I think that's what it is they're showing up and they're showing out. So like expect them to be inside of that season when it's announced, I'm sure, because look at this. The guy begged to be on the card and he just showed up and did an insanely good job at landing combinations and getting out of the pocket as needed. Excellent job from both of these guys.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what is the future of the Knockout Kings in the ESFL, because I know there's many more exhibition cards on the way, along with our co-main event and main event coming up tonight as well. But before we do all of that, we're going to take a short break. We will be back as soon as possible, but we're going to take a break and we'll see you guys as soon as we can.
Drink.
Hey everybody, welcome back to ESFL in 2025. We are live on Twitch and on YouTube for our first of 3 exhibition cards for the game Undisputed. So far, we've been having a lot of fun. It's been a lot of close fights, a lot of knockdowns, but we are ready to get back more into the action because we are going to our next fight, which is sure to be a barn burner. Another one in the lightweight division, MBK Megatoni, who is an ESFL Undisputed vet, going against Finesse, who's a part of the 3-0 Knockout Kings. Omni, you're here with me. We're live here on Twitch and on YouTube. What are you expecting in this next bout for the Knockout Kings? Because right now, they've been on a bit of a roll. Maybe this is the new cap that we need to watch out for Undisputed.
Yeah, that's definitely possible, but right now he's picking the cursed Terrence Crawford, who's not won single time tonight. Maybe this person will switch stances and utilize the perks correctly. But I digress. That camp is doing phenomenal, and iFinesse is definitely somebody to keep an eye out for. This is their debut, and Megatoni. I love the WWE reference with RKO Forever. So I mean, there you go. You got a thumbs up for me. Let's see how they fight. Let's see if they're good or not.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Well, Megatoni, he's been an ESFLW. He's been an ESFL Undisputed vet with multiple wins, so he knows how everything goes on. But for these Knockout King guys, Finesse, he's making his ESFL debut, and so far, people who've been making their debut have been winning. And the fact that, as you said, he went with the Terrence Crawford pick, maybe he knows the secret tech that maybe others didn't know how to do. So it could be a lot of lab work that could come into play as we have a custom overlay. Look at them trying to be so fancy all of a sudden. But hopefully what Megatoni has in experience in the ESFL, maybe it could be a little bit different.
Yeah, potentially. Definitely. And it's going to be a good one, I would say, to watch, because we're getting closer here to the co-main event. We have 2 more, not just this one, but the following one, and I won't reveal too much of TKK. So this is like show up and show out. At this point, if you're on TKK, pressure is up because you could have a clean sweep tonight.
Yeah, you don't want to be that one guy who puts like the O into a 1 in the losing column. But this is where the fights are going to get tougher because we're getting closer and closer to the co-main and main event rounds, which is going to be amazing to see for our first card of 2025 for the ESFL. As again, Ivan as part of the Knockout Kings on the left side using Terrence Crawford, Amir Khan being used by MBK Megatoni on the right side in the blue corner. And so far, TKK, they're taking more of the center of the ring. But Finesse needs to finesse some of those shots and make sure he's avoiding most of them, because he needs to make sure he doesn't go into a trade war against Megatoni.
Yeah, you don't really want to do that against Amir Khan, but be defensive and avoid getting counter hooked like that, and you should be just fine.
Oh, powerful shot. Being able to be missed by Finesse, but right now Megatoni taking a little bit of a breather, making sure his footwork is pristine, that he's not putting himself in a compromising situation, taking the shots where he needs to, and just barely misses the body shots. I want to see if Finesse is more leaning towards the body shots, because it seems like he's just swinging a little bit more than my liking. And just leaning up for a counter shot just like that.
Yeah, and if you take a look at his health that just showed up on the screen, half at head, half at body, it shows that he's taking a good amount of shots at this point. Oh, the head health is red already. We're in the first round and not even done with it.
Amir Khan has those hands, but the fact that it's in 15 seconds left of this first round, going for these power shots are not gonna help you all either. Like, you're putting so much effort and you're getting counter. I feel like the counter punching from Megatoni has proved to be the biggest difference in that first round.
Yeah, and he definitely, he's doing really well. And the thing is that you used 13% of your stamina. We know that because of the recovery being 3% in the first round. That is really telling. That's extremely telling, because if at that rate, when you hit round 10, you're gonna be depleted. So we've seen fights go to distance, and maybe slowing down would be a benefit to iFinesse.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he could take that benefit and make it a realization onto his opponent, because right now Megatoni still playing a little bit the outside, blocking where he needs to block, but also like teasing his opponent with the blocking, just separately going in and then able to counter with a bunch of shots of his own. And hopefully, Finesse is able to download it a little bit as he lands that right hook. Closer to the 2-minute mark of the second round. Excuse me.
Ooh.
As Amir Khan trying to slip away, lands opponent whiff. We see a lot of whiffing punch. I think the jab is okay, but in this situation, those straights are landing very nicely, and I want to see if they can connect a little bit more. Maybe the distance game is a little bit challenging because both guys have the same kind of like page of what they want to do.
Yeah, and I don't know. And I'd be curious if he's going to continue to do this, but Finesse was starting to land to the body with a body jab. And he's starting to show it a lot more. And I really like that. You see, go to the body, go up top afterwards, and he landed successfully. So, maybe the first round of just like nerves, it's my debut and such. I want to just go out there and get him out. But now he's starting to land a little bit more and showing some good looks. Yeah, nice.
He could be a fighter that adapts to this whole fight in the later couple of rounds. Like these first rounds, it might be a little bit of a struggle. We saw that against Optimus Jojo with his other campmate. But once the fight went along and he saw the scorecard judges go into his favor, he knows he was taking the right path. So will Finesse get that same kind of benefit? But these hooks, they're kind of dangerous. You don't want to leave yourself open all that much as he makes him with 2 shots. Megatoni, so far, 2 rounds, could be in his favor.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, at that point, you used 11% stamina and recovered 4, so it's good. But you're going at a really high rate with your stamina, meaning you're missing a lot, you're throwing a lot of shots, and you're throwing a lot of power shots, at least to my understanding of the game. And I only see it on this side, right? The other side could be totally worse. But it from what I'm seeing, if I'm Finesse, I'm slowing down. It's the 3rd round. You got 10 to go. You got 7 more. Actually, 8.
Yeah, and we'll see if he slows down. But the pace that Megatoni might be going through might not be the pace that he wants. Because right now, he's blocking as much. He's letting his opponent come to him. And he's landing on the body. He's making his opponent come to him. And he's just picking this apart because you have to come forward when you're Terence Crawford. Even though he gets like nice counter jab to the body twice in a row now. I want to see if we can do more. That right hook is a good start, though.
Nice job. Lead hook fails. Throwing the jab a lot. Ooh, nice. Very good from Megatoni.
Gets 3 of them, and that's what Megatoni needs. He's trying to go for a power shot, but needs to be very careful. If he shows that look early on, I feel like that's where Finesse, that might be his avenue for success. Because if he could make a miss once or twice and he gets into a wrong situation with his stamina, that could be another rock. We've seen it happen before.
Absolutely. We saw flash knockdowns. We've seen a lot of action here tonight. And very good right there. He stepped to the left, threw a lead body hook, and followed up with a straight, and it landed successfully. Megatoni. If he continues to do stuff like that, it could be a short night. Especially knowing that his opponent's stamina, well, he doesn't know this unless he's watching the stream, which would be really weird. But especially knowing that your opponent's stamina could be a little bit lower than yours. Could be.
Ooh, just a miss from Finesse. I thought he was able to get that right hook onto the face of Amir Khan, but not able to get the full thing. But so far, Megatoni still sticking to his guns with 10 seconds left, playing the outside game, knowing that he needs to bring his opponent to him. And be interesting to see what the WS prediction score will be for one judge, because it could be all 3 for Megatoni, or did Finesse do enough in those couple of moments to steal a round or 2?
Yeah, and I mean, it's still moving at that pace that we were just discussing before, and he was able to recover another 4%, but his head health is getting lower, his stamina is starting to climb lower. Finesse is apparently doing well, and that is surprising. I definitely stand corrected. I thought he's on the losing end so far, but we might be seeing something a little bit different so far. So maybe he's landing more shots that aren't spectacular, I guess. They aren't shaking the screen.
But also another thing, that's only one of the 3 judges. 2 other judges could completely have it 2 rounds for Megatoni, but for Finesse, what he's doing, this is what we talked about in the last fight. Optimus Jojo was able to come in with all his body shots in the beginning,
Mm,
but he wasn't scoring enough compared to his opponent. Finesse is taking
nice.
that same chapter out of the same book from his campmate, and what he's doing is boxing, boxing. He's able to land the hooks. He's able to land the buys. It's not only just that he's
Oh,
doing the jab,
oh,
but like shots like that makes you think like, okay, maybe Megatoni could get some like favorable scoring from the judges if he keeps up with that action.
yeah, and landing both of those hooks like that will definitely get you up in the. I I don't know if you saw that, but I think he just threw 2 hooks within a millisecond. That was insane. That was
Jeez.
stupid fast from the same side. Oh, and a very nice straight lands, a counter straight lands there. Megatoni showing up. I think if he believes in the CompuBox, then he's definitely starting to put pedal to the metal, so that he can get ahead. He's gonna need to.
Well, he has to build, right? It's like you don't. If you try to build with sand and try to make a sandcastle, and you're just getting hit with a wave of your opponent's momentum, it can easily keep crumbling down. So what can you do to consistently go like that? Like 3 jabs like that? Perfect. Amazing. Get that block gauge low and work towards the body. Make sure you're not just staying on one side
Oh,
of your opponent, up to the head or to the body. Because right now, Terrence Crawford's stamina is getting low, and we're only in the 5th round.
he did really well in that last round with the stamina management. That's a lot better. It wasn't just throwing crazy amounts of shots and such. I mean, granted, again, believe in CompuBox. If you believe that you're ahead, then maybe you do want to coast a little bit, make your opponent waste their stamina, knowing that you got ahead because you threw a lot. But head health is getting lower. We saw his head health get into the red based off of 2 hooks that landed successfully from Megatoni. So at this point right now, if I'm Terrence Crawford, I want to avoid getting counter jabbed in the face and protect my head a little bit more, because it seems like that is the target of Megatoni.
And also not go for a power punch thinking your opponent's going to go in and completely whiff, because the more you whiff, the more that Sam's going to lead you open to maybe get a counter shot. Because right there, he
Hmm.
thought about it, but that's the difference. Instead of just
Mm.
going in and just only throwing one power punch in the beginning, go with a jab, then the power punch. The moments, the opportunities will be there for Finesse and for Megatoni. Just keep the center. You're right. You're good in this distance, right? Your best moments have been when your opponent is coming to you and you're able to land those
Mm.
body shots into a hook. If he's able to do that, both guys can have very big moments in this next coming rounds.
Yeah, you see how when they engage with each other, they'll put their block up and then they'll lean back,
Hmm.
right? Like, I'm a big fan of, I don't want to plant my feet in front of you. I want to back up. And we're not seeing that too much, but from the fights that we did see it, those were the winners. So right now, both of these fighters are leaning back, which is making it a little difficult for me to understand, like, who's getting the better of the exchanges. We're starting to see nice jab combination, nice double jab combination coming there from Megatoni. We're starting to see both of them like trying to find like their shots, but they've been missing for the last 30 seconds consecutively. Very good. Finally
And
broke the tension.
yeah, and finally got the finesse counter shot that we've been looking for. As 20 seconds go, and a nice left hook from Megatoni coming along the side of the way. But what will happen in this phone booth as guys are being very close, using a lot of that center? A good straight stiff jab from Megatoni as we will end the round right here as both guys try to swing to get just a little bit of a benefit creeping up, but it's still fairly close to call, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to give the benefit of the doubt of one fight or another, because you could cut it so close of like, is the body shots worth more? Is the head health worth more? Like, what's your opinion about this whole situation?
I mean, I would like to say that body shots are worth a little more, but like, man, I tell you what, you get hit in the head and your brain bounces against your skull, you're not going to be a happy camper. You might even not know what camping is anymore. So you definitely want to avoid getting hit, and I think that's the best thing to do. So far, you notice that he's getting hit a lot in the head, and his head health continues to go into the yellow in the past 2 rounds. He needs to be protecting himself at all times, just like in real life, it's in this game. So avoid getting hit in the head, because his body can take it a little bit more, but as you can see, just one lead hook and he went immediately into the yellow, right? His head is taking a beating, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, he better bring his 6-inch stones to the campfire because he needs to make his opponent into a s'more and burn him to a crisp. Because right now, these trades back and forth with 2 minutes remaining into the 6th round, it's going to be about like a fencing fight, right? You have to score points wherever you can. Like these shots right here, I bet he scores like barely a point in the judges' scorecards because like he got the right job. He's got the block gauge down, but he didn't really connect to the head. It's all these body shots like right there, that right hook from Finesse. That will score and that will look better in the judges' scorecards. But what do you do to the body? What do you do with the footwork when you stay so close into the body shot? A nice counter shot as you saw right there. What is the move that can make it all the difference?
I mean, when you throw your combinations just like that, a a jab and then a lead body hook followed up by a straight. That's one of the combinations that you can learn in Muay Thai. You could definitely do it in boxing. It's mixing it up. It's throwing the shots that, okay, I don't know what that was, but that's a new taunt. I haven't seen it yet. But you can mix up your combinations. And if you want to open up body shots, then you need to make it so that that body is open because the combinations you're throwing is getting your opponent guessing. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I saw blood splatter, and I do see blood on his chest. I think Amir just got cut.
Yeah,
and now
it was a very nice shot onto the right side of Amir Khan. We saw Finesse just really just slam that right hook onto the face, and it looked really good. And he made his opponent miss, so he was able to double back on that with a couple of body shots. So far, Finesse doing a nice job in the later part of the rounds, and that cut is on the right side, might be on the right eyebrow. But this is where the Cubby Box prediction score will have it. And you see Finesse 58 to 56. This is where Megatoni, he's been under the spotlight before. When you see someone coming up new, you have to decipher his game plan. But just like those peppering of shots, those big moments that Finesse is having is giving him higher on the scorecards.
Yeah, it really is. Especially now, you have to now worry, okay, I'm down on the scorecard. I'm getting tagged up in ways that maybe I think I was ahead. I thought he was ahead. Again, I thought that the last few rounds he was doing very well. But if you believe CompuBox, then I'm down, right? So if I'm going to believe that, then again, the conversation is, what do I do differently? And he doesn't see it, but the head health there for Terrence Crawford, if he could just land like a good power shot here up top, maybe that would be great. And the way to get to the top is by attacking the bottom so that you open up the hands so that he tries to defend low. But we haven't really seen him go to the body many times. It's like a one shot here, one shot there.
Oh, and one shot there will prove to be a rocking situation for Finesse. Can he get the knockdown? Nice. He will towards the body. Nice. And that is Finesse's first knockdown on Megatoni as we start the count already to the 5. And it will stop right there, able to get a natural get-up situation. But there has to be plenty of time in the 7th round. 35 seconds. Finesse trying to move a little bit forward, trying to gauge the distance as much as he can. He was able to answer the decipher the movement of Megatoni, and Megatoni trying to get on his bicycle, trying to make sure he's not in the fumble, but he's still attacking the body. Needs to be very careful, but the stamina can't really fully capitalize for Finesse as we go into the end of this round. But that was a very close strike. That could have been another health event, but Finesse, that is definitely a 10-8 round.
Absolutely, and you get the knockdown, it's a guaranteed 10-8. But not only that, you have a cut on your opponent's head. You know that his head health is lower. He's getting yelled at by his coaches. He looks so beat up. And and on top of that, now, because you got that knockdown so early in the later rounds, you have the possibility of getting the only knockout of the night. So now that it depends on what you want to do, right? Do you risk and get a reward, maybe get that knockout, or fairly put, do you play it safe knowing at this point you are most likely up in the rounds?
Well, it's that risk and reward, right? Like, it's an exhibition card, so there's not really any records standing, but this is also an addition to be in a new season. Like, if you put on a great performance, and you play it really well, then you have like probably more standing than other competitors who probably have the same results. So it's all
Mm,
about like optics, right? When
yeah.
we see the body, when we see the cut, that gives us like an indication that your opponent is hurt. But if you play with a style that's like very fan friendly or very smart, it gives you a benefit of the doubt with the staff of the ESFL, of the matchmakers and the head honcho. So you want to put on a performance just like that. And with Finesse, the way he's playing right now, he's executing to a T. He's doing well enough where he's getting a knockdown and he's playing his strategy where he's not making his opponent get like much. Even though the head health is in the orange and the stamina is low, can he
Ooh.
withstand it? But an uppercut like that, Megatoni has some to offer as well. But it's always like a matter of like how you play it instead of the matter of when you play it.
I definitely agree. I definitely agree with that. And I would say that, you know, Megatoni's not out of this yet. And us knowing the other side of things, knowing the stamina is a little bit lower on Terrence Crawford, knowing that health is a little bit lower on Terrence Crawford, he could totally make something happen, but he needs to be able to land consecutively in a certain area on his opponent's body. And if that's the head, that's the head. If that's the body, that's the body. But you got to be able to do it. And you see now he's really punished him there because he went for a power shot and he got countered with his open hand. Look at that. Now his head health is constantly in the red. And if he
got
can
20 seconds. Oh, but it doesn't matter because when you land a right hook, it is always going to be a timber. And that cut is busted up as it hits the 5 count, reaching up to a 7 and 2 counts left. That is the second knockdown for Finesse. And now it is another 10-8 at the waning moments of that round. And Finesse put on a clinic so far, even though he was like close to danger, as you were saying.
Yeah, and that's the point I was making prior, is that do you risk getting yourself knocked out in this? If you want to, it's an exhibition, right? So it doesn't matter to win. No, just have some fun out there. Or if you're really into this and you want to get a knockout, you do risk it. He was risking his head health there. He knew that, but he still threw that power hook, and risk led to a reward. Sometimes you got to take a gamble on that, and you put a little bit of extra money in there to get a free spin, you know? That's for, if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh,
anyway,
wow.
so.
Do we have a PSA? Do we have a lower third? I don't think we have a lower third, but thank you for saying that. As we're going in, make sure you can bet your channel points. That's a nice and free, easy way to do it because you want to get your predictions in. Because we still have our co-main and main event still coming to go. We still have one fight before we get into that situation. But currently in this fight, Finesse had 2 knockdowns. It's the 9th round, but he used a lot of his stamina. Will Tony be able to decipher it, get the body shot, get the right route? Because he was close. He was on the precipice of getting ahead of him, but the movement from Crawford able to answer back.
Yeah, I definitely think now that I look at it, and again, he's just going at him, man. He's going at him, and he's getting body, and he's got him down. Oh my goodness! The
third knockdown.
Megatoni, 3rd knockdown, 9th round. Megatoni is in danger of getting knocked out, being the only knockout of the night. He gets up at 7. But this is what I was talking about in the previous fights. Your opponent's stamina is low. You got him hurt. You may have a little bit of lower stamina now too, that now that I'm looking at it, but he's just going for broke. He's throwing that overhand right. It's landing, and he's making a lot of risk, but he's getting the rewards, man. And he's really en route to getting a knockout here tonight.
We'll have to see, because again, the loose movement is not there for Terrence Crawford. He has lost too much stamina with 40 seconds, and now he's getting hit. When he got knocked down, he had that head health be very, very low. He has power in his punches, but it needs to be the right shot. 25 seconds left in this penultimate round for Megatoni. Megatoni had his chance there, but the body was not able to execute it. Great blocking from Finesse, and Finesse needs to be very careful. 5 seconds. It could be the powerful punch. It's the buzzer beater. Can he get it? Working the body, and he will stay alive for the 10th and final round. But you already know Finesse is smelling so much blood in the water.
Yeah, he's definitely jaws out here. He definitely wants to get that dub. And I appreciate how much work he's putting into this and not giving up, trying very hard to get this knockout. He's throwing a lot of power shots, and it's landing, man. It's working. He's finding openings and he's making it happen. And at this point now, I only think it's going to take him maybe like 2 good, well-timed shots, and you might be able to knock him down again. Will it be a knockout? I don't know, but you should definitely get another knockdown here in this upcoming round.
We'll have to see how it goes down, as both guys are just soaking in the moment with 10 seconds left into the corner, knowing that this final round could be it, could be it all. Will we see a knockout for the Knockout Kings? Will they stay undefeated, or will Megatoni make believers out of all of us, being 88-80 down? Will he find that one perfect punch to seal the deal and create an upset of the exhibition card? We will have to find out, as both guys are in the center of the ring. Both guys swinging with some hooks, swinging with some strikes, trying to go for a power shot, not able to land, as Finesse using a lot of stamina. He does have loose movement. He has to find a way to avoid his opponent's punches, but able to land some of his own.
Yeah, and
right hook going for it, and another timber gets the hit, the 4th knockdown, laying on the ground. Knockout Kings, will he live up to his name? Will he get back up? 8, only an 8 count with plenty of time to go.
Yeah, man, and I mean, he's the only one to get 4 knockdowns on the night, and he's got a minute and a half left of this final round.
He's still in the health event. It could be a body shot, but needs to be very careful. He can't get too careless. One shot could be the difference. Hooks coming in. He wants to go for it. Oh, he goes for a power punch, but doesn't have the right connection. It went over his head. Megatoni needs to find a way. Yep. Oh, the right hook. And the money shot. Body shots. Landing. Connecting. The 5th one of the knockdown for Finesse.
Can he get up is the question. He got up at 8 last time, but now this is going to be harder, as the modifier is going to be extremely high. And
9, and that's our first knockout of 2025. The Knockout Kings, Finesse, gets the victory, putting him down 5 times down the canvas. The 5th time, his opponent was not able to get back up. But for the Knockout Kings, they are now 4-0, undefeated there, Omnia. How do you feel about that result?
And he broke the Terrence Crawford curse of the night with being the only one to win with Terrence Crawford in this matchup. Yeah, so that's really cool, man. He didn't even switch stances, to my understanding, either. So this was like, he was able to come in with a game plan and executed it well, made sure that he protected himself to the best of his ability. We saw that he was, like, in the first few rounds, he was burning out his stamina, but for the most part, he made sure that it was all worth it in the end when he secured the knockout late in the 10th. So that's excellent. Yeah, a TKK, man. TKK.
TKK. Is that what we're calling it now from the Knockout Kings? Like, every time they get knocked, they knock someone out, we're gonna call that TKK. That's amazing to hear. But so far, what an amazing card that we had so far. We had another person from the Knockout Kings go undefeated, but now it's time for the main event of the evening. The last one of the Knockout Kings. Can they make it a clean sweep, being 5-0 in their favorite striker, TKK the Pug, one of my other commentator pals in crime, going against another ESFL Wrangler in Coxie. So this fight in the middleweight division, something new that we haven't seen on this Undisputed card for 2025. Sergio Martinez going against a Nigel Benn. This is sure to be an excellent matchup.
I love this. Nigel Benn is an awesome fighter to use within the beta, and I believe Sergio Martinez was introduced later within the beta. Could be wrong about that. Chat, let us know. But this is going to be a lot of fun to watch, especially because, like, Nigel Benn's in this game, Connor Benn is in this game, his son, and knowing that both of them are very good boxers in their time, this is such a cool thing to see. And now I also know the Pug, and I'm really curious to see if the Pug can come through and make it a clean sweep, 5-0 TKK, or in this Coco main event, which after hearing Coco main event, I will have hot chocolate tonight.
Well, here's
Is he
something
going to
to
be that
warm you.
one?
Well, here's something to warm you up because this Coco main event is going to be hot and heavy. As between both of these guys, they have over 500 victories between them, knowing that they are proven vets of the Undisputed game. As we see TKK, the Pug, using Sergio Martinez on the right side in the blue corner, going against Coxie on the left side in the red corner, using Nigel Ban. And you can already see the pace is different. The punches hit a little bit more different. Going to the body side, as both guys are on this different side. I want to say it's an Orthodox versus Southpaw matchup, and so different.
Yeah, and I mean, this right here is what makes fights interesting, right? Like, you hear about it, like in the Rocky movie, is like, hey, oh, but he's a southpaw, right? Like, and, you know, like usually people are orthodox, so it can make or break a fighter just because you're fighting somebody in an opposite stance. Oh, that was a really disgusting uppercut to cut my commentary off because I had to comment on that one. With that being said, if you're able to utilize the advantage of understanding, and another nasty hit, your stance and how your opponent's going to react to it, you can do a lot and be very effective because you have the opposite stance of your opponent.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how much is that going to go forward as another nasty shot lands for Coxie. Coxie doing so well, but he gets countered back as both guys go back and forth, and there's a right cut landing as both guys are going blow for blow, bin for bin, body shot after body shot, back and forth. And so far, I don't even think we're going to see the 5th round. They keep going at this kind of pace on me.
No, not at all, especially when there's a cut so early within this fight. Again, this happened before, though. This happened before when we saw Tyson Fury fight. When we saw that fight happen, and, you know, the cut was there, but it didn't mean anything. What I will say, though, and this is something for our production team, Coco main event deserves to have its own emoji, and we should definitely have like a cup of cocoa here, like on the screen that just flashes. That's just something I thought of. Yeah, I'm saying
we're just having a marketing meeting in the middle of our exhibition.
It needs to happen. It needs to happen, and then there can be.
So hopefully the guys in the back will write that down and take that in consideration. But what's going to be amazing is if this fight goes the distance, because that first round was crazy with the body shots, especially with the close-up body that we're seeing from the Pug landing some of the shots. But that I want to say right side was open up. It was a one full bar after one powerful shot from Coxie. So Coxie needs to be fully aware of it. And as both guys are going back and forth into the pocket, who do you think this benefits more? The guy who has the southpaw stance or the orthodox stance when it comes to these fights?
It's the liver side. Oh, chat's gonna need to remind me what side the liver's on, and maybe I should know my own anatomy. But I believe that what happens is when you are an orthodox fighter and you fight a southpaw fighter, you open up yourself to exposing your kidney or liver to the opposite fighter. I just forget what it is. Chat, can you remind me which one gets the? I'm pretty sure it's southpaw that gets the advantage of it. I just forget if it's
and very important. Sorry to cut you off, but very important note. Pug has 2 bars on his cut. So whatever Coxie's doing on that right side with his hooks, he is busting up that cut a little bit more as both guys are going for it. Body shots landing from Pug as he's able to answer back. But another key thing, that cut is being targeted so much from the eyes of Coxie. And he's getting it again.
And if he continues to do that, there is a possibility that you can get a ref stoppage. Oh my God. I don't know who got the better of that exchange because both of it, I love that camera shake. It really makes it look insane when these guys connect.
Sergio Martinez on the right side has 2 bars in the cut. We only saw one, and we saw Dr. Shots before in 2024 in the ESFL, but that was the only one. But that cut, we usually saw people who fight and seize the cut. They don't really target it as much. They just like let go of it and focus on other areas. It seems like Coxie's game plan is like, I'm going to put everything towards that right side, but also branch off to other parts, but I'm never going to forget to target that side of his face.
Yeah, this is something that if you can get an advantage early, then you target the advantage. You're inside of a UFC fight. The last UFC fight I saw was Buckley and Covington, right? He cut him in the first. He did not stop punching him in the face and punching him on that side of the cut. And it ended up being stopped because of that. And because Covington was going to lose his eye, right? So you cut him, and make sure you keep hitting that cut. That is disgusting. What he just did right there, three uppercuts to the body, and all of them considered counters. Ugh. And now Sergio's trying to find his range here.
Yeah, but unlike that fight, this is a real fight that actually has good standards in their preparation. Because right now we see the cuts being open, and just the distance and the jabbing are working so well for Coxie. Coxie doing a nice job of just leaning more to the center, but needs to be very careful because Pug is looking forward to it. It seems like he's inviting this type of action as well.
Yeah, and the thing is that, if I'm not mistaken, Sergio should have a reach advantage against Nigel Benn. So if he can learn, if he does, then
but that's the key thing. He needs to like actually use it to benefit, right? Like, it's one thing to have the reach advantage, but if you're not using it in the right way, then you kind of like negate all your advantages. Oh, a vicious body shot come from Coxie once again. As we're approaching closer and closer to the fourth round, which will have the CompuBox prediction score for one of the three judges to see who's in favor. But with 30 seconds left, with this round still going on, Omni, who do you have to say it benefits more going to the fourth round?
Man, that's a good one. I mean, the guy that's got the cut, it's Sergio the Pug right now. I think he's a little bit endangered of in this fight in general, but just because you got cuts doesn't mean that you're down. You could have landed more. Just you got caught just like that a few times too many. And there you go.
Yeah, as you said, 2 cuts. He still has 88% of his health bar, so he still can withstand some punishment. And previous times he died because it's on the right side. It's on the eyebrow. I want to say we didn't see it. Like you can see it right there, right on the eye line. So it's gonna be very devastating. If he lands with the left hook, and now it's up to Coxie, but they don't give a single damn about blood. They want to see action, and that's what Pug is giving them. 30-28, all 3 rounds going in favor of the Pug. So Pug has to feel really good about what he's been doing.
Yeah. So what I'll say is that the Pug right now, it looks like he's starting to find his range, and he's not trading as much as he was in the beginning of this fight, I should say, the first round. And he's protecting that cut very well. One of the things that I would expect to see is a little bit more of that lead hook landing, but right there, Coxie just landed a lead hook to the body, and that is open because of that cut up top. Ooh, nice counter shot.
Yeah, he went straight to the body, but as soon as we said that Coxie would one fatal blow that just depleted his head health into the orange, and now he's doing it again, and now it's to the red. He is having success with the combinations, and oh my god, the blocking, the swerving is in his style. Coxie put on the clinic. He might not be up in the judges' scorecards, but he is getting some damage on his opponent.
Absolutely, and if I'm Coxie right now, I'm pushing forward, right? The way they're moving, this is what benefits the having opposite stances, right? Because when you circle away from your opponent, you have this wide gap within your legs. And what happened is he got rocked, and he was able to circle to his left, and that made a complete opening. Whereas when you circle to the right, you're circling into their lead leg. So he was able to get away and become very defensive. So if I was being Coxie right there, I'm now pushing forward, and I'm circling with you, and I have to make sure I stay as close to you as possible, like glue. It's a little tough when you have opposite stances, but you can make it happen.
He's making it happen. He's making it work. Coxie just put on a clinic, and if he doesn't win that round, I don't know what to say. The other judges had to like get tested or something, but for the Pug, for what he's been doing towards the body, it's been working really well. And now he's at loose movement because he knows he can't stay in front of his opponent as much as anymore because he is getting hit constantly. And now he has to worry about that head health because one clean combination could be the biggest difference. Ben has power in his hands, and Coxie is trying to use it as much as he can in this situation.
Absolutely. Oh, man, talk about power. That right hand landed flush.
Again. That's been the money.
Really,
and he did it again. Do I hear a fourth? If we're gonna get a fourth one, he goes to the left side, but that head held is blinking. If Pug doesn't block up, he will get hit again. And it's just the constant pressure of it.
I like that he went on the offense there and started jabbing to get Coxie's attention.
The fourth one, the fifth one might knock him down. He just needs one magic moment to get his opponent down. Pug is still moving forward. But will he go for it?
There.
Will he try to fight his way? He goes for left and right, but not really making up to snap.
Yeah.
Oh, the fifth.
He timed it very well. And the thing is I'm a big fan of the way this fight's going right now. He has 6 overhand.
7, and that's a temper. 7 was the lucky number, and Coxie was able to bring him down. And now it's up to the recovery. What can Pug do? It took 7 of the bad things to bring him down, but now Pug needs to answer back with some of his own, because Coxie is feeling it right now.
I mean,
again! Straight to the point goes Coxie as he gets a second knockdown again. And it seemed like he was even a hell of it, but that cut was on the opposite side. But the hands don't give a damn where it is, because he will get the knockdown once more.
Well, Nigel Benn is extremely dangerous in real life, or at least he was, and he's absolutely dangerous in this game, a knockout artist for real. And, you know, you don't want to be standing across from that guy. And at this point right now, you got to think that Coxie is utilizing Nigel Benn's abilities and perks to his fullest potential. I mean, look at this. Pug's getting screamed at by that virtual coach. And so he might be also being getting screamed at by his team. He needs to make some adjustments, and he needs to make them now as they come across the 50% mark of this fight.
Yeah, we're in round 6. Pug has been knocked down twice in that last round, so you're looking at a 10-7 round for Coxie on the left side using Nigel Benn. And you can see the movement has to be a little bit different, and Pug just got away from the loose movement, thinking that's not going to help him out anymore, because he just got terminated so much in that last round. And now the taunts. Pug is not going to like that at all. He says, I'm still in the fight, but how much are you in the fight when Coxie is just waiting for that right hook to be landed?
I mean, he definitely, I'm appreciative right now of what I'm seeing here from Coxie as well. He's not rushing in. You know, just because you smell blood in the water doesn't mean that, you know, you're an actual shark. So there you go. He's doing pretty well. I would say you're doing awesome. And he did that lead hook there too. You know that the head health has recovered well for Sergio there. We can see it. But I mean, you hit him with 7 power shots to the head again. It's not going to take that much. He's definitely going to get knocked down again.
2, but a 3-1-2 into a hook from Pug will kind of change the equation a little bit, as now Coxie has to move back a little bit and gets hit with another 1-2 into a hook. Oh my goodness! Could we see a turnaround from Pug? Pug
there's a change.
He has 45 seconds to move. He is working the body. He is working the combinations. This is the kind of life that we need to see from Pug. And now the whiffing from Coxie. Pug answering the bell, going on the start bell, but now the body shots will get Coxie back in the fight. Oh, the right hook. It landed, but not as much. And now Pug, with 9 seconds, he can let the gas tank flow. Oh, but the right hook will stamp a punishing shot on the face of Pug as it ends the 6th round.
That was spectacular. That was a really tough, contested round, and you would think here, you look at this, and now Pug is down, and he's down because of that knockdown, the 2 knockdown rounds. But he's, you know, if he can continue to stay the course, win this round, win the next, he's ahead. And he's got to do that by playing smart, by doing just that, right? Staying in his range, fighting his fight, jabbing, throwing straights. But what I would love to see is a little bit more body work. It seems like we're throwing a lot to the head.
We'll have to see. I mean, for Pug, usually what we say in the man community is like life. I think Pug has a lot more life into these later parts of rounds. He withstand the 2 knockdowns, and you can see that the rounds are just fairly close. If he just avoids that right hook from Nigel Benn, that power right hook, he has a chance. That's been a money move for Coxie, and Coxie's going for it, and that's the move. That's the moment that Pug needs to take over, make him miss, and execute his combinations. $120 left to go for the 7th round. Pug
Nice.
trying to find his way, but the body shots are working well for Coxie. Coxie doing such a swell job of just staying even killed.
Yeah, and right there, I'll pause for a second, I guess, to acknowledge this. Coxie stepped forward, and when he did, he allowed Sergio to have his foot on the outside. As you can see, that's what he's fighting for. He's fighting to keep his footing out. Oh, that was nasty. On the outside, because when he does, like he just did there, he's getting an advantage. He stepped in and allowed Sergio to have it, and Sergio didn't recognize that and didn't throw anything. And honestly, now, Sergio hasn't thrown anything for the last half of this fight, or of this round. The whole fight, he hasn't thrown anything.
I mean, hey, like every single moment has been a fight for both of these compares as we are in of that round. We're going to go to the 8th round. Again, 2 bars to the cut of Sergio Martinez, but he's always been getting hit to the left. The left side has been a danger point for him. And right now, he still hasn't played a take at the gas. He could use a lot of it. It's just the matter of moments from Coxie. I feel like they're just too overwhelming. Hopefully, he has a chance, but it could be 2 rounds. It could be tied up. Again, there's only one judge that thinks it's only 1 round in favor of Coxie. It could be anybody's fight and a potential fight of the night as we approach the 8th round. 2 more rounds to go we go to the co-main and main event, which would be 12 rounds clear. So will the Pug able to take back and get a knockdown of his own, or will Coxie continue on the knockdown momentum?
Nice.
Good body shot. Trickling in. Oh, go ahead.
Again, I mean, he's doing very well. Coxie understands boxing to a good point. Oh. He made him pay for that one. He keeps circling to that lead side, and he's doing well to strike as soon as he notices that his foot, I don't know if he's doing it consciously, but as soon as he notices his foot is there, taunted now. Oh, he's really trying to bait out some punches.
My goodness, a loose movement, but needs to be careful. If you're going to taunt, you got to execute those punches. But, you know, for Pug, maybe he just needs to be in the mud. He needs to be in the slop to get what he wants, because right now, the footwork, he's just moving around. I want to see him cut off the ring so he doesn't give his opponent enough time to taunt, enough time to get those counter shots. But body shots like that, it's tough. And now the stamina's fairly low for Pug, and he can't capitalize.
Yeah, what's interesting here is that Coxie, seems like another coasting round, and I don't know if it's because Pug thinks he's up, and he may be. Maybe he's counting, right? Maybe he's counting his strikes, and that's why he's no longer throwing quite a bit, because he just wants to land what will get him a dub. And like, that was awesome. That was awesome.
That's what he needs. He used a lot of the stamina, but it paid in dividends. He got 7 seconds, but the right hook, as soon as Pug gets any type of momentum, that trusty right hook at the end will change everything. I still think Pug wins that round, but man, oh man, you need to watch out for that right hook.
Yeah, he definitely could have won that round for sure. It's hard to tell, but from what I understand, the combinations that actually happened inside of that round, it seemed like it was on Pug's side. Like the bigger shots were landed by Pug in that side. Yeah, power shots landed like that one. They came over the top there from Coxie. However, most of the shots that were landed last round were from Pug. So we'll have to see what CompuBox says next round. I'm really curious, and if Pug is acting this way because he thinks he's ahead.
Just nasty. When you see the head tilt back at the 45-degree angle, you know you're in trouble. And I feel like he wants to put a stamp on it. He's just waiting for his moment, but the right power hooks have been landing every single time. But the combinations from Pug working towards the body have been very nice. He gets a jab. He gets a nice combination. But how much of that head health is still up for Nigel Benn? Coxie is playing with fire. He needs to not do it because he got hit with a left and a right. And I think he might be busted up a little bit. He might be busted up. He's getting hit a bunch.
Yeah, but the stamina is at this point is a little too low. Oh, but nice. Look at the jabs. Look at those counter shots. The stiffness there coming out of Pug. And,
body. This is interesting.
You know
50 seconds. And I feel like this is Pug's round so far. He might get closer and closer to what he wants. He's landing jabs. He's landing the hooks. He needs to work the body. He needs to watch out for the right hook from Nigel Benn. Coxie is loading up. He wants to set up. He's getting closer and closer. 20 seconds left. Pug still going for the head, not going for the body. Not trying to leave it up to chance. 10 seconds. Tries to go for a right hook. Not able to land. Coxie going back, gets a little bit of it, but not the full effect as we go to the 10th and final round.
The bread and butter has been that overhand right from Coxie, and it paid dividends in the round that he got the 2 knockdowns in. And if you look at this, I think Pug thought he was ahead, and he did not push forward. And now, Coxie, all he has to do is coast. If you believe in CompuBox.
You can't believe in CompuBox. That could be only one judge's scorecard. There's other 2 judges can't sway the difference. So you have to fight. You have to compete. You can't just coast in a fight like this where the edges are so close. It's so small. Pug is trying to find his way back in, but the combinations have been clean. He won that last round in the CompuBox prediction score. So if there could be tight rounds in there, Omni.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets a knockdown right here, then he could definitely, match it up. Oh, very nice uppercut. That was a very nice uppercut to the body as well. And maybe that's the key. Maybe that rear uppercut is what he needs to start throwing.
Woo! And there it is. There it is, Pug. Can he get it? He got it. He got the knockdown. Pug is able to get it again. And that's why I say you cannot coast, because now that's a 10-8. And now everything is on the table. And there's plenty of time left. Pug can find a way to steal it. Maybe he can get the 2 knockdowns. 1:09 left. Pug is going to march on forward. He needs to march on forward. There's only 1 minute left.
Wow. I would definitely push forward. I don't think that's enough, especially if you guys are close. It would be a draw, really, I think. And that's
it could be a split decision. Oh my God, Coxie, he got too cocky, and now he might be like Rocky facing the plant on the canvas. Right now, Pug is trying to do his best. 25 seconds. He's going for it. He wants to win it. He needs to get the right hook. He knows that his opponent's busted up. He is cut up. Crimson mask everywhere. Pug fighting. He doesn't. He needs to throw. What is he doing? Is he thinking he's coasting? And it goes to throw the judges' scorecards. And your winner will be. It's a draw.
Yep.
Oh my God.
All because
if he
of that
got
last
that
round.
second knockdown, wow.
He would have won. But he didn't lose. He did not lose, and neither of them did. And honestly, that right there, I definitely think could be like fight of the night. That was
my God.
Awesome.
Coxie got 94-93.
He won a majority decision. Yeah, majority decision draw, which would
2 judges in the first round gave it a 10-10. Wow.
That's cool. That's real cool, actually. I didn't. 2 judges gave it a 10-10. Huh.
10-10. So the CompuBox score, that was the judge number 1. Ortega gave the favor to Coxie, but the knockdown and the 2 knockdowns, insane to see. That's why I'm like looking at 30 seconds and I didn't see Pug land a single strike or throw a single strike. I'm like, go! Just land something, throw anything, and you could have had it. It's that thin of a margin that goes to a win or a decision or a split decision. But man, if you guys are not entertained, you don't know what the ESFL is all about, because we bring action like that every single time we have a card on. Live on Twitch and on YouTube. I am your host, commentator Kingsley. Alongside me is Ruthless Omni. We saw a hell of a fight, potentially the fight of the night, and we still have 2 more fights to go before we go into our next fight. Omni, any last words of that last fight that we saw?
Honestly, that was a barn burner, as they would. I need to know where that phrase comes from. Who burned down a barn? But that was a barn burner, and that was so much fun and engaging to watch. It truly was. I thought it was spectacular.
Yeah, and this whole fight card has been spectacular. And, you know, we wouldn't have it any other way to start out the brand new year in the year of 2025 for the ESFL season. Again, there will be a season in Undisputed in the future. UFC, I know you guys have been asking for it. That will be coming as soon as possible. We will have an announcement in the future. Just stay tuned. Join our Discord. Join our Twitter. Join all our socials along with our YouTube and Twitch so you don't miss out on any of the action, because right now, in this very moment, it is time for the co-main event. 12 rounds in the welterweight division. Versus Style going against Striking, who is making his ESFL debut. This is monumental, to say the least.
That is saying the least, right? Versatile, Striking. This is going to be really cool, especially because Versatile is a co-owner of Total Conflict League. And so he's, you know, I like that we partner with these other leagues, right? I really do. I think that that's one of the coolest things about ESFL is that it's not like a, I guess, what would you call it? Like an AEW, so to speak, or I guess WWE too now because of TNA. But anyway, like, I like that. I like that it's like, hey, you guys have a league, NXT, yeah. And looking down and being like, hey, you guys, smaller leagues, here's an opportunity. Come on up. Let's see what you got. And this is a good plug for them. So Total Conflict League, and honestly, last in season 1 of UFC finished number 13. So this is going to be cool. Also, an ESFL Wrangler. So a lot of shout outs to Versatile here.
Yeah, and Striking, even though he's making his debut, we see a lot of people make their debut and put on a performance. Can he do it as well in the co-main event? We'll have to find out. Can he go a win, a nod to the board on Terrence Crawford? We will have to find out, as Versatile is on the right side using Sugar Ray Leonard, and Striking is on the left side using Terrence Crawford in the red corner. And another thing, important note, the Knockout Kings stay undefeated. They have 4 wins and 1 draw, so they haven't lost any of this exhibition card. So that is what we laid up to this one moment as our co-main event is underway right now. Striking, taking a little bit of the outside, wants to use the Terrence Crawford to its benefit, but if we know anything, Versatile, using the Sugar Ray Leonard, he's going to have to use him to the utmost degree if he wants to get this victory.
I like to see the Sugar Ray Leonard pick. Crawford, man, like, this is the
no
Crawford.
love for the Crawford?
I think I just seen him enough. I think I've seen him enough. Amir Khan, Sugar Ray Leonard, Sugar Ray Robinson, not Leonard. And yeah. Anyway, it's still going to be an exciting fight. Nonetheless, this has been going, you know, it's a nice feeling out process that we're seeing here. Another jab comes along. Ooh, very good.
Yeah,
nice.
And another thing about this is that it's not going to be the 10 rounds that we had before. It is 12 full rounds. A lot more strategic planning, a lot more strategy to see what can you possibly do in these type of fights. So stamina could be a real important case for Terrence Crawford in the later rounds.
Absolutely. And when, I mean, you saw what the other people who played Terrence Crawford before you did, and you saw the one person who won and got the knockout did. So, you know, you got a playbook right there. You can follow it.
Yeah, you have to follow the playbook, but also you got to read your opponent and adapt to his kind of play style. As we end the first round right then and there, could be another close round. Could be 10-10. Who knows? 2 judges could go completely crazy. But going to the second round, if you're Sugar Ray Leonard, you've seen a lot of Terrence Crawford. Maybe you like are studying this exhibition card. What do you do against a Terrence Crawford to use your own strategy against him?
Oh, not that. Yeah, don't do that.
Definitely not that.
I mean, Sugar Ray Leonard, my apologies, is light on his feet and kind of very similar style, but, you know, has different perks than Sugar Ray Robinson, but you can still use him the same way. Be a counter fighter, right? Both of Terrence Crawford and Sugar Ray Leonard can definitely do a lot of countering. And if I'm Sugar Ray Leonard, I'm trying to jab you on the back foot. As I step back, you know, I want to hit you with the jab, hit you with a straight, and then, you know, retreat. As of right now, what we're seeing is Versatile is kind of, you know, I'm in here, and I back up for a second, and I step right in, or I circle to try to maintain the center of the ring. I was going to say octagon, but of the ring.
I mean, anywhere you go, like the squared circle is always the right term to use when you go in these combative fights. But so far, we're seeing Versatile using the loose movement to his benefit with Sugar Ray Leonard. Meanwhile, Terrence Crawford, he's just staying in the pocket. He's playing a little bit outside, bringing his opponent into him and landing nicely with the body shots. Those body hooks could pay dividends later on in the future rounds.
They definitely could, and that's what you're expecting, right? Like, again, compound interest, small amounts over time add up.
Yeah, what also adds up is like a double jab into a right hook, especially towards his body. What Versatile is doing with 40 seconds left in the second round. But body shots could go a long way, and we see a little bit of swelling on the right side of Versatile's character in Sugar Ray Leonard. Turning a little bit more to the outside, working the side step, going to the right hook. Not really executed for striking.
And a lot of misses here, but again, it seems like a very slower round. Oh, very nice. A pull back rear hook to a lead body hook, coming and landing successfully there from Terrence Crawford striking.
Yeah, and this is where it's going to be very important. You had 2 rounds to really decipher your opponent, figure out what he could possibly going for. I feel like this is the 3rd round where you kind of turn up the heat a little bit. Like right now, you're simmering all your ingredients. You got on the chopping board. You got all your things prepped. Now you got to use your counters. Now you got to use your powerful punches and see what your opponent's really made of.
I like the lead body hook. It landed twice there successfully from Versatile, and he lands a lead uppercut to the body there. So,
that side.
Very good counter there from striking. So I like seeing that, and I'm always going to be a fan of going to the body.
Yeah, fan of the body and fan of the way they go down from getting hit from the body. That foundation has been a staple of boxing since the younger years of it. But so far, the head hunting has been working. I'm surprised we're seeing striking going to the head a little bit more. But using the combinations, but a right hook right there for Versatile. It do wonders for his confidence as it's 1 minute approaching in the 3rd round.
Nice body jab. Successful. Body uppercut.
He's getting some openings. The openings are there, and as soon as I said that he had openings, we see striking answer back with the openings of his own. Oh, the combinations straight into the body as well. Great situational awareness. Again, striking from striking has been pinpoint so far in this 3rd round.
Absolutely, and striking's also doing very well to hurt Versatile. As you saw, the head health is getting into the yellow. It was because of 2 or 3 punch combinations landing flush, and that right there could have been real bad if he just stepped just enough out of range. And I think that's one thing that I'd like to see a little bit more. We're seeing so much movement, and it's not necessarily needed, right? Sometimes it's just, I need to step just enough out of range so that the end of my strike is going to land and hit you after you miss your rounded strike. You know, just a simple strike can go a real long way if you do it at the right angle and at the right distance.
And that goes into like a little bit of like a chess analogy. As we see, the Kyrie Buck scores goals for striking for all 3 rounds, 30-27. So playing a lot of fight left to go in this co-main event for the Undisputed card, the first one for the ESFL in 2025. I would love to see if he goes away from that distance and instead of going like jab, 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 like once his opponent is getting used to that sort of jab, maybe go to the hook.
Nice.
Maybe go with a hook. Maybe go with an uppercut if you're in that right type of distance. But it's easier said than done, especially when you go to the phone booth and you just want to slug it out.
Yeah, that's definitely a way of putting it.
Oh, the side step. He wanted that so bad. You can see it in his eyes as soon as he had the left hook. He's definitely done it plenty of times before, but he will answer back with a nice 1-2, landing on his opponent's body. Now the head health is in a danger mode, and that stamina is low for Versatile. Versatile needs to be very careful. Those right hooks are paying dividends. And a help of it.
Many dividends, and right now he's looking to get that knockdown, the first one of this fight, and really it's earned A lot of the
Oh, buddy! Turnabout is fair play! Versus Sal says, let me remix this out as he's trying to go for a powerful punch, trying to go close in his opponent. Under 1 minute, both guys are just staring the barrel down of a gun, waiting to take the shot against each other as both guys are going through a slobber knocker right now.
Yeah, do not stare down a barrel of a gun. Don't do that. That's so awful. But yeah, it's a great and that's such a good analogy. It truly is.
Well, I mean, it's a firefight, right? And sometimes you feel confident because you see your opponent get hit by your shots, but you stay so close into that trade pocket that you also get hit on your own. I feel like that's what happened with both of each other Ross. They felt so close to getting that first knockdown in the 4th round that they got a little bit too close to the sun and they kind of got burnt.
Absolutely. And truly they did. I love that round. That was one of my favorite of the night. It was spectacular there. It really was. Nice.
Yeah. And we'll have to see if they can continue on this path because again, the 5th round is not the halfway mark anymore. It's the 6th round, and we are still in the early stages. So the amount of the way you use your stamina has to be very paramount. If we get a unanimous decision in this type of fight, I will be very shocked.
Oh yeah, I don't think so, but it could totally happen. They can get burnt out, and then it could be a boring one, you know, from the 8th and onward, just because they've grown so much. That's all. Anything's possible, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I call them both Kevin Garnett, the way they're trying to ball out right now in that boxing ring. But so far, striking, going a little bit to the inside, working the body jab, but needs to be very careful. He's able to get some good successive shots. But you know, Versatile is going to be able to wait for that long answer. It might be a long equation, but he has the numbers to solve it with his hands. But so far, center of the ring, gets a nice right hook on cue, he does. And that's something to build off of. We got 1 minute to go in the 5th round. Closer to the halfway mark. Oh, the power shot was coming away, but using a lot of that stamina. Body shots are landing from Striking. Striking, cleaning the base a little bit. And now it seems like what Striking is doing is not the powerful punches, but the multitude of punches. Not the quality, but the quantity has been his successful motive.
Yeah, I would say so. And he's also doing really well to keep himself defended. He's keeping his hands up and making versatile, like, punch. I would say Striking, making versatile punches block a lot in this last in the last about minute and a half of that round. But it's sped up time, but still in the last minute of that round, really, he kept it simple and he saved up on the stamina, and I think that'll pay dividends later on.
Yeah, we'll have to see as we approach the halfway mark again. Versatile is on the right side using Sugar Ray Leonard. Striking is using Terrence Crawford with a nice counter shot. Going back and forth as well. Crawford makes his opponent miss, but needs it. Oh, tries to go for a power shot. Not able to fully land flush against his opponent. Versatile doing a nice job taking the center of the ring, but able to get out of it as much as he can. And even without loose movement, too.
Yeah, I think that he would benefit also if he would just start to... I think Versatile needs to maybe switch up the strikes that he is throwing and where, because he's throwing a lot to the head, right? Like head. And but granted, those landed, so that's awesome, right? You want to have that happen, but we haven't really seen him throw into the body in the last few exchanges, and that might be, see, if he starts doing that a little bit more, and not necessarily as like, oh, this is an end punch, but as a startup punch, it will open up the head. That's the whole point of mixing it up. That's why they always say that. But he's always starting with the head, and then it will end with a body punch. You know what I mean? And if your opponent can time that, and like, oh, you're gonna go for a body punch now, and hit you with a really well-timed counter shot and an uppercut, you know that you're vulnerable because you're lower. You're basically walking right into it, leaning into it.
Hopefully we get to walk into another barn burner in this round because under 50 seconds left to go. You can see that Striking's maneuver is attack the body, but when he gets very close, go for the side step and trying to land that left hook. As he has success with that right hook, the loose movement coming in from Versatile, but he gets pieced up with a nice 1-2. So needs to be very careful how he's going to do things.
Nice.
Oh, 20 into the 15. Going for the power, but not able to get the full extent of it. Oh, but the right shot landing for Versacell, as that will be the approachment of the end of the round as we are going to the later half of it into round 7.
Ooh, and there's a nasty cut.
Ooh, yep.
On the right side of Terrence Crawford now. And taking a look at this, it looks like Versatile is starting to come back. If you believe in CompuBox, it's a good sign because, yeah, you could be down for the first 4, but the last 2 rounds, I was up. You know, you can replicate that 2 more times, and now you're even. That was a really good combination coming there from Striken. Very well timed.
And you know, Striken has to be looking at that and saying like, okay, now my opponent's coming on. He needs to be very careful of where he picks and chooses his battles. Because right now, if he gets hit with that left hook onto that cut, that could be a danger zone. We know that 2 bars are being close, but a body shot like that
made him curl up.
Yeah, and that's what you don't want to see in your type of fighter. But Versatile doing such a nice job with his pinpoint shots.
Yeah, it seems like oh, that was a nasty counter hook from Striken, and I think Striken is believing CompuBox and is starting to really land his shots very well. A straight punch lands successfully there from Striken. What I'm noticing here is there's not a lot of circling coming around from Versatile. He backs up, goes back in. We mentioned this earlier, but now I'm noticing that the circling part, it's almost non-existent. And I think that's all because he's fighting for the center, which is fine. But I would like to see a little bit more of the circling, especially because you're in the same stance as your opponent. You know, it doesn't always need to be a clash and engagement. Let your opponent come to you. Move around. You know, you had a full ring there.
Yeah, true. But the thing is with Versatile is that when he's taking the center of the ring, he won the last 2 rounds. He was able to get everything he wanted. So maybe that's the strategy. Maybe when he was circling around in the early parts, it wasn't working well. But shots like that just gives him more confidence. But shots like that would be like, maybe I listen to Omni. Maybe I listen to commentary. As that's a timber. Amazing shot from Striken. Gets the shot that he wanted, and it would be a 5 count step up as he is able to get it. But Striken able to get it at the end of the bell, a buzzer beater if only.
And that was what I was, and no, I did not know he was going to get a knockdown, but that was what I was kind of mentioning and alluding to, is that because if you continuously have the same footwork pattern, and I as a commentator can notice it, am I the only one who's noticing it, or is your opponent? And if your opponent notices it, he can know where you're going to be and throw a well-timed strike. So it is important to make sure that you're not only being one-dimensional, move in, move out, but making sure you're circling just like Striking did. And that's what led to Striking winning that last round in a 10-8 fashion. And a knockdown, too. Doing a lot of damage there.
Yeah, and that's huge, because I want to say with that 10-8, that could either, I don't know if it was Striking up 2 rounds, or was it Versatile up 2 rounds?
Striking was up 2 rounds. Versatile won the last 2, besides the last one. So
yeah, so that even widens the gap a little bit.
Exactly.
More. So that's a huge 10-8 round. And you can see Versatile, he wants to move a little bit forward to get that answer back, but it's so tough, right? You have a Sugar Ray Leonard, but that stamina is getting depleted, and you have, what, 4 more rounds to go in this kind of state, and now Striken's filling it. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that you're using Sugar Ray Leonard in this fashion, and you know, you fight the way you want to fight. But if anyone remembers and knows about the fight that ended no mas, you understand that Sugar Ray Leonard, and what he does is he dances around his opponents and makes him look silly. Doesn't really get hit much and hits his opponents. A very Muhammad Ali kind of style-esque. And the thing about this right now is you're watching, and what you're seeing is that he's trying to brawl with Terrence Crawford, and he's getting outboxed.
You're definitely right. He had a couple of moments where he had the right hook into the body, and that was working well for him. But these kind of shots from Terrence Crawford, working to the inside, going to the side step, needs to be very careful. He traded. He gets another right hook. I just want him to just combine that with a right hook into a left hook, because he has that cut on the right side, but he's turning to the left. If he does that, he might get another health event, but it's so close. Oh, that could have been a little bit scary. Both guys try to go for a power shot as we approach the 9th round so far, and man, oh man, it's been a heart of attrition when it comes to the 6. Sometimes when you go into these long rounds, you have to think it takes a toll on your physical ability to just keep with the even kill.
Yeah, that's definitely true. It's definitely true. But one thing I'll make note of right now is that the stamina for Sugar Ray Leonard Versatile seems a little low to my liking, knowing that we're going into a 12-round fight. And most likely during this round, he could suffer from the low stamina walk, and that would prevent him from being in the loose style if he gets hit in the body just enough. If he gets hit like that, and then now your footwork, the thing that's been protecting you other than that one round, it could be gone. Very nice right hand lands flush from Versatile.
And we did see a switch stance of Strike, and he switched stance with Chance Crawford, but he went back to his original position. But the way my goodness! Timber for timber! Everyone falls down, and now Striking has his back to the canvas, trying to get back up. He does on the 5 count, but that 10-8 just got negated by another 10-8 by Versatile, and Versatile is back in this fight.
Absolutely, he is. And if you're led to believe that and we'll find out that he won any of the other rounds that just happened, then yeah, it's a lot closer than we thought, just because of this. So for really, at this point, as long as he can keep his stamina to a decent level and he can land another shot like that, Versatile is still in this.
He is still in this, and there's plenty of more rounds to go. I don't think we're going to get to a decision, but they're going to damn sure try, as both guys are fighting tooth and nail, fighting for every piece of ring to get the right execution, the right moment. And it seems like Versatile, he wants to take it to the 10th round and not cause anything, because he says, I have the 10-8 round. I just have to play it safe, make sure I have the copy box score in my favor, and we will see how it is, because it's 86-83.
Wow.
So it's closer, but only by 3. It was 4, maybe 5, but now it's on to 3 rounds. So these last rounds, he needs a clean sweep if he wants to make it to a draw.
Yeah, and I tell you what, we say if you trust CompuBox, but all night CompuBox has been correct. So
the straight shot, the arrow to the heart. Versatile gets the result that he needed. He gets the second knockdown of the fight, Striking on the precipice of fumbling it, from losing it, and now he gets back up. But now his senses had to be turned up to 11, because now with 2 minutes left, now he's in the danger zone.
Yeah, and he's now 1 point in this fight. This is, again, it doesn't take much. Another 10-8. As long as he doesn't get knocked down or do something reckless to ruin that. I mean, that's spectacular. But now I gotta wonder, what's the head health looking like on Striking right now? And we can't see that, but for there to be just like a flash knockdown from a power right like that tells me your head health got to be a little lower.
That's
so if he can
clean
do those combinations, exactly, very clean timing. You're 100% right on that.
Yeah, 1 minute to go in this 10th round. We still got 2 more rounds till we get to the championship rounds in this co-main event. Versatile has clawed all the way back, getting back-to-back knockdowns in both of the rounds, getting 10-8 if he's able to survive this, while Striking was able to get 2 knockdowns, well, actually 1 knockdown of his own to get the lead that he had on one of the judges' scorecards. Oh, but the swinging miss. That was clutch for both of these guys. He tried to go for a power strike, not able to get it. 15 seconds in this half round. Striking, does he have another magic rabbit in his hat to get another knockdown, or will he be satisfied of going into the 11th round? And it seems like he will be, as Versatile has clawed all the way back.
Absolutely, he did. And now really all it is because of that, you know, if you win this round, then it all comes to the 12th. And if you knock him down, you know you're up. So this is anyone's fight again. And what we saw at the end of that round with the lean backs is what caused the initial 2 knockdowns to happen, which was I pull and I swing. And that pull counter has led successfully to knockdowns. And I wonder if he's going to be able to do it again.
Yeah, and you can see they're both in that range, right? Every time they get in that little close range, not fully connected to each other, but enough distance where one swing could be the biggest mistake you can do. As the side step was going in for Striker, but Striker not able to get the chance. Trying to lay up with his combination. Not able to get the jab. Versatile working his way to get the same combination of his own. Can he do it? Can he find his excellent way to get back in this fight as we approach the 130 mark of the 11th round?
Nice jab there. Nice jab exchanges. I like that he's not rushing it, but neither of them are rushing it. And maybe you want to turn it up a little bit. Very nice lead hook lands there from striking, and they both trade right
It's the
overhand
fear.
hook together.
It's got to be the fear of making a mistake, and that was almost a clear one as Versatile saw deer in the headlights, ready to run it over with a powerful punch, but not able to do it. Striking needs to find a way to enter back. 40 seconds left, still crawling forward, still approaching forward as Versatile doing around his opponent, trying to find the right angle against him. Tries to attack the body, not able to get the full clean connection. So close. The margin is there.
Right. It definitely is there. And I don't know who won this last round, right? It seems like it's a really... Wow. Those right hands are landing.
Oh, that round could go to striking. That punch right there is doing everything. And you can see...
Turned his whole body. He said, oh, God, help me.
He was like, hey, ref, call it, ref. It's crazy. But now here we are, the 12th and final round in this co-main event banger of a fight. Versatile trying to answer back, trying to claw his way. Probably needs a finish, needs to go for all of it. Meanwhile, striking. How confident does he feel? Oh, the swing like that to the body with the right hook, landing, connecting. Will he get more of it?
And you know, you would hope he will, right? Like, that's really what you would hope, but he would hope he will. At this point now, you don't know if you won the last round, but you know if you win this round and you lost last round, you got at least a draw, and you're not walking away with a loss. So if you want to get this dub, then you really want to get a knockdown on both sides. If either of them do, then it's almost a guarantee that they won.
Right now, Versatile is deciphering that sidestep into the left hook. He knows that's coming, and he almost had the right counterbalance for it. He's able to get a nice 1-2 for his troubles, but once he sees that sidestep, I feel like he knows how to counter it. He's waiting for his opponent to jump in as both guys are leaning back. It's so close. The closest margins will prove to be the biggest difference. A nice 1-2, scoring points again, still scoring points. Versatile is filling it with 105 left.
Yeah, and I could imagine another right hand's about to come out from Versatile, you know, but he's waiting for a rounded strike so that he can do a pull counter, which is what made it successful for him to get the 2 knockdowns earlier in the fight.
Watch for the sidestep.
Exactly, that too.
Got to go for it.
And make no mistake, striking still is in this, and if he can get something good there, now he sees that his opponent is slower. And he's got 20 seconds, and he's starting to push forward. He's really going to try to put pressure on him and maybe win by points here. He's going to the body, as you can see. He's going to go for it again. Ooh.
Oh, it was a little bit close right there. Can he finish it? It was a nice right hook. Powerful shot. Will it go to the judges' corner? Out of nowhere, both guys swinging, but not able to get the finishing knockout blow. And your winner of the co-main event will be Versatile. He steals it away. The comeback in the early rounds. A clean, full sweep from round 9 to round 12. He got the 10-8 in the 9th and 10th, and he was able to win 10-9, 113 to 112 to come back and win the later part of the round.
Look at the striking accuracy. You're talking from striking. He was the more accurate fighter and was more effective. But this is just the game and how it works, right? Like, you make mistakes and they get capitalized on. I know striking at this point right now, he sees this and he's kicking himself in the dupa ass, and really hard, because he could have had this. He could have, and unfortunately, this is just how it works, man. And I'm really excited to see striking and Versatile again soon, because these guys can fight in this game. They know what they're doing.
And the stats are very misleading, right? Because it was 50% to 43 in favor of striking. Striking had the better punches, but it's all about when those punches happen. Because in the first beginning rounds, you would say, oh yeah, strike it. He got all those rounds. He got all the punches that he needed. He was putting in work. He got the knockdown. It was great. But Versatile, when it went to that round 9 and he got those 2 knockdowns, it got even better for versatile. So he might have came on in the later parts of the round and he was able to take it away. I would love to see a rematch of that fight. That could possibly be fight of the night and worthy to be the co-main event of our exhibition card, especially of our first one of the year 2025. But ladies and gentlemen, Omni, I know we've been waiting for a long time. We're getting into the wee dark hours of the night because it is about that time, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the main event of the evening. In the welterweight division, it is EK Warrior going against Easy Work GG in the battle of the Undisputed Fighters.
This is this is a real interesting thing. I have not been able to see EK Warrior's record in this game, and I'm a little shocked to see 244 to 172. And you can reach out to me and tell me why that. I mean, I'm expecting it to be a little better, right? Maybe that was just a warm-up phase. And Easy Work GG is kind of in the same boat there. But I digress. We're once again going to be seeing Sugar Ray Robinson and Terrence Crawford. And then that matchup right there, you already understand, and everybody who plays this game already knows that's meta picks. And these are individuals that pick the fighters that they are most comfortable with, and they are going to be going in there expecting and wanting to have a win tonight. So, with that being said, man, Kingsley, take us in.
This has been the moment that everyone has been waiting for. To go through all the action that we had before. It has been a crazy card, but this is where it all matters. To set the stage for you guys, EK Warrior, ranked number 2 in the UFC 5 season on Xbox. Ranked number 2. His opponent, Easy Work GG, ranked number 3. These guys are close in skill in another game. This is Easy Work's first match in the ESFL in the Undisputed side. Meanwhile, EK Warrior, he's considered top 5 in the ESFL Undisputed roster. This is where it needs to be. This is where we have all our questions answered. Do you want to be a fighter? Do you want to be an ESFL winner? You prove it in these main event fights. 12 rounds to sell it all. Get your predictions in. Be here live on Twitch and on YouTube. Let the people know that you're here live in the fact, because this fight is the be-all and end-all.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you hit that like button and share and get your grandpa, your grandma, and your cousins, your aunts, your uncles, everybody you know to come and watch this one. It's going to be good. It's a kind of a redemption match as well, because back in ESFL 157, Easy Work defeated EK Warrior in a UFC 5 competition for a number 1 contendership match. So really now you're seeing EK Warrior say, oh really? Well, now you're in my world and you're in boxing. There's no kicks, there's nothing else. So he's hoping to get this back from this in this kind of grudge match situation.
Bad blood, bad intentions, but who is going to get the bad news in this main event fight? We will have to find out, as EK Warrior uses the Sugar Ray Robinson on the left side. In the red corner, Terrence Crawford being used by Easy Work GG on the right side in the blue corner. And already a little bit of a distance bout, trying to find the way to figure out what their opponent wants to do. We know Terrence Crawford, he has hands in the later rounds, but that stamina, that reach of Sugar Ray Robinson used by EK Warrior, that could prove to be the biggest difference. A contrast of fighters selected, but will it be a contrast in game plan? So we will have to find out as we approach the halfway mark of the first round.
Yeah, man. I mean, and what we're seeing is a classic EK Warrior throwing the jabs, and he's testing out your footwork, because what he'll do is he'll just continuously walk forward into you, see when you're going to strike, and then learn your timing so that he knows when to back up. And what you're seeing from Easy Work is he's like, okay, well, I kind of understand what you're doing there. So he's throwing jabs and straights as EK Warrior's trying to establish some of that timing. And that is throwing off EK Warrior just a little bit. It's a battle of strategy right here, and it's high-level gameplay if you can recognize what you're watching.
Yeah, and you can see just the little movements of avoiding like the body uppercut or uppercut straight to the face from EK Warrior has to be something that you need to work on. Like, if it doesn't work, okay, try to see if he reacts to the right hook. Try to see if he reacts to the left hook. Does he react to a side step? Does he react when you go to the outside? Will he come into your opponent? We'll have to find out. There's a lot of questions in that first round that still yet to be answered, but second round, it could be either way.
Yeah, and again, filling out process, barely any stamina probably on both sides that were expended there, and really no damage to be seen or spoken of because these guys they're not just going out there and throwing everything right away. Because if you do so, you're not really going to do anything to your opponent, will you? You got to figure out the timing, and once you do, then you can really start to capitalize and master where that is. And as you can see, a nice lead uppercut lands, and then he's out of the pocket. So now I successfully scored one, and I was successfully able to get away from you, which is a win in my book.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta take little wins when you can. You gotta just build them up and see if you could like lead into an avalanche where it leads to the ultimate of getting a said
Nice.
victory against your opponent, especially when it's top tier competition like this. And for so far, EK Warrior, it seems like he's just comfortable of using that uppercut, but the way he used that uppercut, 2 jabs to the face, make sure that blockage is low, and once you're inside, go for that big shot. Go for that big landing, executing move that you want, because counter shots will leave up open. And I feel like that's going to change from what we saw from previous fights. Jabs is going to be used very heavily in this type of fight.
Yeah, and what you just saw there too is easy work. I think getting a little flustered. He ended up, well, at least I would be flustered if I ended up throwing 4 hooks and all of them missed because EK Warrior was able to get back out of the pocket at the right time. And so, like, again, this all comes down to, and what I kind of figured would be the case in this main event is that footwork. It's the biggest attribute that Undisputed Boxing has. It's that freedom to have full autonomous movement that makes this game one of the best boxing games that have ever existed, even with the current bugs that it has. And we're seeing 2 people really capitalize on that freedom of movement here tonight.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if it continues on. With 20 seconds left, there's not really much you can decipher from the action. Maybe you could get one lucky shot in, but both guys seem very confident of realizing that this is a 12-round fight. But with combinations like that from easy work, that will land very nicely. But going to the 3rd round, still anybody's fight.
It definitely is anybody. This is nothing. They're gonna start going at it, I would say, around round 4, 5, 6, you know. But as of right now, they're just, again, still filling it out. And we might start seeing them throw a little bit more and be a little bit more aggressive, especially from easy work GG, because if I were him, I would think that I'm a little bit down because he hasn't been able to really get like more than 2 shots to land at once. But then again, he's also making EK Warrior miss. As you just saw there, he stepped out to his left, and EK Warrior threw a straight and uppercut, and it just flew right past him because he's in that loose footwork.
And I love that, like, along with decisive like that, like, if you're going to go in, like, have a plan. You just don't want to go out willy-nilly and just, like, throw something and just hoping that it'll land. It seems like Easy Work has a clear and precise plan of what he wants to do. If he's going to enter, land a jab, see what his opponent's doing, and then if he's going to stay there, then branch off to use other combinations. Use your hooks. Use everything you need and get a counter shot like that. Meanwhile, for EK Warrior, you need to stay in your distance range. You need to make sure that you're like working towards the body, but like in this spot, you could dance around. You have the loose footwork. You have everything in your arsenal to succeed in this type of fight.
Yeah, and as you saw before, we saw this in the last fight too, and it ended up with a victory for Versatile doing this versatile. And it was that back up and go forward method. And the thing about it is that that right there, that was sick. That was such a sick combination. I hope I can throw that in real life. And again, look at that. That is golden.
Oh my God, that hell is
GG.
blinking. It's blinking with 30 seconds left to go, but Easy Work not being, like, he's being very patient. He's not looking at that and, like, actually, he can't even look at that. He doesn't even know, but we can see it. But the fact that he's taking his time and knowing what he wants to do and knows when to cut his losses, I feel like it's going to pay dividends, especially when we go to copy box prediction score at the end of this round.
Oh yeah, I think that last round is definitely likely going to go to Easy Work GG. I could see the other 2 going to EK Warrior. Then again, I've been wrong throughout this card in different scenarios, so we'll see.
And right now,
last round was, but it's a mix. Okay.
Yeah, EK Warrior winning that 2nd round, but the 1st and 3rd goes in favor of Easy Work GG. And just like with shots like that, it's hard to dispute what they're talking about because so far, you have to love how he's peppering in shots. Even though he's playing outside, even though he's to the ropes, he's doing such a swell job using that jab and finding his way. Not right there. He get hit with too many of those combinations with nice 1-2. But there's still a lot of work to be done by EK Warrior.
Oh, without question, there's a ton of work to be done. And the more that this fight goes on and you see that EK Warrior gets a little bit more comfortable, right now he's just really focused on controlling the center. And he throws uppercuts, they land successfully, but he hasn't really landed any counter shots yet. And he just threw his first power shot that I could see, and he got countered for it with a jab right to the face. And I think Easy Work GG is kind of living up to his name, or at least trying to make easy work out of EK Warrior, but he's standing in front of him.
Oh my God! Blink and you miss it. The first timber of the main event. Easy Work, as you said, are making it easy work. And this is what happened in ESFL 157. His hands are lethal, especially when it comes to like high stakes moments like that. And the fact that he has 45 seconds, we saw the head held blinking a little bit for EK Warrior in the past couple of rounds. But the fact that he got it, my goodness. Easy Work doing such a nice job with the first knockdown.
Yeah, and again, he's now landing these hooks consecutively up top. And surprisingly, EK Warrior has not switched his footwork to go into loose mode to kind of get on the bicycle and get away. He's still pressuring forward. I think maybe he sees something, but he doesn't really care that he got knocked down in this round here. He doesn't care because, and you know that because he's pushing forward and he's doing his best to try to push the pace of the action. But that right there, that's not a good look to get Flash knocked down like that. Not right now. 5 rounds in. Let's see what he does to adjust.
Yeah, I mean, but the adjustments can be there. We saw in our last co-main event, Versatile got knocked down. Oh my God! Second time! Again! The same damn thing at the same damn time. And now EK Warrior, he was top 5 in the ESFL Undisputed. Now has to face so much adversity as he gets knocked down back-to-back rounds. And that's 2 10-8s if it stays that way. Easy Work putting on a clinic.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is that where that's landing, right? Where that's coming from is that he's going over top the lead hand with his right. So, like, his rear hand is going right above, and that is what is causing the knockdowns. That and, like, you know, the game mechanics. I am not a game designer, and I am not, like, a professional fighter. But what I do understand is from watching, you know, for years and years of striking and now getting into Muay Thai is that you're vulnerable when you throw a shot, and if you don't throw at the right distance, you can get laid out, and that's what you just saw twice now. And look at this. You're seeing the Easy Work is using so much footwork, and he is dipping in, dipping out, making sure that the shots that EK Warrior is throwing here are really kind of just glancing off of him. It's nothing really clean. And then that right there was clean. That was a clean straight, and EK Warrior is going to want more of those. He's definitely going to want more of that.
And all it takes is one shot, right? For EK Warrior, he can get back into this fight. He needs to not be dissuaded because it's 12 rounds. It's not going to be 10. You still have plenty of more rounds to take over. So, okay, you got knocked down twice. Dust it off and make sure it doesn't happen again. But with combinations coming from Easy Work, that might be easier said than done. But for EK Warrior, you have to hold on to some kind of hope. But uppercuts like that, I feel like when he's this close up, just land towards the body, land towards the jab. He started doing that a little bit later on, but it's going to be taking a lot of mental fortitude to get back in this.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting, again, virtual coach, you know, laying it into him, saying you have children, you have a family, you know, virtual. And the other coach is like, you got it, man. We're going to go to a bar after this. And that's because you got knocked down. And the thing about this, too, is that it's Sugar Ray Robinson, man. Uppercut perk, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not really seeing many uppercuts. Definitely know he's got the jab perk. Know that his straight's really lethal. Not really seeing that. I'm seeing a lot of like a jab hook. And that's awesome, you know, if that works in the combination. But right now, it hasn't really. And also, it seems like he's just getting hit along the block. But make no mistake, we're at the midway point now of the fight. And as we saw in the co-main event, just because you got knocked down doesn't mean anything. You can definitely come back from this. He just needs to start being able to establish himself somewhere. He needs to be able to find a range and find a place where he can actually land And I think what's happening, right, is that Easy Work comes in, he throws a few shots, and then EK Warrior sees that, and then he's like, okay, I'm going to engage right now. But as he's engaging, you see that Easy Work's backing up, and he's either A, throwing off of the back foot, or engaging immediately, or doing that, stepping just right out of range, so that when EK Warrior throws something, that doesn't really hit me clean. I'm not there, but when I hit you, when I throw, you're there. You know,
Yeah.
and that's the kind of frustration. You got to really get a good timing on the footwork.
Yeah, and you have to see we're closer to the 1 minute mark of the 6th round right here. The halfway mark is closer and closer towards the end. Easy Work getting these nice jabs and like those little moments, even with the powerful shots. Oh, nice. But a good counter landing from EK Warrior, but a nice return to center from Easy Work. Easy Work needs to be very careful because the rest will be unwritten until you make it so, until you put the work in. And so far, body shots, I'm loving what Easy Work is doing. EK Warrior needs to find a way to just lean away and find his hooks landing, because shots like that is going to be really tough.
Oh, and that counter jab, it lands to the body and it's definitely sapping some of that stamina. And now as we go into the 7th round, we get to see CompuBox. And I mean, if it's what I think it is, it's going to show that Terrence Crawford's up. And he is. And that was
53.
And that's a really tough thing to kind of come back from, right? Because 2 10-8s is going to require...
Oh, and you can't come back from that, because Easy Work again with the slide straight onto the face of Sugar Ray will bring him down, and it's getting a little bit shaky, but at 7 count, he will get back up. But we had back-to-back rounds where it was a knockdown. There was a 1 round where he did get knocked down, but another 10-8 in favor of Easy Work. We might see the new top guy in the Undisputed ESFL scene.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Easy Work is making his debut, and he's making it in freaking spectacular fashion right now. Really showing that he has a good understanding of boxing, and at least the boxing in Undisputed boxing. And he just lands another crisp shot. Here's the difference, too. The shots and the power shots that are getting the knockdowns, there's no health event. This is just clean. There's not an opportunity for you to do anything other than get up afterwards. So what does that mean? Well, it means that he's landing crisp shots, very good body uppercuts there. And I like the pace that EK Warrior is trying to push through right now, trying to push him back, and another hook lands. But you got to be careful, man, because it really only takes the one, and that's all it's been.
Well, it goes to something to say about boxing, right? We always hear about, like, why is it called the sweet science? Well, that's why. Because the perfect amount of distance into the perfect punch will lead into a crazy knockdown that you never would have thought to see coming. There's no rhyme or reason, but with the perfect elements mixed together, you get a concoction that leads into successful moments, like we saw there. 4 straight hits onto the face of EK Warrior, and I feel like he's running out of answers. He's doing everything at his power to answer back, but when you're swinging for the fences and using your stamina and you don't get a lick or win towards your opponent, it's tough sledding.
Yeah, man, it definitely is. He forgot the word camping. He definitely did. He got punched a lot of times in the head, and he's losing words in the vocabulary that he has. Not the camp. It's C-A-M-P. What is it? C-A-M-P-F-I-R-E-S.
Oh, we're not doing the campfire.
Yeah, I mean,
we have references, but like, we'll say that for the other exhibition card. But as we approach the 8th round right here, it goes to show that EK Warrior, even though we're having a lot of fun here, it's very important to just detail what EK Warrior is doing. He's still moving forward. He's still charging forward. He has his opponent on the ropes. If he has some, but body shots like that, you're not blocking it. You could be a little bit too aggressive, but if he has the right amount of aggressivity in his punches, he can land something like that. So if you're EK Warrior, would you try to get him more into the ropes, or like what's your strategy going forward?
Yes, you hit the nail on the head. I really need you to feel my presence there. My thing is that he is so concerned with controlling the center, and that like this is good. You want to just continue to keep your hands up, block, try to avoid getting hit with any power shots, because the moment you do, you're getting knocked down, it seems. And you want to just go to the body. And like the body jabs that he's throwing right there, you know that you have a perk for uppercuts, right? Especially the lead one. Freaking throw a lead uppercut in his face. Oh, you want to throw body jabs at me? Here's a lead uppercut. Here's a lead uppercut. get them to stop. You have to have some kind of answer to the shots that are being thrown at you. So right now, that power body hook that he just threw, and then he tried to come up to the top, that's great strategy. If he can continue to do stuff like that, he can be able to kind of pull himself from the grave and come back in this fight. Also, one thing to make note of that we haven't yet is the stamina of Terrence Crawford. He's been throwing a bunch of power shots. He's been in loose footwork for most of the fight. And we have no idea as if we get later on if he's going to be able to continue to do that in the 9th, 10th, 11th, or 12th round.
But we'll have to say, with 15 seconds left in this 8th round, he's laid the groundwork. He had 3 knockdowns already, so he has 3 rounds that are 10-8. It's going to be very, very tough. Even though he used a lot of his power shots, they were used to good resources. He was able to use them in a way where if he's tired and needs to be on his bicycle, he could probably do that because it's going to be an unsurmountable length of where he could come back from. And there's no cut. He's clean as a whistle. He's only has sweat on his body. So for Sugar Ray Robinson, for EK Warrior, I feel like right now, this is the last round that you could take and lose and not get like a knockdown. Right now, he needs to go for everything, especially if his opponent's going to use loose footwork.
And yeah, I would say so. That was an awesome combination that just landed flush. 2 hooks, and he just got another hook to land. And now EK Warrior is starting to, he's starting to land successfully to the head. And I do agree with what Easy Work is doing. He definitely wants to back out and not just allow himself to be a speed bag on the head. And again, he gets hit right in the face. Okay, EK Warrior's trying to show us something.
He was starting to show something, but those counter body shots and like moments like that, when you feel like you had a little bit of success, you kind of go willy-nilly and it kind of dissuades everything that you've done so far. I just want to do a little bit more, like right there, right hook, when he's in the right situation. That works really nicely, and a nice 1-2 with a left and a right hook. That works very nicely. EK Warrior can put on. He's winning this round so far.
He totally can, and very nice body hook there, Lance Flush from EK Warrior, and I think that he's doing a good job trying to come back. And another lead hook lands to the head. I like the jabs. You know, hey, back up, right? Don't want him to just be able to walk you down with no kind of reaction. Very nice lead hook counter shot coming from Easy Work. Vicious.
And you're seeing again, he's going for it again. Oh, I thought that could have been a rock, but EK Warrior, he's doing a nice job answering back, able to land some of his own. And with these kind of rounds, even though we saw Easy Work get a nice combination, I don't think that's enough to dissuade the judges. It could be for some other, but counter shots galore. I still think this is still EK Warrior's round to lose if he gets hit with another big blow.
Yeah, I think he's been a lot more cautious now, but he's still throwing shots. And that's what's most important, is that he hasn't put himself in a situation with his damage being dealt to him, as you can see, that leads him or anyone else to believe that he couldn't come back. And as you pointed out, you thought the last round could be his. It's absolutely true. But at this point, CompuBox hasn't been wrong all night. I'm going to trust CompuBox. EK Warrior needs a knockout. He needs a knockout, or he needs to get knockdowns in every single round, which is the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th. And even then, it doesn't guarantee you're winning unless you get multiple knockdowns. Oh, that head health is
low. We don't know what the other 2 judges are going to be saying, but my goodness, left hook's coming in. We saw that head health be low for EK Warrior. He needs to find a way to answer back. The offense might be the best defense for him because that defense is winding down, but Easy Work, GG. He's just making it simple. He's backing up when he can, but he can't afford too many shots like that. Can he go for it? Can he find his ways to use his loose movement to get his opponent on the ropes and maybe execute more? But this is where he needs to be in the corner, but able to get out. And EK Warrior, you don't want to be in the corner right here. Tries to go for a power shot, but he is stuck there. But Easy Work just lets him out of the corner, goes for hooks, and it's working. All of it's just working.
It really is, and the combinations that Easy Work is throwing right now is spectacular. I think you saw that he lost the last round. He pissed him off a bit, and now he's starting to throw a little bit more. But again, as I pointed out before, don't know what his stamina looks like. He just got himself out of loose footwork. He's starting to guard up a little bit more. Maybe he's taken some damage. Maybe he hasn't taken some damage like that, like we think. So it's always good to defend yourself regardless, but he can land
Oh,
something just like that. And if he does that one more time in this sequence, he's definitely going to knock down EK Warrior.
he got 20 seconds to do it. He might go for it. His opponent's close enough, maybe in a danger zone, but a nice right hook will change it. Another uppercut, going with a jab. Nice jab, gets him to the red head health. But that will be it as we go into the championship round. Yes, we do. I thought it was close. I didn't want to jinx it, but it seemed like a knockout was close. That head health was blinking a little bit for EK Warrior, but this is where damned if you do, damned if you don't. You gotta throw everything out there if you're going against Easy Work, because Easy Work has been making it look like light work this whole time.
Yeah, that's for damn sure. Easy Work is living up to that name.
And here we go. 11th round. One more after this in our main event for live on Twitch and on YouTube. Our first exhibition card on Undisputed for the ESFL. I am your commentator, Kingsley, alongside me, Ruthless Omni, here on the booth. The right combinations.
Nice,
Oh, that is it. That's a knockdown. That's one. EK Warrior needs a little bit more, but that is a very fantastic start. And the key point that it was quick and it was early towards the round, so he'll have plenty of time to execute more. But how much stamina, how much health does he have to combat this? Easy Work. It's still
And
not
he's
out of the
showing
woods.
that he's still in a health event, so
Yeah, 2
he's gonna
minutes.
push forward.
How much footwork does he have? Can he escape this? This is going to be challenging. This is where the bike has to come into play. He switches his stance, still on the ropes a little bit, but now, again, running away, making sure he has to deal with it. But a 10-8 round, that's a starting point.
I mean, this is a really wise move from Easy Work GG. I don't care how well you've been doing. He got rocked, it seems, to the body and then knocked down to the head. So he recognizes that he is in danger and he is defending himself for the rest of this round. And might throw a jab here and there, maybe a power shot if he thinks that he can land it. I mean, that's really when you get knocked down, right? Is when you least expect someone to throw and then they throw a power shot. So Warrior right now is really running down EK. Wow.
Yeah.
Warrior's running down Easy Work.
And the way he's running down is with the jabs, right? Usually you see people go with hooks or uppercuts to like walk towards your opponent, but the jabs, I think, is working well because we don't know how that block gauge is. He's been blocking a lot of punches, so any little mistake, that could be his benefit of taking an executing shot.
Nice.
But a left hook right there from Easy Work will dissuade any of that stuff, but body shots landing, needs to go to the head, but doesn't. Both guys thinking to the body as we go into the 12th and final round. A good start from EK Warrior, but Easy Work GG still ahead, way in the cards.
Yeah, I mean, that's putting it plainly. I think you're right there. If EK Warrior wants this, he's gonna need to knock him out. I could not see CompuBox being that wrong that it would mean the other two judges thought that Sugar Ray Robinson was winning. And you do never know. That's why you're supposed to end the fights, right? In UFC and boxing, don't let it go to the judges' scorecards, man. Somebody really needs to pay for their McDonald's, and they get bribed just enough, you know, to get a McDouble, and there you go. Now I don't know why I've used that reference. Anyway.
I mean, you know, you're trying to get advertisers. You know, you've been in the marketing meeting, so you're trying to do that. But
Yeah,
it's our 12th and final round. Again, Easy Work has been ahead this whole fight. EK Warrior got a knockdown in the last round. Can he do it again? He suffers a body counter shot, but will that be enough? He is circling around. Easy. Oh,
yep.
My goodness. A right hook landing onto the
Taunting
face
now.
and taunting now. Not really getting the full effect of it, but halfway through, what does EK Warrior have to do to get another clean shot?
I pray. Swing and pray. You got to really make sure that don't be ridiculous because you might get yourself knocked out, but definitely want to make sure that you're swinging for the fences at this point. You even if you have the slower stamina, I mean, you already know that it's over. So you better try to get a knockout because you could get a complete flash that makes sure they can't get up if you just hit them at the right moment at the right time.
It's been a valiant effort from EK Warrior, but the Easy Work 3 knockdowns might prove to be too much as we're going to the 30 seconds left of this main event contest. Easy Work, only working in UFC for the ESFL, took his toes and stepped into the pool of Undisputed Can he seal the deal with a clean victory
Ooh.
against a top 5 member of the Undisputed roster?
Oh.
He will leave out a winner. He will leave out on his debut with a win we will have to see.
Yeah.
And it is easy work. GG with a 105 on one of the cards, and then a 106 to 108 on one of the scorecards. A clean sweep for easy work, GG.
He did a fantastic job, especially against somebody who was great boxing in EK Warrior. I think it was very unfortunate and unlucky that he would have gotten knocked down 3 times, flash knockdowns as well. And at the same time, why did that happen? Well, he wasn't defending himself. He got caught with his left hand down when he got hit with the right hand, and then he got hit with a straight. And if you take a look at this, you would expect this, and it makes sense. Yeah, but this is something that I didn't expect. I didn't expect EK Warrior to have thrown more and landed more power shots. I mean, 34%, but he did throw them, and that's interesting. I think that what we really saw here was a spectacular showing of what 2 high caliber, undisputed players and people who understand boxing pretty well, what they can do. And I really enjoyed being back in the ESFL, Kingsley. I just want to say that if you guys have been watching this and you're still watching right now, you haven't just turned it off when you saw the end of this, we appreciate you. And make sure that you do us a favor. And as I said before, as Kingsley said a few times, make sure you like, share, and subscribe on both Twitch and on YouTube. And be on the lookout, if you haven't joined Discord, for the next events coming up here for the ESFL. Kingsley, I really enjoyed commentating.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, and we had some really amazing fights to seal the deal that made it as entertaining as it always been. But so far, this is only one of 3 exhibition cards that we're having this month alone. So big things are coming up for ESFL in 2025. So be on the lookout for all the socials as Ruthless on me. Follow all of that stuff. It should be a good one. But before we go, we have to decide the fight of the night, and I think we're both in agreement here because as we're going with the co-main event,
absolutely,
Style versus Striking.
Absolutely.
The closest of margins, 113 to 112, a comeback of the ages to start off the new year. Congratulations to them in the co-main, taking the spotlight and taking the whole dang show, winning fight of the night. But for the whole staff, it's been a long one, but it's been a great one. Thank you guys so much for being here. We will be back live next Sunday with our second exhibition card for the ESFL Undisputed scene. It should be a great one. I have been Kingsley. That has been Ruthless Omni. Thank you guys so much for being here. Have a good one. Good night.
Good night.